decks.
I think it's a pretty big tell when you see Soravis come down in a strategy like this. What do you think his strategy is doing then? If there's one ritual monster in your deck,
I don't know. We're going to have to find out.
I think he's going to summon Herald of Arclight.
You think so? Oh man, that would be wild. But with there definitely is a way. Where there's a will, there's a way.
I mean, if it's easy enough to make a Formula Synchron, I'm sure you can have a couple more levels to make a Herald of Arclight.
That'd be something cool to see, something we haven't seen before. We'll have to see if Jose is going to bust out these cool hidden techs he has in his extra deck. But first up, the Snake Eye Ash is coming off that original Sinful Spoil. Special summons it to the field. Snake Eye Ash is going to add Snake Eye's Poplar to the hand. And then Poplar is going to special summon himself from the hand since it was added to add Divine Temple of the Snake Eyes. And now he's going to be able to activate that Divine Temple.
Christian's going to really need
these cool hidden techs he has in his extra deck. But first up, the Snake Eye Ash is coming.
Still no normal summon, I believe, right?
Unicorn Diabell Thar, original Sinful. Nope, no normal summon quite just yet. Gonna grab Snake Eye Oak off the Divine Temple to place it in the spell and trap card zone. Divine Temple also has the cool effect if your opponent summons a monster, you get to special summon a monster from either player's spell and trap card zone. Something to keep in mind, because it comes up where your opponent summons a monster, you can take one of their monsters in their spell and trap card zone as well.
Definitely something that's been really relevant in the mirror match, especially with Flamebridge and Temple both having very similar effects. And in the mirror, cards are going back into the spell and trap zone very frequently. You want to be able to use your opponents as well, and you need, as a player playing into your opponent's Temple and Flamebridge, you need to be very cautious of what you put back there.
And he uses Snake Eye Ash effect to send itself and Snake Eye Oak from the spell and trap card zone to the graveyard to special summon Snake Eye's Flamebird Dragon from the deck to the field.
Contemplating his plays here. He has most of the resources needed. He just needs to count for whatever Christian can still have in his hand to keep him down. And now it looks like he's going into his extra deck. Is that a Puzzle Mino?
It is. It doesn't look like he's coming out. He's definitely up to something over here. What is Jose up to?
No good.
No good. And now he's going to link away those two monsters. IP Masquerade coming out to the field. And he's going to use Poplar's effect to put Snake Eye's Flamebird's Dragon into the spell and trap card zone. And
now if he was to be hit with Nibiru, the Temple could push it right back up.
Smart stuff. And the other Flamebird is going to summon out the two monsters.
Using an Oak or not?
Thinking.
Does he have Nibiru the Primal Being? I'm looking for it. Even with the Flamebirds coming up, it will limit on what he can do since he's already used Flamebird's effect to summon back from the graveyard. Does he have it? Yes! Nibiru the Primal Being. He is way past 5 summons. He has 6 monsters on the field. 7 if you want to count the double link rating there for IP Masquerena. And they're all going to the graveyard. Got to do some math. Add up all their stats and put them on the token.
I wonder how long this token's going to even stay on the field, because now we're going to push that Flamebird right back up. And, I mean, you're still a few bodies away at this point.
He needs one more monster to get to Princess to bring back the... He needs 2 more bodies, because if he gets the Princess to bring back Flamebirds, he still needs a way to link the Princess off the field.
Unless you're satisfied with just making something along the lines of Amblo Whale with a Princess Engrave. I
love Amblo Whale. I'm a huge Amblo Whale fan. It seems like our players haven't been a big Amblo Whale fan, but I do love the Amblo Whale. It looks like, he's putting the token in attack mode in the Anima zone. Anima, I do like that Link Karibo's gone now, so a lot of players have to constantly be mindful of Anima because everyone is using it.
Yeah, now there's not really any guessing with that. It's going to be in your opponent's extra deck if they have Snake Eye cards in it.
So adds another level of strategy when you're going into the tournament to know how to place your monsters. That's been one of my favorite things about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the zoning didn't matter as much, but now, he has the Birth to bring back the Unicorn. That's another way to get another monster, but he's still short 1 monster to get the Princess off the field. But we'll have to see if he's able to get there.
I think he's going to be pushing back the IP Masquerena. Now, is there, now that IP Masquerena is already gone, do you think there's a link 2 that he could use with the token?
Ooh, yeah, that's something to consider. Yeah, I don't know, because you can't use the token for...
There's Nightmare Phoenix at the least.
Yeah, very minimum.
Is Puzzle Mino? I feel like Puzzle Mino requires effect monsters. Not super sure.
All right, he's going to go for the Wanted draw now. Puts original Sinful Spoils of the Snake Eyes on the bottom to draw a card.
Sorry, one sec.
Now Christian is down 2 cards from the hand with the Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill and then a Biru. But Snake Eye's not a deck that you need a lot of cards in hand to really get your strategy going.
One will do.
One's enough. It's kind of like a tree. It just keeps growing. So it looks like he is looking at that Nightmare Phoenix that you brought up.
Hida is also an option. But I imagine you really don't want to move that Flame Burge, yeah.
Yeah, so he's just going to leave it. So he's going to just have the IP Masquerade interaction.
Which into an anima is fine. This is a very large token. If you manage to keep it, that's usually good enough. If you see the anima come down, you're just going to have to push the IP up, and you're going to have to go into Little Knight. And Little Knight with some follow-up from the Temple as well as the Flame Burge summoning back bodies. There's still a Unicorn.
And Kashira Birth, yeah.
Yeah, a Birth. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. It doesn't seem like much, but there's still plenty of interruption. And there is that Snake Eye Ash, the one card you need to see.
Does Jose have a response? What does he have left in hand? He has a couple cards in hand since he was able to draw from the Wanted.
You think there's an Effect Veiler coming down?
It looks like he is considering something. He's going to use the Divine Temple to bring up the IP Masquerena. This is a cool way to play around Cosmic Cyclone when you have the layers of Flame Burge and the Divine Temple. You can chain one to the other.
Right, definitely something you want to keep in the back of your head. There's also the notion of, because you have Flame Burge, which is an actual quick effect, versus Temple that has to respond to something, you want to have Flame Burge available more often so that you can use it on your opponent's cards more freely.
Definitely.
Channeling 1, Channeling 2, right?
Yeah, you're good, you're good.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
the Chainlink 1, normal summon of Ash's effect. Then Chainlink 2 is Temple. Temple resolves, going to be able to summon the IP Masquerena. And now New Chain Poplar is going to be able to activate in a bit since it's been added to the hand.
And Jose can chain IP Masquerena and Unicorn. It looks like he's going to go for, Kashira Unicorn. I still like playing the 2 Promethean Princess, especially now that Unicorn's back out there sniping cards out of the extra deck.
I imagine he will still be going for that Promethean Princess in the spot, but there is, there's some merit to going after the anima. I don't think he will, but, the allure is there.
Looks like he's considering chaining IP Masquerena to his own Kashira Unicorn.
That's fine.
Like he's going to go with the Flame Burge here. I mean, I imagine you always would. It's a lot of value to lose if you leave it there.
Yeah, and if he gets rid of that Princess, it'll be harder for Christian Urena to finish him off. I do know that Christian knows how to use Zelantis really well to clear a lot of boards. He was talking to me about how he won a match in his last YCS that he won, where he used his opponent had a bunch of Link monsters, summoned Zelantis, brought them all back, co-linked them all, and then battle phase destroyed them all with Zelantis effect. So we'll have to see if he's going to be looking to do something like that here in game number 3.
I'll get rid of Princess.
Yep, going after the Princess here.
And the Poplar is going to come down and activate the effect to try and add a Snake Eye Speller Trap.
So new chain here. We're going to be able to activate the Little Knight on trigger, as well as the Flame Burge. But Poplar is Chainlink 1 at the least, right?
Yep. So he's not going to be able to... He'd have to choose if he wanted to banish with SP or respond to something from the hand. It looks like he is going for the SP Little Knight banish on summon. And
was Flame Burge not used?
I think now he can activate it, right?
It would have been in the same chain.
Oh yeah, it would have been in the same chain as SP. Oops.
Unless he's trying to play around Christian's second Nibiru.
That could be the case. Okay, because if you force the Nibiru, they're able to give you that giant token. Anima, take it. All right, let's see how the five-time YCS champion navigates it from here.
It's very interesting to have not used the Flame. I guess, did we see again that Jose just didn't summon Princess in his combo, right? There isn't a Princess in the grave?
Nope.
So it doesn't matter to not have any fires on the field. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're losing like the value just from 3. You get 3 monsters and like all the things you get to add, but that doesn't really too big of a deal. You're able to do that on your next turn anyway. But it looks like the effect is going to prompt SP Little Knight here from Jose to banish Snake Eye Ash and itself, trying to keep Flame Burge off the field for Christian Urena and keeping the level 1s out of the graveyard to be able to be summoned back from Snake Eye's Flame Burge. So Christian's going to have to find a way to get to Oak, and he already has it since he got it with Poplar. It's going to be that original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye. Things are looking good here for Christian.
Well, he did just
Maybe.
activate a spell, and that he has controls a Kashira monster with Kashira Birth. So there are 3 cards in the graveyard.
That original Sinful Spoils might not be long for this world. Oh, so yeah, the Oak's probably not even going to bring back the Poplar because he can just chain the Birth, right?
Oh, I think I'm
Yep.
Give me a little refresher. Does Birth
Oh,
have
yeah, Oak can bring back from the banish. So
Yes,
yeah, he's
yeah.
fine. Yeah, he's fine.
I think he didn't have exactly 3 cards in the graveyard on the activation, so couldn't activate Birth here. And now I don't think he needs to activate a spell for the rest of this turn, so this should be fine.
Birth target on.
You see Jose, I saw the wince from Jose, kind of knowing the position he's in right now. That Christian has been able to push past that board thanks to that Nibiru, the Primal Being.
Yeah, I don't think there's any... Well, there are no face-up interruptions left from Jose at this point. It just comes down to what he has hidden in his hand.
And a lot of players will know that with him looking through his graveyard like that. I used to also do that thing when I kind of don't have like any interactions. I'm just kind of just thinking through everything. Those little mannerisms you can kind of pick up, maybe get a little tell on your opponent. Yeah, you see him look into the skies, looking for answers. The answers aren't up there, Jose. They're down here on the field.
I mean, at this point, he's counting on Christian to make a mistake.
Which is a tall ask for the guy who just won 2 YCSs in a row.
Sometimes you get comfortable, you know?
That's very true.
Okay, he's making an anima with the Ash.
Pointing at that token.
So you're gonna take it.
All right, so he gets rid of the giant token. Doesn't have to worry about that anymore. And he did side in Lullaby of Obedience. What is he going to call?
Very surprising, honestly. I mean, I made my argument as to why I wouldn't in this situation, but you know, what do I know?
You're not Christian Urena.
I'm not Christian Urena. I didn't just win 2 of these back-to-back.
It looks like he got Diabell Star, the Black Witch, added to hand. That's another one. Doesn't matter if it's special summons or adds because you can still summon it. He's going to link away the Anima for a Dark to take the IP. This game is looking over.
He doesn't have the simplest line with the Princess. He does have to work a little bit harder for it. So there's the Appaloosa, just checking the remaining cards in Jose's hand. And then there's going to be, giving it to his hand was very costly. There's going to be the Flamebird going to be able to summon 2 more monsters. They're going to be pretty large with that temple.
Yeah, that's my favorite part of that temple. It just makes your small Snake Eye monsters like reasonable monsters. 1900 attack, 1800 attack.
Yeah, if I just summon back the monsters, I don't think I'd die here.
They have no business being that big.
I mean, they're not. They have to be, in their field. But it looks like that's not going to matter because he is going to send the Divine Temple with Snake Eye Ash to the graveyard to summon another copy of Snake Eye's
And then be
Flamebird's
able to push
Dragon.
back the Unicorn. And here we talked about it, the battle phase.
The battle phase. It's a great phase. It's usually the one where you can end the game, and Jose has seen enough. And Christian Urena, 5-time YCS champion, back-to-back YCS winner, trying to win his 3rd in a row this weekend, despite losing game number 1, is able to utilize the side deck and win games 2 and 3 on the backs of that incredible Nibiru. But, it had to be paired with something else, like the Ghost Mourner at the beginning of the turn, even though that was stopped by the Saravis. Like, wow, what a back-and-forth game there for game number 3.
Yeah, when your back against the wall, losing game 1, it shows that you just have to stay diligent. You just have to have the discipline to be able to push through and play each game individually. And we saw a lot of that here, especially with just disciplines in what you're making with the board. I don't think we saw Princess being summoned once in the entire match.
Yeah, Christian showed he didn't need it. Take it out of my extra deck. Yeah, it's actually wild.
We're definitely seeing some creativity here with how the lines have to be. Well, there is no standard line anymore, so there's going to be a lot of flexibility here. And we're showing how flexible Snake Eye can be, even without one of its main powerhouses in Princess, which didn't get restricted, by the way. That was in both of their extra decks. They just had to find different lines that were just more optimal in the given situations.
Yeah, it's just awesome to watch. Like, that's the thing I like about the Snake Eye deck is when you watch like the top players playing with it, it's just different, Like, they're just built different. They see the cards differently. It's all about just summoning a lot of monsters, but the order that you summon them is so important. When you're using the Divine Temple, when you're trying to bait out your opponent's cards, everything matters. There's a lot of different variations. There's not like one choke point for the deck necessarily. There's a lot of ways to keep extending, even when you're going second, and it's just great to see.
Absolutely. The flexibility in these top decks is really what makes them shine. And when top players are able to use that skill expression to show just how flexible those decks can be, all the different options, that ones that you don't see every day, that's how you define these best players. And we're going to have to see in the interview how G did it.
Yep, so we'll be right back with our player interview. Maybe we'll see both these players again in the finals. They're both excellent duelists. Jose down but not out. Going to have great tiebreakers from a great opponent there in the 5-time champ Christian Arena. But we'll be right back to hear from our 5-time YCS champion. Stay tuned.
And we're back with the winner of our round 2 feature match and 5-time YCS champion. How does it feel to win on the feature match stage?
Felt nice. Usually I don't play on feature because sometimes South America doesn't have feature matches, but it felt nice to play on stream.
Oh, so you only do well in South America is what you're saying?
What? I do well everywhere. This is just, it's nice to be on stream for once, because like usually they don't always stream the South American country ones, so.
So you did just win on the feature match. You're playing for that back-to-back-to-back here. You have the pressure of potentially being the second person to ever do that in the history of the game. Was there any additional pressure playing on the feature match stage as well as that going into this round?
Now, I wouldn't say there's more pressure. Obviously, there's more people watching, but I'm still trying to learn my deck because like there's new combos we just got to balance like a couple days ago. So just trying to figure out everything on the spot, like on the fly, especially when you draw these awkward hands with this deck because there's so many combos in it, like lines this deck has. So yeah, just a little awkward hands, but yeah.
Yeah, and that was going to be my next question. There was just a Forbidden Limited list. You chose to play Snake Eye. Do you think that is going to be the best strategy even now or even next week when there is a new set available?
Yeah, like the deck still stayed the same. You cut a couple extra deck cards and you switch them out with other ones. So I think it's still really good. Obviously lost a lot of its power, but still very like probably one of the best decks for sure.
So if you consider it the best deck, do you also consider it your best and worst matchup, or is there a matchup that you're afraid of playing against in this tournament? Are you trying to avoid anything?
I'm probably trying to avoid Runic Stun just because like that deck can just beat you and it doesn't matter like who's playing better or not. But I think the mirror match is good. Like there's definitely ways to outplay. Like he could have made a different play. I could have made a different play game 1. So I think there's a lot of different options you can make in the deck. So it's not just like comparing hands. So.
Yeah, we're definitely really early in the format. There's a lot of things that are not solved, and when you're able to play in a situation like that, there's a lot more variables to really keep in account. You have to just be on top of your game, play as best as you can. How confident are you that you're going to be able to continue doing that for the rest of the tournament and take down potentially the 3rd win in a row?
I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna keep playing the same Yu-Gi I've been playing the last couple of weeks and see what happens.
Absolutely, that's what we love to hear. Congratulations. I wish you the best of luck in the remainder of the tournament. Hope to see you again in the feature match table. And we'll bring it back to Billy to hear more about going into round 3.
Did he just say that? Tell me he did not just say that. But that is the 5-time YCS champion, Christian Arena. I'm glad we got him on a feature match early. He's already off to a great start, 2-0. But we have some other awesome stuff that is going on throughout the year that we're going to talk about here before we go to our next round. So let's go ahead and take a look at our next image we have coming up. And it is the Legacy of Destruction WCQ National Game Mat. One of my favorite game mats I've ever seen. It features Minerva, the Athenian Lightsworn, the brand new Synchro monster out of Legacy of Destruction. This mat's going to be given out till June 9th for all the Latin America nationals, and it is fantastic. Just an absolutely beautiful mat. I love the owl that has aged throughout the different copies of Minerva. Now he is a sage. I hope I can somehow find a way to get my hands on this. I won't be able to compete for it, but it's one of my favorite game mats that we have released. It is going to be fantastic. Do not miss your opportunity at that. But we will be right back very shortly for round number 3. We've already had some exciting duels. We've seen Arch Nemesis Protoss. We've seen the 5-time champion on his way trying to get the 3rd. Maybe we'll see him again in the finals. I think we'll see him in Top Cut, but we'll have to wait and see. There's a lot more Yu-Gi-Oh! To be played. We'll be right back with our 3rd round of Swiss very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Deck Flexing, the show where we put 2 competitors to the test in the ultimate duel.
But there's a twist. Each week we have a themed deck that our competitors must build for the duel. Competitors will compete in 2 rounds. The first round for practice as I hands-on coach one of them and Alec coaches the other. And then we let them duel it out and crown this week's Master Duelist. And along the way, we'll also get to see who the better coach is, right Alec?
It's me.
Alright, let's get into it.
For this week's episode theme, we are very excited to go back to Yu-Gi-Oh's roots with classic decks.
Introducing our first competitor, it's Jeremy Vicious Lopez. Well known for his commentary in the fighting game community, Jeremy has been featured on ESPN. Welcome, Jeremy Vicious Lopez.
Yo, Paul, yo, Alec, thank you for the very, very warm introduction and for even having me on the show. Being all the way back here for this Yu-Gi-Oh! Match is going to be real fun.
And his opponent, father, champion, and content creator, Justin Wong, known as Jay Wong. Justin is one of the most decorated fighting game competitors in the world, with a record 9 EVO World Championships throughout his storied 20-year career. Jay Wong is a household name in the fighting game community and one of the first American fighting game players to be sponsored by an esports organization. Welcome, Justin Wong.
Oh man, thank you for having me. Thank you for hyping me up. Thank you for making me feel old. You know, I'm older than Yu-Gi-Oh, but I've been growing up watching Yu-Gi-Oh.
So Jeremy, I have a question for you. How did you get into Yu-Gi-Oh? How did you get started with this game?
It all really kicked off with the TV series, right? Just overall, like, that exposure very, very early on, really admiring the series, really admiring the game. It just pretty much took off from there.
Wow. And I'll kick the same question to you, Justin.
Man, as any other kid, watching the TV show and understanding how the game works to like playing a bit more at like a card shop, growing up in New York City and playing in like these Swiss format tournaments.
Let's talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. So this game has been out for a little over a year now, and I gotta say, it's huge. Have you guys played the game at all? What do you think of it, and what are you kind of hoping to see for the future of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel? Maybe you can start us out, Jeremy.
Every time they release a new set, the first thing on my mind is like, yo, what's going to be the standout theme for Master Duel? What's coming out in the next set? Because I always like the big theme. I'm a big collector.
I wanted to make my old decks. I used to run Elemental Heroes. It was just amazing that I could still get those cards. I could still run those cards.
That is very true. And so now we have a little bit of information on both of our competitors. The next step then is to prepare for battle. Alec and I are going to separate and coach our individual players. I'll be working with Jeremy Vicious Lopez.
And I'll be working with Justin Wong.
So let's get into it, see what cards they're playing, and let the dueling commence. All right, guys, so we're going to take a look at what deck Jeremy is cooking for this classic duel. We've got Master Duel open, and Jeremy, I wanted to ask, what are some of the monsters that you're running in your deck?
Sure thing. Well, one of my favorite things to kind of tantalize the opponents with is some of the set monsters or set cards that I want to put down from the monsters, right? I do have Man-Eater Bug that kind of stands out, Sangan, as well as Witch of the Black Forest. Those three are going to be very, very key components in kind of preventing any sort of like big aggression from my opponents. We're talking about the classics. I'm trying to bring out that Dark Magician as much as possible, right? But if I can't get that beat stick out, just in case, I do have Dark Elf just to kind of establish herself, right? But I'm not going to be swinging too much with her because of the cost, but she will be a hefty attacker just in case.
Yeah, that's true. I really do like these 2K defenders. 2,000 defense is a lot. It's going to be pretty difficult to swing over. I think that'll be good for setting up the tribute summon of Dark Magician.
One of the key components that I do like utilizing, obviously, is the trap holes, right? I'm going to be mixing and matching a little bit of having like one of those backed up with like an MST to kind of force the guessing game, right? That's part of the fighting game part of it. I want to implement 50-50s as much as I can. I want to try to rely on maybe like Mystic Elf and Aquamador for a little bit, and any sort of like spells that I would need to kind of help combat my opponent. Fissure for some of the big monsters that I can't get rid of by swinging over.
If you fall really far behind, I like that you got Monster Reborn for the revival. I really like this trap lineup, honestly.
I appreciate that, man. Like I wanna make sure that I at least make you proud because you're gonna be coaching me for a little bit. So let's do it. I want to see whether or not this deck can take down Justin.
I'm here with Jay Wong, and we're gonna take a look at the spice that he has in his deck for today's challenge.
The spice, the classic, obviously, you know, we got some regular cards, Giant Soldier of Stone, you know, protect my defenses just in case I can't have a monster. I need some stalls, right? And you know, Solemn Judgment, I think this one is a good combo just because like if I had a Blue Eyes out and I can attack, right? I can use Solemn Judgment. I'll take out half my life points, but Blue Eyes might live. And then maybe I can equip a Megamorph in the next turn, right? Because I had to sacrifice all those life points. It's very like Kaiba-ish, right? You have like your Battle Ox, your Legend, the Mystical Genie, you know, Blue Eyes, White Dragon. I love my Blue Eyes. I love my dragons. I added Man-Eater Bug to protect me as well.
That card.
Yeah, Man-Eater Bug's pretty good, man. Change of Heart. Very, very good, strong card for sacrificing monsters as well.
Oh yeah.
Wall of Illusion, where you just return the monster to the opponent's
It's so
hand.
rude.
It's very rude. It's fantastic.
I have no notes on the deck list. This looks very solid. You want to use as few cards to get rid of as many of your opponent's cards as possible. But with this deck list, I wish Vicious luck because he's gonna need it.
All right, well, I guess it's a pretty good time for us to get a little bit of a warm-up and hop into a practice game.
All right, y'all. Let's head to our first round.
Let's do this, yeah? Even in the practice stage, let's go.
Yeah, all right.
All right, hard the cards.
Sangan, and probably bait something out by throwing down MST.
So he sets some monster down.
Oh,
He's thinking hard about it.
I think I would eat the attack.
Okay.
Come on, man. I'm a genie, bro. Grant me my 3 wishes.
I like that.
Yeah, Soul Exchange, man.
That's hard the cards right there. Oh, he's thinking.
What is he going to use?
I'm not gonna activate anything.
Oh, he's letting it through. What was the cards? I want to see. Oh, he has 2 Aquamadors.
Ooh. He
That's a huge
really
one.
thought he was going to wall us out.
Battle phase, straight up.
Genie, grant my second wish, Genie. Come on.
We could take this, right?
I'm okay with taking this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Grant the second wish.
See, I've been out feeling the pressure.
Like he knows how to bait out reactions, bait out cards. I'm not gonna give it to him, right? So
Let's just keep it. Gotta play it safe because that mirror force.
He's playing it super safe.
he's playing exactly like a Justin Wong would.
I figure if we play like as safely now, when I can't coach you, it'll already be in your head.
Yeah.
How dangerous do you like to play? Like, do you like to really toe the line?
Yes.
If I know Paul, I do. They're scheming.
I think we could save this Wapaku one more turn.
That makes me feel like he has nothing.
We're bleeding. 'Tis a flesh wound. It's fine.
Okay, we'll take that.
It's our monster now.
Ooh, brutal.
I hope it's something good. Then they'll really feel bad.
This one's mean.
I feel like we're playing how Kaiba would play.
Attack, Genie! Grant my third wish!
It's okay.
Hey man, look, it's just a warm up, you know. It's just a warm up. Things go wrong. It'll be better in the real thing.
He's just a top deck god.
Should we get Raigeki or Change of Heart?
Let's get the right Geki because we're mean.
I call forth the Blue Eyes White Dragon!
Oh, it's so beautiful.
Oh,
Blue
Tricky
eyes
Sun,
like
oh
dragon.
no.
Yeah, that's fine.
And we take out by a trap hole.
See you later, bud.
So the big problem that we have right now is that he's got resources to deal with any monsters that we manage to get on the field.
Wait, no, we have reinforcements.
Maybe he's doing his like winning speech art.
I guess Maneater Bug.
Is he baiting? He's baiting, right? Like he's.
What the?
What is that?
Then I'll
Alright.
activate reinforcements.
He's gonna MST.
Yeah, he's an MST. He's in a BM.
Then I'll Heavy Storm.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know what? I'm not gonna go down swinging or without swinging, so I'm gonna get rid of his just because. How do you like that, Justin?
Oh wait, that's Wabaku.
That's not gonna do anything to me.
This BM could like totally turn on him, like because like that's a lost Maneater Bug. Like, because it's not gonna kill us.
Okay, and then Axe of Despair.
GG.
Yes, it is.
I mean,
Yes,
now
it
it is.
is,
Okay.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Battle Phase. Yeah, that's it. At least he has Karibo. Okay, good.
Got it.
I thought about it. Wait, what if you got Karibo? Let's go.
I appreciate the guidance for the most part. You know, like we tried our best. I'm sorry that I'm not big enough for the backpack to be carried in, so we'll work on it. You know.
I don't know about that. I feel like you've already got a really good grasp.
Well, now I've passed down all of my skills and knowledge to you.
Thank
It's
you.
time to take that and bring it home once again.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. We will try. We will try. Hopefully the harder cards are back on my side again.
It's time to jump into the real match, round 2, where I will simply be casting, and he has to take the walk of a duelist on his own against Justin Wong. Let's see how it goes.
It's time for the main event of our deck flexing event.
Listen,
All right,
man,
Jeremy.
you had me in the practice one pretty convincingly, right? But I think I got the heart of the cards on me this time.
I hope I keep the heart of the cards.
We're putting what they've learned to the test. Jay Wong versus Vicious.
Yeah, somebody's got to feel out, what the other person might have set on their field. It's really tough to tell right now.
Hey, if you wanna get rid of my field now, that Raigeki you did from the practice round early.
Unfortunately, I don't have a Raigeki, hint, hint.
Yeah, so we're still mirroring each other's moves. This is crazy.
This is so many cards in play. Nothing is in the graveyard.
Who's gonna flip their monster first? That is the question that I want to know.
Oh, what is that?
Relax over there.
Oh,
Relax over there, Justin.
Dark
Relax
Elf?
over there.
Ooh.
So we have our first monster. We've got Dark Elf.
2,000 attack?
We'll swing.
Pay 1,000.
Yeah, you have to pay 1,000 of your life points to attack with Dark Elf.
I mean, I have a Sangan.
Sangan's going to let Justin get a card to his hand.
Maneater Bug.
Maneater Bug. Oh, man. Maneater Bug's a troublesome one.
Why are you good at 50-50s outside of fighting games?
And then I'm gonna activate this. Change of Heart. Give me that monster. What monster is this? That's a Sangan?
Oh.
He follows a change of heart.
We're taking the monster.
And then we're gonna summon the big boy.
So we tribute them as Blue Eyes White Dragon. Okay, so first big summon of the game.
Okay.
Coming
Alright,
out.
I got some.
He starts out with Heavy Storm.
The bait Megamorph.
Oh, interesting.
That was a bait.
That actually was a really nice bait.
Well, guess what? Get him out of here.
Oh,
Get him out of here.
how is that little hand able to destroy a dragon?
Now suddenly a game that looked pretty squarely in favor of Jaewong is turning around very quickly because he's using Monster Reborn to bring back Jaewong's Blue Eyes White Dragon and
That
use
is
it against him.
huge.
That's huge. That's really huge. Okay,
So he said, I'm not the only one taking damage here.
Really? You gonna take my
grandpa
card?
has no pathetic cards, Justin.
Come on, pins and needles.
Oh, Solemn
Judgment.
Judgment. This just pays half his life points, negates the Dark Hole.
Wow.
Risk the 15?
Solemn judgment?
We'll take that. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh my god.
Respect the beard, Justin. Respect the beard.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
Got 15 LP. I knew it.
He had Raigeki too. Ooh, he had Raigeki as well.
God told me you were gonna do it. I'm out. I knew it.
This duel suddenly got so much scrappier.
Very.
No, I'm scared. I don't know what you have there.
Good. I don't want you to know. I'm about to get roasted for this play, right? Side by side, baby.
He looks
Only
good.
way to
He
do
looks
it,
good. He looks
side
good.
by side.
Stylistic choices.
I think it's checkmate.
Yeah, this might be, unless that's a monster in Vicious's hand right now.
Oh,
Wait, it's not even made of
It's not even made of
The wall of illusions.
That's kind of rough. Bro, the fact that I can't kill it
Yeah, yeah.
makes it even worse, man. Do not tell me he's got the blue eyes right now. Oh. That was rude. That was rude.
Is it rude?
All right, now if
So
Jay-
450 is enough to kill Vicious's life points off here.
if Jaewong's been paying attention to my lessons, just go straight to battle phase and attack with the bug.
Reindeer bug?
Hey, man, GG's, bro. All right.
Oh,
That's
so
the second
scared.
time.
That's
gonna
it.
be it.
That's the
Vader
game.
Bug wins the game.
That's the second time with Man-Eater Bug.
Reindeer bug. Let's go.
It's the second time with Man-Eater Bug.
Excellent.
That was very tense.
These competitive
Yeah.
fighting game players are different.
They're built different. Yo, that game, you guys.
Crazy.
That game.
Whew.
I didn't expect it to get as intense as that.
I was being taught. You taught me don't put all the eggs in the basket. I'm just playing lame.
That was really great dueling.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Congratulations to Jaewong. He wins.
You
but,
are our first champion.
Thank you.
But I have to say, congratulations to you both for a game very well played.
Thank you guys for even having us, man. It's been a lot of fun. Like it's such a cool like full circle kind of journey.
Thank you. It's an honor, right? It's an honor playing with also Jeremy as well too.
Thanks for watching. This has been Deck Flexing. Stay tuned for next week where we'll have 2 new competitors compete in our next theme, anime decks.
That's right, and you guys can download Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel today. Available on consoles, Steam, and mobile. Play for free now.
See you next time.
welcome back to YCS Raleigh. We are just about to head here into our third round of Swiss. The VIPs have just entered into the fray. We're looking at over 1,700 players. Steven, are there any first impressions from these first couple of rounds?
So what's been really wild to me is we are seeing people show up with all these different decks and strategies, but as we just saw from last round, Snake Eye is still a great deck. That was a mirror match, but as we go on through the tournament, that's still going to be one of the decks to beat for sure.
Especially when you see it piloted like from players like Christian and Jose, who are really maximizing the efficiency of that deck.
Incredible. Seeing that Cerevis stop the Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Shield was just incredible. So the players are still evolving the deck too, and obviously that was a very new innovation there, since notice the rarity difference between the rest of the deck. That was clearly a new idea. Some good stuff.
Yeah, going into the weekend, everybody knew the Snake Eye cards themselves were really powerful, but they lost their go-to extra deck monsters, like, of course, Barone de Flor, Link Karibo. So that deck needed to adapt to this new situation, and they clearly found good extra deck strategy cards. We saw Omega, for example, featured in that previous round, something that it looks like a lot of players this weekend have elected to play.
Yeah, and Mega I was a little bit suspicious of. I know it's a weird way to say it, but it's different to take cards away from your opponent in advance than actually negating those things that this is the card that I want to stop. But as we've seen from the duels, honestly, it's turned out to be a really good play, and being able to use Bestial Dissipator to recycle that and get 2 cards instead of 1, all of a sudden, hey, Illusion Chimera is not the only thing that can hand loop.
Players had the option of playing those 2 cards previous, but they elected to do the Barone, sort of the more typical lines that we saw over the course of the last couple of months. But now the players have to adapt after the recent Forbidden and Limited list. Clearly, after seeing that previous round, this Omega-based Dispatter strategy is sufficient.
Absolutely, absolutely. So now that we're on round 3 here, it's going to be cool to see all the duelists out there. Again, we have 1,793 players. We have 464 undefeated duelists. And we're only in round 3, so there is plenty of action left to go here. And we've got 2 great duelists that'll be approaching the stage pretty soon.
Yes, you might recognize one of them. I know one of these players is a UDS champion who's brought probably one of my favorite decks of the format to the table
I don't want
today.
to spoil any surprises, too, but there's Mr. Aaron Furman himself. You might recognize him, somebody who is no stranger to the commentator desk. Favorite card is Max C, representing Sherwood Forest, California.
And he'll be up against Nicholas. Nicholas is from Orlando, Florida, and his favorite card is a throwback, Dark Paladin.
Also no stranger to the featured match stage, himself being one of the great judges from our judge program. So this is going to be great because you've got 2 great duelists who are comfortably being up here, playing interesting decks, just feeling themselves.
So if we look over some of the choices in Aaron's deck, one of the things the players typically don't elect to do that the viewers will notice very quickly is Aaron is not playing any monsters in his main deck.
Oh, that is a very blank deck list. We can see. You guys can't see it back home, but it is true that his version of the runic strategy is just spell cards as far as the eye can see, and a few traps.
Yeah, definitely spell trap cards as well. So we've seen runic strategies implemented with a variety of different cards. We've seen runic Sprite have success. We've seen runic Bestial with cards like Quem find success. We've seen runics with Naturias. Runics have been splashed into a lot of different strategies over the course of the last couple of years. What's interesting is you don't see runic-based deck-out strategies as much, but if you actually read the runic cards, they are inherently designed sort of in their own, if they're not being combined with something else, to potentially play towards a deck-out strategy. And it looks like that's something that Aaron has elected to bring to the table this weekend.
No, that's exactly right. Certainly what Runic can do as a side effect of banishing those cards from the deck, it allows you to accomplish the goal on the card, whether it's destroying a spell or trap, or maybe protecting your own monsters through Runic Slumber, but you're also taking away options from your opponent. But collectively, yes, all of those Runic spells really are meant to get your opponent to the deck-out stage. However, because they all have those different numbers of banishing, Aaron's going to have to watch when he gets down to the wire of how many numbers he does so we can get to that exact 0 to let Nicholas draw for turn. Well, not draw for turn and deck out.
And then in terms of Nicholas, it looks like Nicholas has brought to the table a interesting strategy himself. He has the voiceless cards, which we've seen featured previous events, but he's incorporated the branded strategy. I'm not sure if we've actually shown that at the feature match table between the recent YCSs, but we've seen a lot of players who have elected to go with the voiceless strategy incorporate branded fusion, because branded fusion obviously allows you to get access to Mirror Jade, one of the most powerful extra deck monsters in the format, but it's also a way of putting cards like Low into the graveyard, or Saphira into the graveyard, maybe Trias into the graveyard. There's a lot of different cards that you can send to the graveyard that happen to be light monsters and line up really well with that package. And it's also a deck that doesn't necessarily need to go into the extra deck, into non-fusions. Like, absolutely, Dynamondo is a powerful card, but it's not a necessity.
It's interesting, too, though, when you think about Voiceless Voice combining with Branded. Well, we're about to see when it gets combined into as we go into Game 1 of our Round 3 here at YCS Raleigh.
With this specific matchup, because Nicholas actually has a negation-based effect in Skull Guardian, Protector of the Voiceless Voice, Aaron really wants to play first so that he can establish some of his runic spells and traps, draw a bunch of cards, maybe set some of those powerful trap cards. Like I think I actually saw a copy of Skill Drain in his hand.
I think I also see a Time-Tearing Morganite. It's a card that so many duelists are just fascinated with because of the ability to get that extra draw, that extra normal summon, but you cannot use any monster effects from the hand. Obviously, that's not going to be a problem with Aaron not playing any monsters here. But he is going to go ahead and notate those mandatory effects, which of course you're allowed to do under the official tournament policy guidelines. So again, he is going to get to draw 2. Now, he doesn't get that investment now. That's for later. But next turn, he'll be drawing 2.
He also doesn't normal summon because he has
no monsters. Yeah, you're right. That really is just for the draw.
Now he's going to follow that up with a copy of Pot of Desires.
So a great looking set of sleeves, by the way, there too. Shades of Duelist Kingdom. Speaking of Duelist Kingdom, we all know spell cards love drawing too. Taking a look to see what he lost there. Certainly a lot of great spells, but that's the price you pay.
So with his specific strategy, the actual runic names, not typically that big of a deal, but if he banished both of the fountains, this might have been a pretty difficult game. I noticed he did banish one, but there is a runic fountain still in his deck, which he's going to search out here with Terraforming.
Certainly good that Aaron got to go first. This might be difficult in Game 2 if Nicholas does lose, because again, Voiceless Voice is really the last easy Omni-Negate in the format right now. I mean, certainly there's a lot of great boss monsters out there. No one's trying to pick on any particular deck, but Voiceless Voice's Skull Guardian being that beautiful 40/50, being protected by low and all the various spells and trap cards, but also just having the ability to say, hey, no. And that is a very powerful effect, but still, we're going to have to see what Aaron cooks up for Nicholas first. And it seems like it's just going to be setting 4 cards and calling it a turn.
In terms of how Aaron could play through Skull Guardian, historically Skill Drain, if you're able to activate it as Chainlink 3, is the best and most effective way. And the runic strategy, in theory, does have some spell or traps that could be negated by Skull Guardian that would then allow Aaron to chain Skill Drain.
Well, the skills can't be drained from the graveyard as we see Saphira discarded to go ahead and send a spell to the graveyard and grab a Voiceless Voice card. Taking a look at that branded card just to be excited about it, but now we're just going to shuffle that in, and there's the Skull Guardian, sort of monster of the moment.
In terms of the Voiceless Voice strategy, it's really important to prioritize getting Barrier of the Voiceless Voice onto the field against a runic-based strategy, because it shuts off a lot of the potential ways that Aaron could combat the Skull Guardian or other effects.
Well, you're right about the skill drain. We're paying 1,000 life points now to shut down any face-up effects here.
So this is one of the advantages of going first. Aaron's able to preemptively activate Skill Drain. That way, when the Skull Guardian touches down, although low is in the graveyard, he's unable to utilize that Skull Guardian to negate.
And Skull Guardian will be at that very awkward 2050, right? Those old school Yu-Gi-Oh! Monsters with fractions and not just pure hundreds. But it's true that really isn't doing much. They're big monsters, and they'll get some stuff done, but that's a lot of stuff to deal with, and I don't know that these attacks are going to be successful.
So it looked like Aaron had a copy of Synchro Zone set.
I definitely saw a Synchro Zone. For those unfamiliar, it is a popular new stun card. Not a new card for sure, but it prevents any monster from attacking except Synchro monsters. And yes, it's cool to see that gorgeous branded fusion slap down on the board and see Fallen of Albaz and another fusion material, but it's a fusion monster, so if that Synchro Zone gets flipped up, no attacks are going to happen here. So it looks like the other material is Jowgen, the Spiritualist. Those players really trying to lock each other out of strategies that they're not really playing, right? One saying no special summons and the other saying no effects, but the monsters are still big. They're just not synchros.
Interesting thing with Jowgen is you wouldn't think it lines up well against a deck with no monsters, but Jowgen locks your ability of going into the extra deck with your runic cards. So it could be a bit of a nuisance. Now, obviously, Aaron has cards like, for example, Freezing Curses that could negate the Jowgen, but it just adds a layer of potential inconvenience.
And there's the Synchro Zone. So unless there's a tuner monster hitting the field, this is going to be a drawn-out duel, unless Aaron just quickly decks out his opponent.
Nicholas does have access to Chaos Angel, a pretty common inclusion in some of these voiceless strategies, so he's not able to do that this turn because he used Branded Fusion, but if he ever could construct a game state where he's able to go into Chaos Angel, he is able to at least put a Synchro on the field, not that he'd be able to utilize the effect because Skill Drain is active.
Definitely a old school tale of which came first, the negation or the monster that negates, right? Skill Drain versus Jinzo. But now we're seeing some draws here from Aaron, and he did get into 2 trap cards, which aren't really necessarily going to help considering he has this very well-established board, but he's got to consider what it is he's going to set here.
Once this deck establishes this current game state, you're usually in pretty good shape. Your draws are probably just going to be a lot of trap cards or runic cards, and even filtering a runic card isn't necessarily the most necessary thing right now.
We'll take a look at the graveyard here on Nicholas's side. Going to go ahead and discard the Saphira, Queen of the Voiceless Voice. Searching the deck, obviously, it'd be great to put another monster on board, but you're not necessarily advancing the game state. And this is a reminder to duelists everywhere. We know that board breaker spells are great against monsters, but they're also great against spells and traps that leave you in this position. So please, don't leave your Lightning Storms at home.
The unfortunate thing for Lightning Storm is it doesn't necessarily always line up very well against Hugin.
True. Runic is very well equipped for jumping into the middle of things and saying, hey, I actually do not want to be destroyed. And of course, you can use those Runic things. Maybe this is the case for Feather Duster and Jaugen being the only way out here.
Another reason to consider cards like Cosmic Cyclone.
Cosmic Cyclone obviously finding popularity during the reign of Sinful Spoil Snake Eye. It's very nice to get rid of that field spell, especially the Fire King variant. Very powerful, but not seeing as much play this weekend, so maybe they're just locked in the side deck somewhere.
A lot of players were able to realize that with the IP Masquerena in the spell and trap zone, between having the field spell and actual Flameburge, if you didn't just shotgun the Flameburge effect, if your opponent went to Cosmic Cyclone when you were able to use the field spell, you could just chain Flameburge and put IP out of the spell and trap card zone into the monster zone anyway. So most players found a way around that.
Well, speaking of chaining, looks like we're going to be summoning out Munich of the Runic Wing. Excuse me, a little bit of a tongue twister there. And then revealing a bunch of cards off a Pot of Prosperity there.
So this is a potentially important card if Nicholas is able to navigate his way through this, which is that copy of Barrier that can shut down a pretty good collection of Aaron's counterplay.
Unless it is counterplayed itself, right? We're going to go ahead and destroy that card, or at least attempt to.
I will say it's a bit of an interesting choice to set that in the column of Skill Drain. Obviously, the destruction's just going to take care of it. But Nicholas is playing Infinite Impermanence, and although Aaron's not playing any main deck monsters, there are going to be possibilities where there's a monster in the extra monster zone, specifically a fusion monster. I would personally want to leave open those columns for a future Infinite Impermanence because it's going to be one of the only ways that he can potentially get through this field, because although he can only attack with Synchro monsters, if he's able to Infinite Impermanence in the column of Skill Drain, it might open the door to getting access to some extra deck monsters that allow him to push through this field.
Well, trying to push through the field, Runic Tip is activated. Again, those double draws are really helping Aaron from the Time-Tearing Morganite just be able to rip through the deck and get whatever it is that's needed. And it is going to be difficult, of course, to get through when you can't attack. And Aaron's gaining life points now every turn.
So one from top. Yeah. Resolution found. It's going to be important for Aaron to manage his resources in terms of, as you were commenting on earlier, ensuring that he's able to deck out Nicholas, because the 2 draws off of the Time Tearing is not optional. You're required to do it, so you yourself end up drawing cards quite rapidly.
It is true that you're on your own deck out timer, right? You can't just sit here and hope that 45 minutes go by. You really need to be hustling to get through all of these effects and be able to banish enough cards. Perfect order, too, to mathematically make Nicholas deck out. And looks like we're just going to be setting... Is that what I think it is? There is no way that is a Tyrant's Tirade.
It is. He's actually playing 3 copies of Tyrant's Tirade.
Oh my goodness. Students of Duel Academy will remember that card, but this is a throwback. If I recall correctly, that's tribute 2 monsters, and then what, no summons?
It's no effects.
No effects.
I'm somewhat curious as to the manner that he's putting 2 monsters on the field.
I would imagine that would be the token that Runics are able to generate.
Yes, okay.
And that's a really weird backward way to
Sleipnir.
do it. Yeah. It's just weird to see it. I had to double take. But yeah, tribute 2 monsters, effects, and effect monsters that activate in the hand or on the field cannot be activated. That is so cool to see. And so just a really thorough strategy here, making sure that Aaron just checkmates his opponent to deck out. It hasn't happened yet, but he certainly has a strong field that seems to indicate he's going to get there eventually. Did bring out a Synchro monster, though, so the Synchro Zone is no longer the thing that protects, but a Runic Slumber activated at the right time will definitely protect that monster and banish 3 cards.
So this is important. As Aaron is able to use the actual runic effects themselves, not to special summon, he's going to be able to quickly banish cards off the top of Nicholas's deck. And some other things to note just about Aaron's strategy. It has a single copy of Smiting Storm, which is one of the runic cards you don't typically see because it doesn't have a lot of utility outside of an actual deck out strategy. But he's going to be able to continuously get access to that runic Smiting Storm, which is going to banish cards from the top of Nicholas's deck up to the number of cards they control, which here it looks like they control 3 cards, and sometimes it could be up to even 4 cards if there are some of those continuous spells on the field or traps.
Well, the good news is, too, is that Smiting Storm is the magic key to that puzzle box that is trying to get that perfect deck out number of 0. So what does all that word soup mean? It means that it is optional when you use the effect of that Runic Smiting Storm to choose how many cards you banish. So if they have 4 cards, you could choose 3, you could choose 2, 1, which means the effect will always resolve and you get that perfect 0, so you can pass turn and let your opponent freeze over just like in Master Duel.
Put it back then, draw then, search? Yeah.
All right, looks like we are determining up. Lost a card there, but got right back in where it was supposed to. I'm going to go ahead and shuffle here.
Draw one more. Draw.
And here comes
I think they were just ensuring that Aaron actually drew his second card off of Time Tearing Morganite.
Certainly important. It's kind of hard after playing so many years of Yu-Gi-Oh! You only draw 1 card per turn, and then all of a sudden you're drawing 2. It's almost like a little soft nod to Rush rules. Speaking of draws, looks like we just picked up a Pot of Desires there. And I don't know that he has the cards to banish and draw 2 at this point.
Even if he did, there's no chance he's activating that.
Definitely feels like something you'd want to hold back on. Certainly a lot of tools, but without any way to consistently put up the Runic monster in its token, doesn't look like we're going to see that Tyrant's Tirade just yet.
No. The question here for Nicholas is he ever going to be able to get access to Radiance of the Voiceless Voice? Aaron needs to be wary of that and maybe preemptively activate Runic Destructions during the end phase. Oh, here we go. Here's our friend Chaos Angel.
So using Runic Slumber again, not only to protect the Munich of the Runic, but also banish another 3 cards. So we're going to draw 1, and that's going to be the recycle from the field spell. Then afterwards, gaining life points and drawing 2.
Yeah, so that Chaos Angel just attacking into the Slumber every turn is quite interesting to watch.
And if that Runic Slumber, wow, and there it is, could be recycled properly, you really can just protect it. And yeah, grabbing right into the Runic Slumber, basically keeping the loop. Very interesting that even with Synchro Zone being penetrated by the Chaos Angel, the defenses are impregnable. I mean, you literally still have that Runic Slumber to just protect your monster, banish 3, send it back to the deck, draw a card, and continue from there.
With this type of strategy, Aaron is just trying to ensure that he's covered the bases for all of his lose conditions.
And that is very important. This is, to a degree, the way the field's set up, it's Aaron's duel to lose. If he loses track of this very careful strategy that he's put together, it is going to be problematic. But obviously the Chaos Angel went in, and here goes the Runic Slumber back to the bottom of the deck. Gaining more life points and drawing more cards. What an insane setup.
Looks like Nicholas is counting the cards at the top of his deck. Doesn't look like he has too many.
Was that 6, I think I counted? And with 3 cards on the field, that Runic Tip brings it down to 5. Hey, if my math's right, it might be wrong.
Aaron's only down to about that many too, but I think he'll be okay. He's just going to be able to eventually activate Smiting Storm. But when you start to activate the Runic cards that destroy numerous, or banish off the top, rather, not destroy, but banish off the top in larger chunks, it ends up being okay.
It looks like we're getting down to the wire here with 3 more cards off the top, and we know he's got the Smiting Storm. It looks like there's 4 cards left. I missed a spot. Activating Pot of Duality just to flip through another Runic Slumber. And that's exactly what we're taking here.
I heard, actually, I think it was last weekend or the weekend before, that Aaron was able to pilot this strategy into the top 8 of a regional, I believe in California. So he is no stranger to this Runic-based deck-out strategy. He's been practicing it in the weeks leading up to this event.
Representing his roots well, certainly, but it's just wild to see it. You know, this is the type of deck that usually doesn't pop up except maybe online and so on. But again, this is really getting it done. Now, that Nemesis Corridor, though, that was just drawn, honestly may not be the worst thing here, but that seems like we're just backing it up.
It's interesting to see Nemesis Corridor incorporated into a voiceless voice strategy. That's a card that obviously a lot of people were talking about in combination with Nemesis Flag in order to search out Protos or special summon Colossus from the extra deck. However, seeing it in a voiceless voice strategy is not something that I was anticipating this weekend.
The problem is here, if it is for the Thunder Dragon Colossus, it may be difficult because Runic draws all the time. It's not searching those cards except by Runic Tip and a few others, so it may not really feel that hindered by it.
Well, it has the Hugin, so it depends how early it hits the field.
But here comes the past turn. There's no cards to draw, so that is a game win by deck out. We got to see Exodia a few YCSs ago. It is really cool to see alternate win strategies at this level of play.
And that's also a really important game just for compiling information. Aaron learned that Nicholas is in fact playing a copy of Chaos Angel. So by knowing that, although Synchro Zone was really powerful that particular game, Aaron needed to back it up with constant activations of Runic Slumber. So going into this game, he has that new information pertaining to how he needs to strategize with Synchro Zone. Not every strategy this weekend has a Synchro monster in their extra deck. Nicholas does in fact have one that's actually quite easy for him to have access to.
Well, it also means that Aaron might decide to just get rid of any monsters he sees that are part of the Chaos Angel formula, right? Doesn't have to always have a tuner, just needs to be a light and a dark monster to get those beneficial effects on the field. So if he happens to see that, we might see him shotgun effectively one of those cards to destroy it, just banish those monsters off the top of the deck and hope that you have gotten rid of the ability to make Chaos Angel to begin with.
I think he might side in Grave of the Super Ancient Organism as opposed to having a card like Tyrant's Tirade. Tirade is much better going first, whereas a card like Grave is okay going second because assuming your opponent can't destroy it or use any effect, you might be able to utilize it a little bit more effectively by chaining it or baiting something out and then chaining it as Chainlink 3.
Aaron certainly showing off with the sleeves. When we come back, you'll see that he's got some Duel Academy deck dividers there. But again, like we mentioned, as you see, both duelists are very comfortable up here, just going through the motions of side decking and making sure that they're prepared for the next duel. Because they've been here before. They'll be here again probably in their dueling career. So now they just have to just focus on the game and play it like they did in practice.
So it looks like Aaron has in fact sided in, as I mentioned before, Grave of the Super Ancient Organism. He had some interesting cards in his extra deck that are all designed to deal with time, which can sometimes be an issue with a specific strategy. He had 3 copies of Emergency Provisions and 3 copies of Dogwood.
Certainly nothing wrong with increasing your life points in this game because, again, if you're going to be here for the long haul, you want to make sure that if they break through that barrier, if they get through Synchro Zone, you don't just lose right out. So you would still have an opportunity to deck your opponent out even if there was 45 minutes left on the clock.
So it'll be a lot different here. Nicholas is going to be able to go first. As we mentioned there in the previous game, Jaugen actually does line up pretty decently. Thunder Dragon Colossus can be pretty good if Aaron relies on using Hugin. Obviously, we commented on Skull Guardian itself being an inherent negate, so there's actually quite a lot of pieces that Nicholas has in his main deck. He unfortunately just had to go second. And then if you look at his side deck, he has plenty of cards that line up really well. He has multiple copies of Solemn Judgment. He has multiple Spell and Trap card destruction or banish effects with Cosmic Cyclone, even evenly matched. Harpy's Feather Duster. Anti-Spell Fragrance has historically been pretty good against Runic, so when you look over the entirety of Nicholas's side deck, he has a lot of cards that I think line up effectively against all versions of Runic, not just this Runic deck-out variant.
Well, I think you actually brought up a good point because when you think about it, every one of our duels so far has shown the impact of the Forbidden Unlimited list, right? At first, we were saying how powerful Sword Soul is, and then we got to see how good Snake Eye still is as well. But in this duel, it'll be interesting if he did put the Anti-Spell Fragrance into the main deck. Is it enough to just have the one copy out there, or it's just the heart of the cards, right? You're just hoping to draw it. So this shows maybe this is the best time to play Runic, especially the way that Aaron is, because there's just so few cards out there that say no to spell cards.
Yeah, one less copy of Anti-Spell Fragrance, obviously much, much more beneficial for strategies like Runic than potentially some others.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. I can't imagine Nicholas would go second there, but I guess it's time to find out as we enter Game 2 of our Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Between Skull Guardian and Jaugen and all of the other various points of interaction we commented on, even a card like Radiance is important to note because Nicholas has an in-engine way of destroying cards on the field. There's no way he's going to go second.
And it seems like you're absolutely right as he opens this turn up with Branded Fusion. Guess taking a look to see if he's locked into special summoning monsters, period, or just from the extra deck, I guess to see if he could still ritual summon out.
So we have a Fallen of Albaz, and it'll be interesting to see what his second card is. This particular strategy has a lot of interesting options. Looks like it's going to be, could be Low, it could be Jaugen, it could be Saphira.
Definitely thinking about that, but you got to give a fusion friend somewhere. I'm taking a look quickly at the extra deck for those options. Obviously, the Sanctifier Dragon is great, but it may not necessarily be what we need here. Taking a quick peek over at Mirror Jade, it looks just barely can see the quarter there. But now we're going back in the deck. We figured out our material, and it is. You can type your guesses in the chat now. And if you guessed...
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
Trias Hierarchia.
Was not expecting that one. Certainly a great combo card in this deck. And good to get it to the graveyard because it doesn't really have a whole lot that you want it to just draw it for. But
it's a card that's usually sent to the graveyard with Diviner of the Herald. So it's a little bit interesting for it to be sent to the graveyard that way.
Well, sometimes you got to just duel with the hand you have, not with the hand you wish you had. But obviously, you can do quite a bit of sculpting of your field here. So we see Albion go ahead and banish itself and the Fallen of Albaz to make a new fusion, Mirror Jade.
Into the graveyard. Okay, cover this. Is this any card?
Setting just a card there. I see an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring in the hand, possibly a Seravis.
The problem with Mirror Jade is Aaron doesn't play any monsters, so...
It's not doing a whole lot. It's a big monster. But we saw plenty of big monsters, and unless they are synchros, we shall see. It looks like we're starting with that Runic Tip being stopped by Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
It's difficult to know what exactly you should be using Ash Blossom on in this particular matchup, because this Runic deck has more Runic spell or traps than any of the other versions that have previously been playable. This one's playing cards, like I mentioned before, Smiting Storm, Golden Droplet. Those are cards that you typically don't see in most Runic strategies. The kind of magic number in Runics has always been between like 14 and 16. This deck just maximizes virtually every single one of them. So it's interesting. Do you use Ash Blossom on Runic Tip, or do you try and do it on a Fountain? Because there's going to be a reasonable chance that Aaron has access to Fountain, but it actually doesn't look like that's necessarily the case. So the key part here, though, is if Aaron's trap cards can protect him and he starts to get those double draws off of the Time Terran Morgonaut, we'll see very similar to the previous game. He's just going to pull so far ahead.
Well, after activating Morganite and setting 4, Aaron passed his turn. Looks like Nicholas is going to go ahead and start off with Pot of Prosperity, picking out the 6 there to banish, and then revealing some options from the extra deck. This will be our chance to see if Nicholas crammed in all the options he needed to get out of the situation. Or any situation that might be going on face down. Very tough decision here. Obviously still loves all those cards in the extra deck. And it is difficult because you would be removing things like branded fusion targets, etc. But it looks like he was able to make a decision. So we're looking at Low, as well as the Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon, a Harpy's Feather Duster, which is huge, a Collector Rare Cosmic Cyclone in the nick of time, as well as Radiance, the Voiceless Voice, and Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. So many great options against this deck, unfortunately crammed together. You almost want to space it out when you use the effect of Pot of Prosperity to stack these cards on the bottom of the deck, just to make sure that you get a nice opportunity to get those cards.
I like how he thought for a second. I really need Low because it's the engine my hand needs, but who am I kidding? Harpy's Feather Duster?
And so here we go. It's Feather Duster time. Taking a look at the extra deck, probably going to be bringing out the Hugin in order to do the surprise effect, because it is a continuous effect that's applying to banish it, or excuse me, get rid of it instead of getting rid of all your other cards. But looks like we're going to do Runic Slumber as Chant Link 1 or 2. And that's all she wrote.
Plug in effect, protect.
So Hugin will banish itself to protect the remaining 3 cards there.
If he chained Mirror Jade, would his Mirror Jade resolve chain link 3 because it doesn't target banish the Hugin, and then the Harpy's Feather Duster resolves?
Ooh, let me take a look at the text of Mirror Jade just to see.
Mirror Jade doesn't target.
It does not target. Want to make sure that'd be an option. That'd be a fun option to use there, and maybe a missed opportunity there again. Sending a fusion monster, banish a monster on the field, and that card cannot use the effect next turn. That actually would be something that could have been done in order to keep the Hugin from being able to use its effect to protect. So something to learn for next time. Definitely a lesson learned.
He had a Solemn Judgment. He also could just use Solemn Judgment on the Runic Quick Play. We have to assume that Nicholas doesn't know, though, that Aaron is not actually playing any of the Solemn cards in his own strategy. Would you play a deck that has 0 monsters, 40 spells of traps, that has a deck out strategy, you would presume that there are cards like Solemn in Aaron's deck, but there are no Solemns. So the Solemn Judgment on that Runic Quick Play would have also had a very similar effect, where the Harpy's Feather Duster would have been able to resolve. But honestly, if what we just commented on was true, that Mirror Jade play probably would have been a little bit better, because he could have kept that Solemn Judgment.
Certainly would have been nice, but right now players just seem like they're going back and forth over the text of Mirror Jade before flipping another Runic card and possibly special summoning here as Aaron clutches his extra deck quite closely.
Special.
Not every day we get to see some Runic Fangs hit the field.
This one looks like freaky.
Entering battle good?
What?
Entering battle's okay still?
Let's all attack that version.
It is. So again, allowing you to have another way to banish cards off the top of the deck, sort of interesting there, and almost incentivizes Mirror Jade to try to do something. But Aaron is running out of cards. Last duel, he had the very powerful Runic Fountain Field spell. This one, not so much, but it does look like he's flipping up Skill Drain in the nick of time.
So that makes sense. So this way he can add a Quick Play back from his graveyard. Knowing that he had Skill Drain, he could just use the Skill Drain on the Mirror Jade. Going back to what I commented on earlier, Skill Drain on Mirror Jade could have complicated that play.
Oh, you're right. Even though it would have been the right call to use the Mirror Jade's effect to stop the Hugin, it wouldn't have done anything because of the Skill Drain being there. But at the same time, then the Skill Drain's resolved and the Hugin's not able to use its effect. So it's a little bit of just like there's no way to get out of the box for both players.
But here we see Runic Tip, probably one of Aaron's best draws. Now he's able to activate his Runic Fountain, and if he has another Runic card in hand, that could really be game-breaking. I see another copy of what's either a Skill Drain or Rivalry. Okay, he's choosing to set 2, so he might not necessarily have another Runic card. But it looks like Nicholas just drew another Ritual. I'm really curious if on that opening turn, going all the way back to that Branded Fusion, that Nicholas may have been better suited sending Saphira to the graveyard. It would give him a potential avenue to go into a Ritual Summon.
To search.
Well, we'll have to pause that thought for now as Aaron brings another Runic Tip.
So he did draw 2 Quick Plays. They happen to just be the same one.
And grabbing the Runic Slumber and losing another Ash Blossom of Joyous Spring, which does hurt because that might be the one thing that really they can interact about, right? Just those adding of the cards from the deck to the hands. Like we're recycling Slumber, Tip, and one more.
I think it was Flashing Fire.
I think so. The light caught it just such a way. Some shiny cards.
Freezing Curses to special.
And it looks like a copy of Freezing Curses that's going to be used to special summon.
Funny, too, that most of the Runic cards this time are being used to special summon and are not being used for their other effects.
This is a really cool interaction that you really only see in this particular version of Runic, which is using Freki to just constantly block attacks and then allowing you to add a Quick Play back from the graveyard. Freki really isn't strong enough to play in most of the Runic strategies that we've seen over the last couple of years, but in this specific strategy, it's actually not too bad.
Yeah, it gives you more bounce to the outs as you continue to deflect your opponent's attacks. But now we're using Runic Tip to grab one more. Nicholas being a great sport, pulling that card off the top of the deck, just ready to banish it whenever we finish resolving here. And we're going to grab another Runic Slumber. Losing a Saphira is pretty painful, by the way.
I think I saw that Aaron drew a copy of Synchro Zone, so we might get back to a very similar game state to what we saw in the last game. Ooh, and a barrier, 2 barriers. Those, again, like we commented on, are pretty big.
And the pre-preparation of the rights, even though there was a Skill Drain, still would have helped too. But again, with that Synchro Zone possibly being flipped up. Oh, and wow, there's the Grave of the Ancient Organism drawn as well. It's going to be kind of an uphill battle for Nicholas here, unfortunately, because there's just so many great cards. But one Feather Duster and maybe a good use of these cards, and maybe you can get out.
Yeah, with Feather Duster gone and cards like Cosmic Cyclone, only able to destroy one card at a time, might be tough for Nicholas. Nicholas is in a situation against a deck like this where his best avenue to win is actually to draw as many Cosmic Cyclones as possible, and his last single copy of Solemn Judgment, because he only has 2 in his side deck, and then all in one turn activate Cosmic Cyclones and Solemn Judgments in such a way that you actually can destroy all the spell and trap cards, and then try and attack for game. One of the mistakes that you sometimes see players make is they draw Cosmic Cyclone to activate it, but then that allows Aaron or anyone playing a strategy like this just to set another continuous trap, because one single Cosmic Cyclone is not usually enough. So with this particular strategy, what you want to do is compile your Harpy's Feather Duster, your Solemn Judgment, your Cosmic Cyclones, and activate all of them on one turn. I used to refer to it as overloading the spell and trap card zone. Back in the day when you used to play against the Mystic Mind-based strategies,
I
they could
definitely was
only
a Mystic
have...
Miner, so wow, I remember those days.
But a lot of players would just draw Cosmic Cyclone, activate it, get hit with Solemn, and then the Mystic Mind player would set one of their other Solemns or Dark Bribes. But if you just held on to all of them in one turn, and you played 3 Cosmic Cyclones in one turn, you could actually overload the back row.
Making a carefully prepared plan instead of a desperation move.
Exactly.
Well, there's no desperation here, though, because, again, Branded Fusion just got banished off of the Runic Tip, searching out the Runic Slumber, and we are very much getting into the same loop here of just keeping those cards back in the deck, allowing you to defend yourself, protect your life points, and slowly but surely deck your opponent out. This will be crazy to see Aaron's continued run of the tournament if he's able to deck out every opponent in a row.
Draw 2 for turn.
The problem, obviously, with what I just commented on is Nicholas is losing some of those cards off the top of his deck every turn, so there's only so long that he can do that to hopefully draw his last copy of Solemn Judgment and Spell and Trap card destruction. But that is really his only realistic way of winning the game. And even if it's a slim chance, you do need to play to your win. You need to play to your outs. And his out right now is to just draw a Cosmic, draw Solemn Judgment, draw another Cosmic, and do it all in one turn.
We'll see if he decides to pool his resources. But for now, Aaron is struggling to decide which card from his hand he's going to activate. Feels like we've decided upon... Nope. Maybe that one. Now we've got the Runic Slumber protecting the Mirror Jade and then banishing some great monsters from the Herald of the Diviner to the Saphira to Low Prayer of the Voiceless Voice. And now the Runic Tip will do the same here. Take one off the top and grab another Runic Slumber and lose another Low.
It might have been interesting also just watching the way that this game is unfolded, where if Nicholas just passed and never put Mirror Jade on the field, he would have shut down some of the runic cards that Aaron has access to.
It's true that you would have had to at least eat one of those runic spells in order to put a monster of your own on the field to continue to use Runic Slumber to protect it and cause banishing off the top of Nicholas's deck. But maybe he thought the Mirror Jade was the right answer, and maybe he was thinking about Hugin, but with the skill drain on the field, doesn't do a whole lot. And interesting, do I see Artifact Lancia?
Another thing to note is Mirror Jade is a cost. He could be sending... I don't know how many Albions he's playing per se. I think he actually used his single copy of Albion, which would kind of negate what I'm about to say. But in theory, if you were playing a more committed branded strategy and you had multiple copies of Albion, you could actually still be activating Mirror Jade because it's a cost.
I definitely play a lot of two-part decks, but I see what you mean where, yes, you get both of the toolkits, but not nearly as much of one or the other.
But in doing so, he would be able to set branded cards and at least slim his deck of draws that aren't desirable. Branded Fusion right now is not a desirable draw, but if you can filter it out of your deck, you theoretically could increase the likelihood of drawing cards like Cosmic Cyclone, but for this particular case, that's not viable. Nicholas is only playing one single copy of Albion. But just word to the wise out there, anybody that plays against decks with skill drain, you do want to try and maximize your likelihood of drawing Spell and Trap card destruction when you're staring it down.
Just anything you could do. Thin the deck down, draw the cards, whatever it takes, because in the alternative, it is going to be a little painful here. Runic Golden Droplets, of course. Yeah, you get to draw a card, but technically a -5 from the overall health of the deck when it comes to decking out.
Yeah, we're not calculating life points right now. We're calculating deck damage.
Deck out is certainly a viable strategy. You know, there were certainly older decks at the beginning of Yu-Gi-Oh! Things called Empty Jar. I probably sent flashbacks to so many people who played against Morphin Jar number 2 and 1 and Book of Taiyu. But it is cool to see these alternate win conditions. They're not a joke. They're not, you know, just a gimmick. This is a very viable strategy to deck your opponent out. And I think Nicholas is down to 5 cards, I counted.
I actually saw Paul Cooper earlier today. He said hi, so Paul Empty Jar Cooper. Something to note about that particular deck over the course of Yu-Gi-Oh's history is that deck, generally speaking, if all things went well, would deck you out on one single turn. This strategy, at least, you get to see it kind of drawn out. I think it's a little bit more counterplay. There wasn't a lot of counterplay to the original, whether it was Cyber Jar, Morphin Jar based, empty jar
you just
strategies.
sat there and you got your deck decked out. But here you're right, it's a lot more of a give and take and a back and forth, and so there's a lot of chances for Nicholas to get back in this duel, but some of that depends on deck construction, and if you don't have those in archetype or just main deck spell and trap removal, you kind of run into trouble here.
There's our 1 day of peace.
Oh, that's the perfect number. That's it.
And once Aaron passes the turn, we will see our second deck out in a row.
That is just incredible. There's the handshake, and again, I don't think I remember seeing a deck out at the YCS level, maybe ever. That might be the first time we've really seen the Runic strategy work that way.
With Runic specifically, absolutely. Obviously, throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history, we've seen deck-out-based strategies. I think whenever we've actually seen Runic-based strategies deck out people in the feature match area, it was almost by accident. You know, their main strategy happened not to go well, but the Runic effects just, over the course of an entire game, really added up, and the deck out suddenly became a plan B.
Well, Aaron keeping his cool, even though he won. Not even just a change in his demeanor, just another day, another duel, and off to the next one.
Yeah, deck out is not his plan B this weekend, that's for sure. This is his plan A.
Which is incredible, too, because it shows you there are so many alternate win conditions, and they are making their way to the top table. So, again, we saw Exodia last year. We're seeing deck out this year. How long before somebody achieves Destiny board? Be interesting to see maybe Venoma Naga, right? But jokes aside, it's just really cool to see some great games.
There's a lot of cards in Aaron's deck that are throwbacks. Cards like Cursed Seal in the side deck, one of my absolute favorite cards of all time. So it's a strategy that really requires you to dig into a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh's history and past to pull out cards that are necessary for the strategy.
Well, certainly we've talked all weekend about what is your legacy going to be, but really Aaron's legacy is just, you're never going to be able to take that away from that duelist. It is an incredible Runic performance there. And here's the good news. In a moment, we'll get to talk to Aaron all about what it feels like to be back up on that stage and just, I'm not going to summon any monsters in a game colloquially called as duel monsters. We're just going to play spells and traps. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
So basically, like, don't even leave anything on board. Just kind of just let it ride.
Anymore.
Okay.
And we're back here. What an incredible duel. I'm not trying to be like too excited, but you do not see 40 card decks here that are just no monsters. So I gotta say though, first, you have been to this stage before. They recognize you. We've been seeing hearts from the crowd. Does it still feel any different to be up here as a duelist?
Honestly, I still get nervous every time I get a feature match, especially with a deck like this, which is not really the norm for the format right now. I wanted to really do well with it.
Well, you did a great job. We really loved seeing just the recycling of the Runic Slumber. I was so hyped to see things like Tyrant's Tirade and all these obscure cards. What is it that made you just look at the deck box and say, this is it, this is what I'm coming to the tournament with?
Well, I really didn't want to play the fire variant deck, so last week at the Los Angeles Regional, I tried this deck out, which I just kind of copied from the person who got second at the YCS before, and then I played throughout the tournament. I was like, oh, this is really good, but I can improve on it. So I personally feel like I improved on it. Someone else got top 16 at last YCS, so I took some notes from his deck as well, and I think it's like starting to actually get there to where it's a very consistent and scary deck, especially for all the people who want to play like these combo based decks.
Makes sense. Now, Runic is already kind of a weird deck to play, and your variant is certainly difficult. Is there any deck that you just don't want to run into? Like maybe something running a bunch of synchros or something?
Honestly, the one deck I probably wouldn't want to play against is Generator. I played one at the Los Angeles Regional. They have an Exceed monster that can tribute itself to take 2 of my cards on my field and use them as materials. So last week he took my Skill Drain, took my Runic Fountain, and that's just like nothing I could really do about it. But I upgraded my deck this week to play Tyrant's Tirade. Hopefully like that will stop that problem.
Well, hopefully we get to see it. Good luck, right? 3 rounds down, only a few to go. We're going to go ahead and send it down to Joe back at our desk.
Thanks, Steven. It's really great to hear a player go back, look over their deck list, identify issues they had in a previous tournament, refine it, and now show up here at the YCS stage, going 3-0 over the course of these opening 3 rounds. You know, we've seen these runic strategies over the course of the last year or so, and seeing this variation with the deck out incorporated into it as a feature as opposed to a plan B, it's really something I'm looking forward to seeing for the remainder of the weekend. But with that being said, we're going to take a look at another game mat that can be won at some upcoming events. This is a game mat that features the Silent Magician and Silent Swordsman. This is the game mat for the 25th Anniversary Rarity Collection 2 release event. These events are taking place between May 22nd and June 2nd at participating OTS in North and Latin America. Release celebration events are hosted at OTS and allow duelists to participate in a sanctioned tournament starting on the release date for a chance to win one of these beautiful game mats, and a second game mat will be randomly distributed as a door prize at each participating OTS. I know I am personally looking forward to Rarity Collection 2. The first Rarity Collection had a ton of very exciting cards with all of those upgraded rarities. I have no idea what's in the upcoming Rarity Collection 2, so just like you at home, I cannot wait to get into May to see some of the new cards that will be upgraded in some of those beautiful quarter-century rares. But with that being said, we're going to wrap up here round 3. Stay tuned for our round 4 feature match.
Welcome to the next episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Deck Flexing, the show where we put 2 competitors to the test in the ultimate duel.
But there's a twist. Each week we have a themed deck that our competitors must build for the duel. Competitors will duel in 2 rounds. The first round for practice as I hands-on coach one of them and Alec coaches the other. And then we let them duel it out and crown this week's Master Duelist. And along the way, we'll also get to see who the better coach is, right, Alec?
It's gonna be me.
All right, let's get into it.
For this week's episode theme, we are very excited to throw it back with anime decks.
As the dawn sets, the dusk rises. Suddenly, in the air, lights. A D, it's Doppio drop site. Let it be known, Niji Sanji Ian's Duke of Dueling, Doppio has arrived. The D stands for Doppio and Duel Monsters and Destiny.
Destiny has arrived, just as I have.
And his opponent, from Niji Sanji Ien's second wave, Obsidia, the Rose Maiden herself, Rosemi Lovelock!
Woo! I will take down Doppio, and that's all that matters.
I am here to take my crown as the ultimate duelist.
Villain.
I'm no villain. I'm the main character. I'm the protagonist. Yes.
It's okay, we got this, and we will take down Doppio.
Boo.
Alright, we got... See, I told you he's a villain!
Boo.
Doppio, I have a question for you. What's your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh anime, and why?
My favorite Yu-Gi-Oh anime is easily gonna be GX. Jaden Yuki is the coolest. That's exactly how I want to be when I show you my cool moves later today.
And Rosemi, same question. What's your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh anime and why?
Yeah, so actually, I've only seen the first season, so I guess I would have to go with that. I only got into playing Yu-Gi-Oh a bit more recently.
So for you, Doppio, any favorite cards from the anime? Any specifics?
Regular Karibo is adorable. And it's so
Agreed.
satisfying to see something so cute take down something so dark and menacing. And I'm gonna show you that I, who is the cutest, can take down someone as evil and menacing like Rosamund.
And Rosemi, same question.
I'm just gonna ignore what Doppio just said. I absolutely love Time Wizard. I think it's so funny when you get like the right roll in Time Wizard. I love it so much.
Alright, so now you know our two competitors, our two duelists. I'll be partnering with Doppio to teach him how to play his deck, and Alec.
We'll be partnering with Rosemi.
Alright, it's time to split up, coach our two competitors, and then get into a practice duel.
You're going down, Rosemi. As soon as I practice,
you're
they're
going
going
down.
down.
You're going
No way. No way.
Alright guys, so I'm with Doppio, and we're going to take a look at the deck he's playing. It looks like it's going to be Elemental Heroes and Neospatian.
We got this, okay. Alright.
Alright, so Elemental Hero Neos is pretty much the crux of this entire deck.
Nice.
The different Neospatian monsters have these like individual effects. They're not super useful, but they can come up. Air Hummingbird, for instance, can give you life points for all the cards in your opponent's hand. Crosskeeper. You get to send it from the hand or field to the grave, and you can summon an Elemental Hero monster or a Neospatian from your hand or graveyard. Now, even though its effects are negated, that doesn't really matter too much because you're usually going to be using that to do your fusion summon.
You know, Paul, we've been talking about and like alluding to these fusions.
Yeah, we gotta take a look at these fusions. Elemental Hero Absolute Zero, it just takes a hero monster and a water monster like maybe Bubble Man. Not necessarily gonna come up a lot. This is like the win more. This is the overkill card. It can basically turn into any of your other cards. So it's kind of a neat way to reuse their effects. But I think that this one might be a little bit more trouble than it's worth to summon because like 5 monsters, sheesh.
I feel it, Paul. I feel it. I'm ready to get my game on.
Alright guys, I just sat down with Rosemi and we're gonna look through this deck and we're gonna see what we can do.
I'm excited for it.
This is a Stardust Synchron deck list. Stardust controls your opponent by negating their effects, and typically your Stardust monsters leave the field when they do that, but they come back during your end phase, so it's a recurring negation that you can get. Stardust Dragon does that. The bigger Stardust monsters do it, and we also have a lot of low-level monsters that support all of this. Converging Wills, its effect activates when you draw it. You can special summon.
Right.
We're gonna need a lot of these low-level monsters because making level 8 is easy, but making 10 and 11 and 12, that's hard. We do have one monster in the deck that I think makes us a bit easier. Metal Marcher. This guy is very fun and easy to use. It can special summon a tuner from your graveyard. It's still really good for just extending your plays. If we can make this,
it's just getting there.
We just gotta figure out a way to summon them. So we're gonna play this like jazz, you know? This could be an extremely combo intensive masterpiece or a very slow and methodical game.
I'm sure it'll work out.
Alright, cool. Let's jump into it.
Rosemi's really good at Yu-Gi-Oh! Paul. I'm telling you, it's gonna be really, really, really satisfying when I win.
He doesn't even know what I'm planning. What cool.
So I'm just gonna choose to grab Elemental Hero Blaze Man. I'm not gonna do anything else but set a polymerization down on the field. Maybe this will throw her off a little bit.
Let's see what we get.
Oh my god! Okay, this is fine. This is fine. We can work with this.
So Junk Synchron's back to the field, and that means they can actually make Stardust Dragon right now. I'm not sure if they will.
Yeah,
No.
Ooh, instead of Stardust Dragon, they went with Crystal Wing. Crystal Wing's brutal.
I love this card.
I'm just gonna swing.
Ouch. Paul, that hurt.
Crystal Wings.
Oh, we got Crystal Wings Synchro Dragon. This is a cool monster.
I know that Crystal Wing Synchro's effect is that it's going to negate. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to bait that negation by summoning out Blaze Man first.
I think the number one thing you want to negate are his fusion monsters. And, you know, he's going to make one. Like, we kind of can't stop that.
Let him think he's safe.
I'm gonna try again with that bait.
Yeah, let's
with
try it.
Polymerization, yeah.
Then he probably knows what he's going for.
Or not. When I play heroes, I just play polymerization, so Master will tell me what my options are.
Let's hope that that's what he's doing.
So now what I'm gonna do is use Brave Neos to attack Stardust, Charge Warrior.
Good idea.
And now I'm gonna use this effect, which hopefully she tries to negate.
You can add a spell or a trap.
I don't know if we want to let him do that.
I'm on the edge of my seat. Yes, yes, it worked.
So, Crystal, okay, that's perfect. So now Crystal Wing is used.
Okay.
Its ability.
If it was bait, it was really good bait.
And now we use Neos Fusion.
Ooh, Neos Fusion. So it was bait.
And bada bing.
Bada bing! Bada boom! Say goodbye! Yes!
Yes, we get to return him to the extra deck.
He doesn't have a lot right now. He doesn't. Oh, he's got cross keys. That's right. He can discard that to special summon a Neos monster.
Stratos, perhaps?
Stratos? I feel like Stratos makes the most sense.
Then we can get another card. Arriving Light's done its. Oh wait, the effect is negated. We forgot.
Crosskeeper negates the effect of the monster that he summons, so the Stratos gets nothing.
We can change its attribute to water. So send Bubble Man, and now it's a water monster. So now we can use polymerization.
Ah, it was just polymerization the whole time.
Yeah, it was a bait, a bluff.
You are absolute zero.
Yep. So now we're gonna get draw 2.
Ooh, that's a very annoying monster.
Crosskeeper's so much fun.
All right, the tides have turned in our favor.
Yeah, this is a lot more back and forth than I expected.
I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh gets so much fun when we can dissect what our opponent is thinking.
Oh my god.
Yeah, let's increase the level. Definitely increase the level.
Okay.
2 different effects happening.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
3 different effects. Oh, this gets a little dicey.
Oh no, mistake.
The plays though. Look at us though.
I know, we were playing. But I think we played our...
We played too much. Just get something, get something.
We played ourselves! It's a card,
4.
And they're drawing a card too.
And then I guess they weren't able to make a synchro monster.
We're trying.
Let's see what kind of fun we can do.
He sent Necro Guard now, so he's making Brave Neos.
He's like Neos, but brave.
Listen, we were going somewhere.
Oh, Honest Neos is in the deck.
They left their double tokens in attack, Paul. It's over.
Can't believe our real enemy was the timer.
So that's 21.
So they're closing this one out.
It's over! It's over! It's
Honest Neos. Yeah, we can give it to ourselves.
Oh, 5,500.
Enough damage to win the game. Nice.
He did all right, but we learned the most. We had
can
something.
take pride in knowing that we lost to ourselves.
I'm feeling pretty confident, Paul.
Well, I leave the duel in your hands. All right, so the duel begins.
I'll be here to record your downfall, Rosalie.
Sounding so evil, Doppio. Okay, are you ready? Let's go.
Well, let's see what is the first summon Rosalie will make.
That is the question.
Take all the time in the world to think, Rosalie.
I'm trying not to think
Take
out
all the
loud
time.
because I don't want you to know my strategy.
Bring on all the stomps. It's not gonna be enough to beat me.
You know what, Doppio? Take this.
It's gonna be Quillbolt Hedgehog.
What a cute monster.
Yeah, he's pretty cute, right? Aha!
Oh, she ends her turn.
That's it. You just summoned a cute monster and called it a day.
But he's so cute.
You know what? Fine. I also summon a cute monster.
That's not as cute as mine.
Hummingbird has the same attack as Quillbolt.
Yeah, but let me show you what else is cute. His effect allows me to get 2,000 attack and 2,000 life points. Take that for cuteness.
I've never seen Hummingbird get that much.
Now say goodbye.
Okay,
I see. But I'm feeling a cold chill of your defeat coming.
Jump Warrior hits the field.
But what are you going to do with him?
Well, I'm just gonna slap you with him. Take this,
What?
Doppio.
All the life
that
points
help
that
that you that you got from your cute guy.
Doppio's down to less than what he started with now.
I'm getting really upset.
Uh-oh, he's getting
I'm gonna
upset.
show you a really cool combo. First, I summon Elemental Hero Blaze Man. Is it getting hot in here? Or is it just me starting up the cooking oven? I use this effect, which allows me to get a polymerization.
Uh-oh. He's cooking.
Neos Fusion.
Which allows me to summon Brave Neos. He's just like Neos, but he's really brave. What you have to worry about now is getting hit in the face with my Blaze Man.
Okay. I thought I was cooking!
Did it come out burnt?
I'm coping now!
You went from cooking to coping.
One of the downsides of synchro summoning is making sure that you don't have a sort of mismatched proportion of tuners and non-tuners.
Oh my god, all I have is tuners!
It's the fatal flaw of synchro summoning.
I'm sensing a lot of fusion stuff.
Why not? 6 cards in hand, 3 monsters on board. It'd be crazy if there weren't. The question is, how many Neos does he have?
Grand Mole, Stratos, Space Connector, Prism, Spirit!
Wait, what?
What? He's doing it!
The 5 of them combine into my Elemental Hero Divine Neos.
Wow, that was a difficult one to make. So what's pretty crazy about this is that it can actually take the effect of a monster in the graveyard.
Which means that I'm going to banish Air Hummingbird and use his effect to gain 500 life points.
How will you give those to me?
No, Rosemi. Elemental Hero Brave Neos attack Martial Metal Martyr.
And the battle phase isn't quite over yet.
End this if you're a coward.
A coward? No way. No. I am no coward. I end. Do whatever you want.
I'll spare you this time.
Okay.
Look upon me and
What am I
admit
cooking?
D for defeat.
It might take a bit of a miracle.
Miracles is what she specializes in. I know that for a fact.
He decided
Favorite
to
contact.
respond with favorite contact. So this one might
this
be the
could be
play that we were
huge.
thinking of in our coaching session.
Nebula Neos? Ah, man.
So we get to draw 3 since she's got 3 cards in the field.
Oh. I counted 2, but it's actually 3. It's even better than I thought.
Oh, she decided she's going out on her own terms, perhaps?
Goodbye, Doppio.
And that's the game.
Yeah, that is it.
She decides her own fate, decides to attack Divine Neos, takes 3,000 damage, and unfortunately loses the duel.
Good game.
Yeah, good game. I thought I was cooking, but I didn't even turn on the fire.
All right, so we are back with Rosemi and Doppio. Doppio, congratulations for the victory. Very well played. I loved the Divine Neos at the end.
It's so rare to see 5 monsters leave the field at the same time for a summon. That was impressive.
If there's anything I took from this game today, it's that hero monsters are really cool and really fun.
It was really awesome when I was going. I was like, okay, something's happening. And it was.
I think I have the perfect solution. Rosemi, you just got to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds.
I do. I'll know what to cook up next time.
Congratulations again to Doppio for winning. He's this week's Master Duelist.
Congratulations.
Are you proud of us? Are you proud of us, huh?
I am very proud. Are you proud?
Even I'm proud.
Even they are not the easiest thing to pilot. Hopefully you guys had a good time. We hope to see you on again.
Yeah, it was super tons of fun. Thank you for having us on.
Thank you for sure. Had a lot of fun.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you both. Thanks for watching. This has been Tech Flexing. Stay tuned for next time. We'll have 2 new exciting competitors who will duel it out with our next theme, Xyz decks.
And to dive into Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and try out these anime decks for yourself, download it for free on console, Steam, and mobile.
See you next time.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're here at YCS Raleigh for another round of Swiss. That's right, we're here for round number 4. We've had some exciting matches. I know we were watching that last feature match on the side, cheering for Aaron Furman. Had Nicolas looking like strings there, looking for cards, but nothing left in his deck. Awesome to see those alternate win conditions. And, you know, Runic being utilized as, like, the strategy was designed to run the opponent out of cards. That was a lot of fun. Round 1, we saw Arch Nemesis Protosynth Sword Soul. Round 2, we saw the 5-time champ win. We've had so many amazing matches, and we're going to have more coming. It's been a great day so far.
Absolutely, and there's still plenty to go. We've seen a lot of different strategies so far, and I think that's been the ticket to today, right? We did see the new Forbidden Limited list. We keep talking about it. There's going to be a shift. People are going to be trying everything that they can to figure out what is best. Is it just going to still be Snake Eye, or is it going to be any of these other strategies? And again, if you're not prepared for these other strategies because you're so focused on Snake Eye, you're going to lose out, because I don't feel like Nicholas was really prepared for the Runic strategy there in round 3.
Yeah, it can catch you off guard, but it's definitely been rising as a contender in the previous format, and with the new FNL list, it may have gotten even just a little bit stronger as the other decks got a little bit weaker, and, you know, we'll have to see how he ends up doing for the rest of the tournament. But that's the thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! There's a lot of different viable decks. We are in the 4th round of Swiss with 1,793 players in attendance, just shy of 1,800, and after those first 3 rounds, we're left with 225 undefeated duelists, including all those VIPs that came into the tournament last round. It's going to be exciting to see how it plays out, but let's go ahead and get ready to meet our players that are ready on the stage. That's right, it's round number 4 here at YCS Raleigh.
Let's see who we get to meet first. First up, we have Ediception, hometown. It's actually Los Angeles, California, but he currently lives in Las Vegas, Nevada, but he has to represent Los Angeles. Favorite card, Injection Fairy Lily.
That's a good one. Love to summon that off Giant Rat. And his opponent, a veteran of the Yu-Gi-Oh scene, just like Ed, it's Matthew Bishop. He hails from Ottawa, Ontario. That's right, a Canada duelist. And his favorite card, Fiber Jar. He's trying to reset the duel, shuffle everything back, and let's keep going again. I think that card would work really interesting with the Runic strategy we just saw. You know, get some cards banished out of your opponent's deck, flip that Fiber Jar, and slowly deck them out of cards. But unfortunately, Fiber Jar still finds himself on that Forbidden and Limited list. You know, something about today, I really want to talk about, everyone always talks about, oh, tier 0, tier 0. You know what? You want to talk about those percentages it takes to be a tier 0 deck? The actual number is 100%. If something is tier 0, it cannot be beat by anything else. So unless the top cut is filled with 100% of the same exact deck, guess what, guys? We are not in a tier 0 format. We are in a format where you can find different avenues using similar strategies. And this, since the FNL list, there's a lot of other strategies emerging. The cool thing is both these guys are huge veterans of the scene. They've probably attended, I mean, I would say I've seen Matt Bishop at over 100 YCSs. I know I use that as like my frame of reference. I kind of just go off like, well, we had the 250th, you know, 225th so long ago, but he has played in so many. He's had some top cut finishes along with Ed. Both these players are veterans, and we're going to see how they're going to adapt with the list. You know, when we have Ed on the stage, he's going to show with something brand new. He likes to have fun, innovate. He's kind of one of the people who led my Conco deck into becoming part of the strategy. He's always on something new, something innovative, something fun.
Yeah, if we're talking about creativity, that's definitely what you look for with Ediception. He is always playing something a little bit off the wall because he doesn't want his opponent to be prepared for what he's up to. And that is just like one of the key things when being able to play a card game, right? We see that so much is focused on just preparing for what's most popular. When you play something so obscure that no one's heard of, you just get some like potentially free wins just from your opponent not knowing how to interact with you properly.
Yeah, definitely. There's a huge advantage to playing cards that other players might not be familiar with. But, you know, Matthew Bishop is a veteran of the scene, as I mentioned before, has multiple tops under his belt. He is someone who knows going into an event you have to account for everything, prepare for the unexpected. But when you're up against someone like Ediception, it is almost impossible to prepare for whatever deck he's going to bring to the event because, as you mentioned, yeah, he loves to catch his opponents off guard. But the cool thing is his decks usually work really well. It's not just some surprise. It has a really good strategy going into it. So we're going to have to see. His deck is very interesting. We're about to have the deck types revealed. I won't say it until they're up on the screen, but you're not going to guess what he's playing. And even when you see the deck name, you're still not going to know what he's playing, I promise you.
Yeah, this is one of those things where you're not playing a different strategy just to play something different for the sake of being different. You are trying it. You have a reason to. It has some sort of edge in the meta that you are trying to take advantage of. And we're going to start with game number 1 here. We'll see if his deck can do what it was built to do and play against the most popular strategy in the current meta.
Yeah, he definitely has an edge for sure in this matchup. But yeah, here we go. Ed. His deck is Adventure, Castira, Horus. What does that mean? I'm not sure. We're going to have to find out, but we're going to have to wait a little longer to find out what the strategy is. Matthew is on Castira Snake Eye strategy that we've seen before. It's definitely become one of the more go-to strategies after the FNL list, and he is going to start with Pressure Planet Race Off to add that Castira Unicorn. Castira Unicorn is going to activate the effect to add Castira Birth, more than likely.
Right, not going to have to use it immediately, just keeping it in the back as more extension, and then hopefully having some Snake Eye cards to be able to play from this point on. We'll be seeing the normal summon of Snake Eye Ash, potentially a Bonfire be activated, or even just a Wanted.
Where he goes next with this. The Canadian Duelist, Matthew Bishop.
There's the typical Snake Eye Ash normal summon. This is ideal here. And I think this match is going to be the accumulation of everything we've been talking about up to this point. Ed choosing not to play any of those interruptions from the hand, focusing on beating through the board going second with those powerful spell cards, and he's built his deck around it. He has all those typical engines that you see supplementing other strategies, but instead of just supplementing other strategies, they're supplementing each other and just having all three of them in one deck without any major engine such as Snake Eye.
That's right, and having something like the Adventure Engineer deck, you're not having to rely on your normal summon. Adventure stuff pretty good going second. You're able to start with that Rite of Aramis here, get access to Draco back. Maybe you can get a Wandering Griffin Rider, and that's all before you start doing the other stuff your deck is attempting to do. So we'll have to see how his deck plays into going second, but Matthew is going to add Snake Eye's Poplar, special summon it, and since it was special summon, he's going to add Divine Temple, the Snake Eye in the hand. Looks like he's considering sending the Race Off with Ash before he plays the Divine Temple, trying to get some value out of his cards here potentially. But we'll have to see if he values information from Ed before going forward. Because, we know that Ed's not playing any interruptions from the hand, but Matthew doesn't.
Definitely want to be diligent here. You do not want to overexpose your resources. Unless he has information prior. Just because, when it comes to Ed, sometimes knowledge just comes out very early. It's not entirely impossible.
Are you saying Matthew has perfect information? Shout outs to anybody who might be watching the stream that might know that reference. And now Divine Temple of the Snake Eye is going to replace the Race Off to get Snake Eye's Oak into the Spell and Trap card zone. Snake Eye Ash is going to send the Snake Eye Oak to special summon Flamebird's Dragon from the deck.
Going to be linking away that Flamebird and that Poplar here. Into what? Not necessarily sure.
Yeah, taking a moment to consider. Yeah, see, we always talked about you like leaving Flamebirds up on the field to have a little bit of Nibiru protection, but it looks like he is going to ignore that being an option, link away the Flamebirds right away. Maybe this kind of puts him on that he probably has something like Crossout Designator in his hand as well, or he's just wanting to keep the Unicorn on the field to be able to banish something from the extra deck face down.
Yeah, we get to use the Poplar here to put the Flamebird into the Spell and Trap zone, so the Temple still has that protection here, so Nibiru, not ideal at this point because he still has the Birth as well.
So he's going to summon back Oak and Ash, Snake Eyes, and then he's going to bring back the Snake Eyes Poplar with Snake Eye Oak.
From here, the world's pretty much your oyster. He sees that he does have a lot more engine in his hand with an additional copy of Poplar as well as an additional copy of the Right South, but he has an Effect Veiler as insurance. But outside of that, it's basically going to be what's on the field right here.
I mean, that's always like the icing on the top of the cake, right? The cherry on top is when you have those interactions from the hand as well.
I think that's how the strategy has been focusing itself. In the previous format, at least, you just want to really play as many of those, and we're reaching numbers that were kind of unheard of up to that point. We're like 18 copies of those points of interaction, just to make sure your opponent can't get away with anything, but also to combat, or to go in combination with your one-card combos, which are so resilient to many forms of interaction, assuming they're not just by themselves, because they do pair well with multiple copies, unless it's like the exact same copy. Like 2 Snake Eye Ash is not ideal, but a Snake Eye Ash and a Bonfire does play through a lot. A Snake Eye Ash and a Wanted does play through a lot. So you have to play so many to actually try and stop your opponent. Like, that's where we get to like the ridiculous numbers of 18 to 20.
Definitely. And it looks like Matthew used the Snake Eyes Oak to summon another copy of Snake Eyes Flamebird's Dragon from the deck, uses that effect to put the IP Masquerena in the Spell and Trap card zone, and now he's going to link away the Ash and the Promethean Princess. Is he going to link into a Link 4 or a Link 2? Looks like it is going to be the Salamangreat Raging Phoenix.
Now, at this point, it would be very easy to just have a Nibiru the Primal Being, you're definitely vulnerable to it now because both Flame Bridges will be removed. You are able to special summon the IP Masquerena, so you'd have that token and the Birth, but you're at least removing all the Flame Bridges.
All right, so he's going to be able to link away the Raging Phoenix straight into World Sea Dragon's Atlantis. He's going to use his effect to banish all monsters on the field and then special summon them to the back, or special summon them back in any position he chooses. So it's going to cut or open up his extra monster zone there.
Also potentially co-linking SP Little Knight that comes out off of the effect of the IP Masquerena. Opting to put it in the middle zone, so not going to have the option to protect an Appaloosa if that is what you opt to link for. So perhaps a misstep there, or just
playing around Anima. Oh no, because playing around Anima potentially.
I mean, yeah, if you're going to go for that, but like you always have the option to go for Little Knight instead. But I suppose he's very confident that he's going to go for Little Knight with that IP Masquerena based on this positioning.
Definitely, I think that is very heads up to point out there, Asala. And now it looks like I think Matt might have ended his turn and now plays to Ed.
Do you think it's correct to not still hold the Birth in your hand, not try to remove anything from the grave because you do have the Unicorn?
It's tough because, especially, you don't know what your opponent's playing, but you are playing against Deception, so you think that something crazy might be at hand here, and it is going to start off with Imseti. I can't see what he discarded. Is it Rainbow Bridge?
I think it's Rainbow Bridge of Salvation.
Oh, that's so many cards.
That is a lot of value. That is is that a +3, +2?
Imseti's going to be able to send itself another card from his hand to add the King's Sarcophagus, and then he'll get to draw a card. And the Rainbow Bridge of Salvation, you can banish from your graveyard to add a field spell along with the Crystal Beast from your deck to the field. We saw it be played a lot in Tier Limits format, since you can send it from your deck to the graveyard and then be able to add Pelorino. But we're going to see if what he's going to be using it to add here. We already seen Imseti. He might be using the field spell from Phantom Nightmare, Walls of the Imperial Tomb.
This is one of the worst feelings when you're activating Kashira Unicorn and you look at your opponent's extra deck and you have no idea what's going on.
Why is the Grunix in here? A lot of Fire King decks don't even opt to play the Sacred Fire King Grunix, but this rank 8 strategy is going to do it, and he did discard Rainbow Bridge of Salvation.
And it looks like we are hitting, I believe that was Numeron Dragon that was removed here.
That's a good one to get rid of. That is a scary one. Anytime you have a rank 8 strategy, you can go into Draguglion and then summon Numeron Dragon and attack for game pretty easily.
Looks like he's going to be adding another copy of Pressure Planet Right South of his own, as well as the Crystal Beast Sapphire Pegasus.
And I'll let you cut out there everything. Or if I try to draw. Yeah, it's fine.
Crystal Beast, Sapphire Pegasus. And there's a Pressure Planet.
Going to be able to add any Kashira monster here. There's a Fenrir on the top. Is that what he goes for, or is he a much bigger engine? Yeah, so we see an... oh no, it's just going to be the Fenrir. I thought maybe Unicorn comes down, seeing a much larger engine, but just going to lead with Fenrir. So this checks the IP Masquerena fairly well.
It'll at least force out the Divine Temple here, so he won't have to summon up the IP with the Flame Bird. So at least he'll be able to go into something like SP Little Knight. But yeah, the Fenrir checks that really well, as you mentioned.
Yeah, assuming because...
At least forces it out.
Matt's going to be the turn player, so if he does opt to make Little Knight will have to be Chain Link 1. But, and of course, because IP Masquerena activated in the previous chain, Fenrir will be able to activate as well. But it looks like we're just going to be using Effect Veiler on the Fenrir, just closing that right now.
Heads up play from Matthew, needing that Effect Veiler to shut down the Fenrir, because it definitely dealt with everything kind of all at once. We'll see what else Ed has. We know he has the King's Sarcophagus that he added with the Imseti.
I mean, that is already pretty good.
Yep, as long as King's Sarcophagus is on the field, to be able to special summon back his Horus monsters from the graveyard. He can also discard a card from his hand to send more Horus monsters to the graveyard, but that's going to immediately prompt Matt to link away the IP Masquerena.
I think this is correct. I think you try to get rid of King Sark as soon as you can.
Yep.
And Little Knight is one of the only cards that you have access to that can do that. If he has another copy of King Sarcophagus, which he seams to have, that's just the worst case scenario. But now we get to go off with the... I'm surprised he's going straight into the Enchantress. He's not even just using the King Sark to destroy it or discard it to get maximum value. But I think he wants to force out more interactions early here.
Yeah, I like you mentioned the value thing. I am a fan of Phantom Knights and the adventure cards with the Phantom Knight cards, and then since the Horus cards came out, has been a strategy. But here we see Kashira instead of the Phantom Knight cards. But yeah, being able to send that Water Enchantress to the graveyard and then banish it, really useful. But you're going to be able to banish the Enchantress, add Rite of Aramasir. Rite of Aramasir is going to special summon that adventure token, place Faithful Adventure from the deck face up on the field. So now he's also going to have access to something like Draco back to force out this SP Little Knight.
Effect the switch.
Going to be using the effect of Faithful Adventure now.
Do you just go after the adventure token with the SP Little Knight? Because I'm sure he's using the effect right now to try and go after Wandering Griffin Rider. He's using the effect to add a monster from his deck to his hand and then send a card to the graveyard. Yep.
Yeah, he's just going to go ahead and remove that token.
Token won't come back.
Yep, once it's banished, it will not return to the field because it's not an actual monster.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't take anything away from our tokens. Yeah, but once they're banished, they are banished.
So now he's just going to be able to... It looks like he's going for another Enchantress here.
Just to add and send it for follow-up for the following turn.
Decent option here. Not revealing that he has the King Sarcophagus. Oh, going to be discarding the Duamatef.
Duamatef is a good one. If he has access to another King Sarcophagus.
Yeah, and
he does!
This is horrifying on so many levels. Because not only do you know that multiple of these Horus monsters are going to be coming out, he plays Duamatef. So you know he's playing all 4.
Yeah, that means Kabesanuef is in the waiting as well, more than likely.
Yep, Imseti hits the field as soon as priority is passed.
My favorite part about the Horus cards is you can make like a rank 8 with a couple of them and leave Happy on the field to where if your opponent does sort of do something to alter your board, you're going to get that awesome effect to add 2 cards back. But the special summon Imseti is going to prompt Matthew to use Promethean Princess, targeting his Flamebirds and the Imseti. And now he's going to be able to summon back 2 level 1 monsters from Flamebirds. And as you mentioned, being co-linked with the World Sea Dragons Atlantis will help him during the battle phase to have a little bit of destruction interruption.
Luckily, you don't say luckily too often when it comes to this kind of thing, but targeting is going to be a big help here because King Sarcophagus does protect the Horus monsters from any effects that do not target them. But
which is just a weird thing to have as an effect.
Right, like reminiscent of Underworld Goddess, but
yep.
This is the difficult part because there is still so much value in the graveyard, but you do have to go after the first Horus monster when it is summoned here, because as soon as there's an additional one, trying to remove any additional one will trigger the other one. So stuck between a rock and a hard place here.
Yep, Snake Eyes, Oak, Ash come out. Ash is going to be able to add another copy of Snake Eye Ash to the hand, and Oak is going to summon back Poplar. Poplar is going to be able to add a Snake Eye Speller Trap. I don't think he used original last turn, so he'll be able to add that.
Yeah, definitely lots of follow-up here. We'll see if Ed's able to actually close out the game with the resources he has right now, because I'm not sure if he's going to be able to put up enough interruption to actually keep himself alive if the turn goes back to Matt here. He has so many cards in his hand, so many resources available. He does have that Kashira Birth to bring back the unicorn from the graveyard as well. But I don't think there's any interruption left for Matt besides the Raging Phoenix coming back as soon as the fire monster is destroyed.
Rises from the ashes just like a phoenix. But we'll see how he's going to deal with this. I mean, the battle, a lot of the times, like going to like a Seas Monster trying to find a way to Zeus or something could be something he's looking for, but that battle phase effect of World Sea Dragons Atlantis is huge here.
All right, Duamatef hits the field now. What do you think he does with the Sapphire Pegasus? Like, is that just the one he chose because it's coolest?
It has the most attack, maybe, to try and do more damage.
Does it being a winged... Is he a winged beast? I feel like that's a winged beast, right? Does that come up? I'm not really sure.
I don't know. I think it's just another card that he can like send from his hand to the graveyard for Horus. It's the nicest looking one, that's for sure. And it's the strongest.
I'm going to be getting rid of a copy of Foolish Burial Goods here. Likely going to mainly be for that Rainbridge Salvation, so pretty useless now at this point.
Sends a copy of Happy Guidance of Horus to the graveyard. Now he's going to send an Enchantress to see if he sends down Kabesanuef. Look, you get a little...
There's the Kabesanuef. That's all 4 been collected now.
I sent Happy...
He's only summoned Duamatef. He still can summon Happy and Kabesanuef.
Numeron Dragon no longer in the extra deck now because of the effect of Kashira Unicorn, but still plenty of options there if we're looking for just maximum damage.
Ed trying to make sure he knows what that battle phase effect is for Zelantis.
We've talked about Ed's strategies in the past, and I think this is one of his favorite things to do is find just OTK strategies that fit in a pocket of a format where you're able to just abuse people not being prepared for it.
Mm-hmm.
Because even though it's not at the point where Snake Eye is the de facto best deck, we're still assuming that it's going to be the most represented, and his deck, I imagine, is just built strictly to find a way to OTK through a classic Snake Eye field.
Indeed, and 2 Horus monsters return from the graveyard to the field. He's now summoned all 4 of the Horus monsters. There is another one potentially in his deck as well, but it doesn't work the same way as these Horus monsters.
This one is the one that adds back 2, right? Yeah.
Yep, want to check which one does what. Although they have an effect if another card besides themselves leaves the field, that will activate. So it's good to know which one's doing what.
Hoppy being the most dangerous one, being able to potentially banish put 2 from the banish or graveyard back in the hand or back in the deck, I believe. And then I'm not...
Yep, it's a choice between your hand or deck, yep.
And I don't really remember what Kabesnuef and Duamatev do.
They have good effects, that's for sure. We can pull up... One of them... I mean, Im said he destroys a card.
Yeah, Im said he destroys a card. Duamatev, I believe, gains a certain amount of attack for every Horus monster you
Yeah, it
control.
gets really big, yeah. Kabesnuef has played a lot less than the other ones.
Oh, looks like we're going to go into a rank A here. Ed trying to be really careful. He sees that he's in a powerful position. Oh, he is going into the Garunix rank 8 monster, which I believe destroys all monsters your opponent controls.
Kabesnuef is targeting protection from attacks and targeting if another card leaves the field.
Makes sense why that's not the most popular one.
Yeah, it doesn't. I knew it wasn't something that would be too impactful here, but it definitely has an impact, especially when there's a card that might target in a lot of decks. And it looks like, is it a Sacred Fire King Garunix?
Yep, it is a Sacred Fire King Garunix.
And that's going to destroy all the monsters on the field. We're not playing Fire Kings, but we're summoning them from the extra deck.
All right, so he's activating the effect of Poplar here. I think he's also going to be activating the effect of Raging Phoenix.
It's protected by King Sark.
Poplar is going to be putting that Flamebird back in the Spell and Trap zone. Oh, okay. It doesn't seem like... What are the requirements for Raging Phoenix? Does it have to be exactly 1 fire monster destroyed?
We'd have to pull up the text to know. Do you have the text in front of you? I do think it's just if a fire monster you control is destroyed. I don't think it has to be exactly 1.
And there's a Typhon over the Hoppy because it is somehow bigger, and this is just enough monsters to attack for the damage.
Even without the Numeron Dragon, there's so many different ways for his deck to find a way. And you see the Pegasus coming down, and the 1800 attack actually does matter. I wonder maybe with Topaz Tiger, he does go to 2000, so maybe that one might do a little bit more damage.
Is that just the threshold of like finding a normal summon that does enough damage?
Yeah, no, the Raging Phoenix is just, it can be multiple monsters, is what I thought.
And then going to be able to use the effect of the Sacred Garunix to destroy a Spell and Trap Zone by detaching a material here. And that's 18 from the Pegasus.
27.
Hoppy gets in as well.
Yeah. 27. Yep. And then 38.
And the Garunix, and he still has Pressured Planet Wraithoth on the field as well, just adding more damage onto it as well.
That incremental damage, yeah.
Looks like that is going to be enough, and Matt is going to lose here game number 1 despite going first and playing uninterrupted.
I mean, this is exactly what Ed wants to do, right? You want to take advantage of a strategy that typically puts out mainly a lot of monster removal and monster effect negation, so you can try to counteract it with powerful spell cards.
Definitely, and now going into the side deck, I mean, this is not a deck Matt probably prepared for in the tournament, but maybe there's a lot of like overlap with like cards that are really popular in the side deck, like Cosmic Cyclone is something that can like target down King Sarcophagus, especially if you're going to be going first. Just looking probably to side things that you'd put in against any other Horus strategy, but with all those other engines in the deck, it's just incredible like that it can play through so much. I mean, I'm a huge fan of the Adventure package as well.
I mean, I think one of the biggest issues when you have all these engines together is you have to draw the right portions of them, right? There are, for as many good cards they have in their engines, there's many engine requirements that are less good. You want to get to those via the other ones, not the other way around. And I think besides the Kashtira one, the other 2 engines have a lot of them. So if he ends up with the wrong half of his many engines, I just don't think that's what he wants to see. And I think that could be a huge detriment here, because that's the reason to not play the adventure cards currently, right? It just gets really bricky when you draw the Fateful Adventures without having access to Right First, or just having the Draco back, the Wandering Griffin Rider. They don't do enough, especially now you don't have those synchros options. The level 7 monster doesn't really do much, especially in a list that seems to be trying to take advantage of level 8 monsters. I don't think Wandering Griffin Rider is going to be doing much of anything.
Yeah, we didn't see the Griffin Rider. Griffin Rider, I mean, is probably more so for like going first, but I mean, obviously, I think the threat of Griffin Rider forcing out the SP early to get rid of the token, it kind of sort of did something there by forcing the interaction before he could get to that point. So instead, he was able to grab something like Enchantress for follow-up, despite not needing it. But like, you know, that's always covering all your bases is a very important thing when you're playing in a tournament, because things might not go as the way you've planned. So having some backup plans to fall on, really, really useful.
Yeah, I mean, if we just look at the typical end field of a Snake Eye strategy against the things that Ed wants to do, a Little Knight kind of just checks the entire adventure engine by itself, right? Being able to banish the token means that you're not really afraid of anything else that the cards will do. So that checks one of them, right? And then the Kashtira cards, you can just check with access to Princess or just being your initial use of SP Little Knight. The biggest threat is the Horus cards. So I think what Matt wants to do is have as many checks for that as he can, and then ignore the rest of them, because your field will take care of that.
I agree with that. I think the biggest thing you want to target down is the Horus monsters, because that is the most amount of damage. Free monsters on the field, difficult effects if you start removing other monsters. It's definitely what you want to watch out for. It looks like we are side decked and almost ready to jump into it. We'll have to see how it's going to play out. If Matt's going to choose to go first again, I imagine he will.
I mean, there's always a consideration. You see that your opponent is on this going second OTK strategy. Well, not necessarily going second OTK, but it is an OTK strategy, right? So there is always the option to let him go first. I don't think that's a risk you're taking in this position, but the consideration's there.
We'll have to see if he does consider that option. It's game number 2 here of round 4 of YCS Raleigh.
I guess the biggest thing that we're looking for is he going to change his field at all? Does he think he needs to change anything about his current strategy, or is there some flexibility in his extra deck to give him more tools to handle exactly what Ed is doing?
Yeah, let's think about like what he didn't have, and I think the one thing that was missing is an Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess, right? And that'd be something that can stop the Imseti effect from the hand.
Right,
so
but
maybe
it's a lot worse than the Exactly King Sarcophagus already.
Yeah, I mean, if he
And
already
actually
has it, it's tough.
Or just activating Rite of Rhymosphere, that's also pretty bad, that you need to make sure you have access to Little Knight in these situations.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's more risky to go for Appaloosa than to just continue doing what he was doing.
I would just like to have like a full board of like Appaloosa and like the IP coming up, you know. So you have Appaloosa SP, so you have 2 chances to cover your bases. We'll have to see how he decides to build his board this time. He can pretty much decide. I think you can determine that Ed's probably not on those interactions from the hand. So he's going to want it for the Black Witch, send a card from his hand to the graveyard. It looks like it's a Kashtira Birth. Means he probably doesn't have any of the Kashtira cards. He's going to be able to set the original Sinful Spoils from the deck.
Right. I mean, if he wanted to, he could have activated the Birth and normal summon the Diabell Star. But so this should signify that he has a potential normal summon still available?
I mean, Snake Eye Ash can always grab you a normal summon as well, which comes up more so in the Fire King strategy. But it's always nice to have your normal summon in your back pocket no matter what you're using.
Yeah, so this is the weaker version of the combo that just leads with Diabell Star, but not having the combination. And I think you're right. Matt has seen enough from Ed's strategy based on like just how much of his deck he saw and like the extra deck. He should know that there's not going to be many of those point interactions from the hand. It's going to be mainly spell cards and things to interact with the field after it's been made. So he can just go full gas here and try to make as big of a board as he can, or make it so that he has as much follow-up as he can to just keep himself alive. And that should be his main focus now.
All right, Flamebirds on the field from Snake Eye Ash. He's going to link away the Poplar and the Flamebirds.
You know, I talked about him having a potentially like slightly weaker version of the combo in his hand, but then I saw like the rest of the cards in his hand, and I think this is a pretty ideal situation. These are the cards in combination that should take care of Ed's strategy. He has an Ash Blossom, an Effect Veiler, and a Cosmic Cyclone that checks most everything. So he just needs to deal with the things that he can't check.
That's definitely an arsenal to be had in the hand. It's always nice when you draw like the starters plus like all the other cards that can go along with it to back them up, as opposed to just drawing multiple copies of your starters.
Yeah, isn't this exactly what you wanted?
Oh, you know it. 2 starters, 3 interruptions. That's all I'm about.
In this case, it was 3 interruptions a starter and a half.
A starter and a half, yeah. I mean, I'll take one. The difference with one starter and 4 interruptions is they could like cut you off, but this is definitely going to be good enough here. We're going to see a Link summon, linking away the Poplar in the IP Masquerena, probably for Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames.
There she is. Going to be using the effect of Oak here, sending the Flamebird. Go ahead and grab another one. And this is what we're talking about. Like, this is the kind of play you're doing when you're ignoring Nibiru.
Yeah, definitely. Going to put IP Masquerade in the spell and trap card zone with Flamebird. Will we see an Ambloel? Probably not.
I mean, you have Raging Phoenix into Zelantis. I think that's enough most of the time.
Is that a train? Nope, there's definitely some feedback from the microphone from the main stage. But we are going to see him consider his options. What does he want to do here? Oh, he's summoning back the Oak with Princess?
I believe it was the Flamebird that was linked away.
And now he's going to do the Raging Phoenix into Zelantis. He's pretty much doing the exact same thing from game 1.
Yeah, so now he can reposition everything. And I think he's just going to chill here. He has plenty of... Oh, well, he should definitely use the Wanted to get another draw, right?
I think he's about to check that before.
Yep, makes sense. Yeah, it's gonna be gets value where he can. Any additional interruption is going to be necessary here.
Yeah, so doesn't adapt his turn 1 board, but has more options from the hand to use.
Okay, that's good too. Just one more point to add to the collection here.
Yeah, keep in mind, Asala can see more cards in the hand than we can on the live feed. So it's nice to get a little bit of insight into the cards that they have.
I'm seeing what they're seeing. I know what it looks like.
But it looks like Unicorn coming down here from Ed. He broke this board last time. And it looks like Matthew did use Flamebird's effect during the draw phase or standby phase to make sure Masquerena was already on the field.
Yep, just locking it down with that effect Veiler.
Yeah, we saw him Veiler the Finraider in game 1. He's going to Veiler the Unicorn here in game 2.
I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Like, there's already a copy of Draco back in his hand. There's already a copy of the Sapphire Pegasus in his hand. It's so easy to draw the wrong half of your combinations here. And we'll have to see if Ed has powerful enough interactions to really combat going second into this kind of strategy without anything to actually stop it from getting this far.
Yeah, it's a little bit more than last time, but not too much more. It looks like Pressure Planet Raysoth coming down next after Ed used the Enchantress to add Rite of Aramis here. That's going to add Kashira Fenrir from the deck to the hand.
Not really worried about it, considering the current situation.
Definitely not. And now Rite of Aramis here is going to be activated from Ed.
Yeah, we did see that there was an Ash Blossom in Matt's hand, but opting not to use it because, again, it's just checked by the effect of SP Little Knight.
Yeah, this is good.
All right, going to place Fateful Adventure. Yeah, I was like, no, that Enchantress is banished. Now let's see if he uses Fatal Adventure to try and force something out here to go after Wandering Griffin Rider. Since the Griffin Rider, you can special summon it from your hand if you control the Adventure token, and it offers a negate for anything, monster, spell, trap.
This is the slightly more concerning part of this. If you try to use your Little Knight Banish on the Adventure cards here, then you will you will just not have it available for the Horus part of the engine, but you do have an Ash Blossom and you do have a Cosmic Cyclone to try to mitigate that, so I think you're okay to just do so right now. Okay, opting to use the Ash Blossom here.
Interesting. Oh, he does already have Draco back in his hand as well. So he's going to be able to equip the Draco back to his Adventure token and then force out Matthew's IP Masquerena potentially. It's tough. I mean, you have to IP the token, I think.
Yeah,
or
I
SP.
agree.
Yeah, IP and SP for the token.
Oh, opting to use just the Ash here, leaving the Flamebird available so that there's more ways to put up bodies to keep yourselves. Which makes sense, right? He saw that he went into the Garunix on the previous turn, so he wants to have more insurance to keep bodies on the field.
He doesn't want. He got him in the first half, but he's aware of what could happen now in game 2 for sure.
This is what we're talking about, that flexibility, right? You need to be able to adapt to your opponent's strategy, be able to do things differently.
Yeah, you mentioned the downside to running 3 engines where you could draw more of one than the other, but when you draw all 3 starters for all 3 engines, it's pretty incredible. Did he concede?
Yeah, there was a Cosmic Cyclone to check the King sarcophagus.
He Cosmic did. Okay. I looked away for just a brief second, but that was long enough to miss that Cosmic Cyclone to end the duel. So you do see, the side deck coming into play here to help Matt in game number 2. Now, do you think Ed's deck is designed to go second? Because it does seem like he's built the 2 breakthrough boards, has a lot of those cards that can finish the game in just one turn really easily. But what is he doing going first? I do think there's probably... I think he built his deck maybe in a way where he can do both.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the difference between points of interaction and hand, which are useful on either turn, because, they have a lot more value. But the spell cards, you can't really use on your turn 1, so I think maybe game 1 he wants to choose second, but post-side he definitely wants to have that option to go first, right? He's just going to be able to side in cards that are really strong at going first to replace those cards that are mainly just only useful going second.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Ed shines, is the deck construction. It goes beyond just the main deck. It's not like he's just trying to pick up something gimmicky and have fun with it. He plans his decks into the format. How can he, it's not just theory, right? It's this is what these decks do every time. My deck can beat that consistently. It's practice. It goes beyond just theory. And then, having that side deck incorporated, taking out those cards that are only good going second for other cards that are going to be potentially great going first will also be advantageous if Ed wins game going second. Maybe his opponent's I'm going to make you go first in game number 2, and then he gets caught off guard because Ed was already prepared. But I mean, that's why I like having Ed on the feature match stage, because he's always bringing something new, something innovative, something exciting, and certainly living up to his, the first time I remember hearing Ed was Infernity Randomizer?
Yeah, the randomizer in 2010, 2011.
Yeah, that was so long ago, and he has still been innovating since then, a decade later, still innovating here in the feature match. Both these players 3-0. If one of them lose, it's not great to get a loss, but you're not out of it with just one loss.
Yeah, you're definitely more comfortable at 4-0 than 3-1, I will say.
Definitely. So there's definitely a lot of pressure on the line to win this round.
I think that there's especially pressure for Matthew here, because he's the one that has to do all the guesswork, right? Ed knows what he's going to do. He knows if he's going to go first or second, but Matt looks at that strategy. He recognizes from just the history of the game that a deck like that can easily choose to do either.
Yep.
So
he knows what we know.
Yeah.
Oh, man. All of Canada on Matthew's back right now. Will he be able to do it for his country, or will Ed be able to rise up? Shout out to, the Torrance. It's funny, Ed doesn't live in California anymore, but now I live in the city that he used to live in. It's pretty awesome.
Ed represents LA every day. Don't you worry.
You won't let him forget where he comes from, his roots. The roots. All right, looks like the players are shuffling each other's decks. They are side decked and ready to go into it. I can't wait to see who's going to go first. A quick offer of the fist bump to say good luck. There. I like the good luck before game number 3 in an important match like this. They're ready to go. So let's jump into it. It's game 3, round 4, YCS Raleigh.
I feel like these players are more stressed than normal because of the situation here. I think this is a high-pressure game. Even if it is as early as round 4, it just feels as pressured as round 11. In a position like this, what will Matt do? Does he have to go first, looking at his hand?
Oh, no. So it looks like, take a minute to read that and let you know that you can't summon monsters, right? That's what...
Yep, you cannot normal summon... Neither player can normal summon, essentially like Cold Wave, but a little hotter.
Little hotter, way hotter. It's definitely something we've seen in strategies that are normally go second to catch their opponents off guard. When they make them go first, they can side in cards like Heat Wave. It might be a card that's going to be gaining popularity with the release of Legacy of Destruction. Yep, that's right. The Tenpai Dragon strategy, known for needing to go second because it has to go to the battle phase to win the game. But if you force them to go first, they do have this ace in their back pocket, Heat Wave. And Ed preemptively already including that in his deck. We'll
it makes sense, right? He's playing adventure cards. You are allowed to summon normal monsters. So you are able to activate the Fateful Adventure, put the token on the field, keep the Griffin Rider for your opponent's turn. Well, not that you'd be able to activate it then either, but you just have a body that does something relevant. You're not going to be able to do anything else with it, but you are able to activate whilst the Imperial Tomb, which is essentially King Sarcophagus while on the field.
It literally counts as King Sarcophagus on the field and lets him access Imseti from the deck by just adding a Horus monster and then placing a card back to the deck.
There's going to be that Rainbow Bridge Salvation here. A lot of value here. These are the high value turns that Ed wants to see.
And we saw another copy of the Walls of the Imperial Tomb.
There's the King Sarcophagus again.
Going to discard the Pegasus he just added. Sends Duamatev.
Gets rid of the Fenrir. Won't be needing that anytime soon.
Just setting up for next turn.
Yeah, the hope with Heat Wave here is even if you are not able to develop too much yourself, your opponent will likely be able to develop absolutely nothing. And so you get to go just straight into the battle phase with a bunch of large monsters and be able to end the game as quickly as you can.
I like this is something a lot of players have been talking about for the Tempai Dragon strategy that's coming, but Ed's saying I don't have to wait for Legacy Destruction. I'm showing you that you can use this with... And this is something that's been viable even before our Forbidden Limitless. It really just shows you there's so much more than what you see that is viable. There's innovation. There's room to be had to find new ways to play the game, which I love.
I feel like Snake Eye has a somewhat acceptable answer to Heat Wave in Temple. Once they start summoning on their turn, you can at least put some bodies on the field.
That's a good point.
But I think I did see Matthew draw quite a couple answers into the current situation. So we'll see if he's able to get his way through. Yep.
Cosmic's a good one.
One Cosmic Cyclone down on the field spell here, removing one King Sarcophagus, but there is still another one. You're going to want to be able to get rid of that too, so make sure that there are no resources remaining.
Sets a couple cards face down.
All right, turn passes to Ed here. Will there be anything prior to the main phase? Nope, so going straight into main phase. The Fenrir comes down, which makes sense. He did give up one already, so high chances of being multiple.
I wonder if there's any merit to summoning a Horus monster first. That way, if there is a Cosmic Cyclone, you would at least get the effect of a card leaving the field.
Well, you can't summon the Fenrir if you use...
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
You'd have to decide you're not going to use Fenrir at all.
Which I think, honestly, the value of a single Horus monster might have been worth it. And I'm very surprised, because we saw Matt does have another copy of Cosmic Cyclone. I'm surprised he's leaving the King Sarcophagus on the field this long.
Yeah, he could have also draw phased, the Cosmic, too.
Yeah. Oh, and he's using the Mourner.
Triple Tactics talent.
To look at the hand, there is a Diabellstar as well as the Poplar. Just going to go ahead and put the Diabellstar back. Not that it really matters here. Fenrir, Fenrir's just going to be chilling.
So here comes Duamatev.
Okay.
I don't know, it looks like Matt wants to think in an open game state after the resolution of...
I can't imagine him not activating the Cosmic Cyclone here. He needs to really limit what Ed can do, because as soon as multiple of those bodies hit the field, there's not going to be much Matthew can do to keep himself alive.
Yeah, the Horus cards are really strong. I'm a big fan of them.
I guess if you had to say any of those engines would be the main one, it has to be the Horus one, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
He's playing the full Horus engine. He's oh, he's letting it all happen. Okay. That is 3 large bodies. Did I see that? I could have sworn that was a Cosmic Cyclone set, but maybe it's not.
Must not be. And now it looks like Ed has so many monsters on the field. Looks like he's looking at the extra deck, how to clean up the board before trying to go to the battle phase. He's going to go into Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord.
Very surprising considering he saw his opponent's hand. Oh, okay, never mind. My
Full
bad.
armor! Full armor Photon Dragon.
There's going to be the Infinite Permanent. It's going to be able to cut off the King Sarcophagus as well, but it doesn't change its name.
You can attack directly.
We'll definitely be able to still access more of those rank 8s that can just put on top of the full armor Photon Dragon.
The Imperm.
Honestly, kind of surprised that Ed didn't just enter the battle phase. The monsters were pretty big already, right?
Oh, one face up. Sorry, I got another one.
All right, just clarifying something here real quick. And then just attacking. And that's it. Ed takes it with his Kashtira Horus strategy.
Adventure too. Don't forget the adventures. They were there. Enchantress. They mainly used just to force out the interactions, not to really do any game finishes. So you see him using Kashtira and Adventure, force out the stuff they have, and then, you come in for the cleanup with the King Sarcophagus and all the level 8 monsters. And Ed showing why he is a veteran, why he has multiple tops. He just still continues to innovate and show us something new. Really cool. I'm going to have to build this deck.
Absolutely. This is what we talk about when it's not necessarily a tier 0 format yet. There are ways to tackle the meta. There are ways to really take advantage of what the main strategies have available, because it's not something that takes everything into account, right? It's something that mainly deals with monsters. So if you try to duel, we see the runic strategy take so much of the field these days because it's just all spells, right? They have no way to actually interact with the spell cards. And now you have the Horus cards being so powerful as well, because be able to interact with the actual Horus monsters is fine, but you don't really have that much that can interact with King Sarcophagus.
Yeah, the King, ever since the release of the Horus cards, I've played against them a few times, locals, at my local OTS and stuff, and just the fact that they can just keep coming back, if they go first, they establish a huge board. Not only do you have to break through that board, you got to worry about that follow-up. You have to worry about them coming back from the graveyard onto the field, and they also have a ton of attack. They're level 8 monsters. Rank 8s are some of the strongest monsters that can finish off games quickly, and, I'm just excited to see how Ed's going to finish out the rest of the tournament. As I mentioned, he brought, the Myconko deck that skyrocketed in popularity after he used it on stream, and I think we even saw someone else take that deck to win one of the LATAM events right after that, and I have to think it was inspired by Ed.
Absolutely. Michel Verissimo take it down with the Myconko deck, popularized by Ed. It might not have been invented by Ed, but Ed definitely brought it into the forefront of the meta, and he might have done that again today. We'll have to hear from him very soon with his interview.
That's right. We'll be right back with the winner's interview. Don't go anywhere.
and we are back with our round 4 feature match winner, Ed Exception. How does it feel to win on the feature match stage?
It's pretty good, but I have way more of the tournament to go, so I just want to win those also.
Absolutely. It's still very early in the tournament, round 4, but you're going comfortably 4-0 with a very obscure strategy. I don't think anyone really prepared for it like that. Talk to me about it. How did you even develop this strategy? Why did you choose this? What are you really trying to do here?
I'm trying to not let my opponent play. The deck is called Hack because it's a Horus, Adventure, Kashtira, and I'm a hack. That's why I play it. So there you go.
Now, you mentioned trying to not let your opponent play, but you're actually not playing any of those points interruptions from the hand, like no Ash Blossoms, no De Beers. You're letting them play it out, but you're just trying to end the game immediately as soon as it goes back to your turn. So explain that strategy. Why did you choose to go that route instead of playing some of the more standardized strategies?
Hand traps require like good knowledge of the format, but if you just play infinite board breakers, you could just like not care what your opponent's doing, and if your deck works or is built correctly, then you could just like push through everything. So that's I went second against Fire like almost every. I've lost the roll against Fire like every round, and I've literally killed them like turn 1 every single time. And if I go first, I just set a board where they just can't play.
Okay, so it makes sense. So you've built your strategy to play against the Snake Eye field, I imagine. Is there a strategy that you just cannot beat, that you're trying to avoid at all costs?
So with no hand traps, that means I'm going to automatically lose to Branded if they can just resolve their combo. So I side very heavily for that. And then I have like some main deck answers to like the Gimmick Puppet Lock, but it's really scary. I'd rather just not to play against any FTKs or any like crazy wombo. I just want my opponents to play fair Yu-Gi-Oh! So I can play like unfair Yu-Gi-Oh!, you know?
Absolutely. I wouldn't even go so far as to say you're unfair. You're just trying to take advantage of the openings that they give you, because I wouldn't say Snake Eyes is very fair, but it leaves a lot of openings and you're just taking advantage of it. And it makes a lot of sense, and it's really cool to see. So I look forward to seeing how you do in the rest of the tournament. 4-0, very comfortable, but we're going to bring it back to Billy and see what's going to happen next going into round 5.
Thanks, Asala. The only fair I know is the State Fair of Texas, but it's awesome to see an innovative strategy take our feature match here. And Ed moving on 4-0, looking good for day number 2. We're going to have to hopefully see him at the top cut tables as well. I mean, he's no stranger to them. But let's go ahead and take a look at how the Bounty Duelists are doing so far with 3 rounds in the books and our 4th round still going on. Looks like William went 1-2. Not great. Let's see who's doing well. Sydney, I think that is one of the Tristan, maybe, last name references. 2-1. Not too bad. Doesn't look like any of our bounties end up being 3-0, but they're still in it. The thing is, with the bounty system, they get to play out the entire day. For every win, they get 2 packs, and then they bank 2 packs. After they take a loss, whoever beat them gets to take all their bank packs plus the 2 from that round. So if any of them can turn it around from here on out and win the rest of their rounds, they can end up with a lot of booster packs at the end of the day. But we're going to have to see how they do. We'll check back in on our bounties a little bit later on. And then next up, we want to show you something awesome that you can win at YCS events. That's right, it's the Pot Collection Win-A-Mat Game Mat. That means we have these public events called Win-A-Mats. Usually they're 8-person tournaments. You get to enter, sign up, and if you win, you get this beautiful, beautiful playmat featuring all of these pot cards with the Pot of Greed. What does that do right there in the center? It's definitely a mat I want to get my hands on as well. You're going to want to look out for that at future tournaments to try and participate in our public events. We have a lot more exciting action coming to you soon. We're going to be back for our next round of Swiss. We're almost at round 5, but we have 9 rounds of Swiss today before we come back for day 2 tomorrow. If you want to find out who's going to make that top cut, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back shortly with some more dueling action.
Welcome back to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Deck Flexing, the show where we put 2 competitors to the test in the ultimate duel.
We're your hosts, Paul and Alec from Team APS, and this week we have a themed deck that our competitors are going to have to build for the duel. The competitors are going to duel in 2 rounds. The first one's for practice, as I hands-on coach one of them and Alec coaches the other, and then we're going to let them duel and crown this week's Master Duelist.
For this week's episode theme, we're taking a step back in time to the summer of 2014.
That's right, at the height of Xyz summoning. And along the way, we're also going to get a chance to see which of us is the better coach, huh, Alec?
This guy.
So, without further ado, let's introduce our guests. Welcome our first competitor, Cyriax, the founder of Bauer, a level beyond just power. He's a master of unique decks like the Egyptian gods and cubic cards. He prides himself on building off-the-wall decks that steer away from meta staples to keep his opponents always on their toes. Welcome, Syriax.
What's up? I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to, flex a little bit of that King of Games knowledge that I have and see if I can master it really quickly.
And introducing his opponent, Rhyme Style. Known for being an expert in the art of anime decks, you can find him rocking Dark Magician and Blue Eyes White Dragon on the regular. Welcome, Rhyme Style.
Thank you for having me. I feel like if there's anybody to have to take out Syriax, it's me. So, Dion, thank you for showing up for this easy win for me.
We gonna see. We gonna see.
So, Syriax, when you think of Xyz summoning, what comes to mind?
Honestly, I was introduced to that form of summoning through dueling, but Xyz is just very simple. Two of the same level monsters, put them together, and you get a big, beefy monster out of your extra deck. I always thought it was really cool.
And Rhyme, I'll kick the same question back to you. What do you think of Xyz summoning?
The first word that comes to mind is Zeus, and I love it. It's funny, actually, when I came back to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, one of the very first decks I built was Blue Eyes, and I remember Dragalubion and Numeron Dragon were like my go-to cards.
Syriax, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. It's been out for a little over a year now. What do you think of this game? How has it just, been as an experience for you, and what do you hope to see from it in the future?
I mean this in the nicest way possible. I have a problem. It's just me. It's not the game. I'm addicted to this game. I can't stop playing. It's just been so much fun to have like a convenient way to play the game that I loved as a kid at any time that I want, whether it's on mobile or PC. There's almost no reason for me not to play. I'm glad that it's here, and I can't wait to see what more they have to come.
And Rhyme, same question. What do you think of Master Duel, and what about the future of Master Duel?
Master Duel is literally everything I've ever wanted in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Game. Like, literally, I will wake up, and the first thing I do is I hop on Discord, and I hit up like, hey, you want to play a couple games? And next thing I know, it's 4 o'clock. And then we record. It's a problem, and it's a good problem to have.
Awesome. Well, that sounds good. So, now that we know a little bit about our two competitors, we're now going to split off into teams. I'm going to be coaching Syriax, and Alec will be coaching Rhyme Style.
That's right. I'll do my best.
Yeah, I don't know how much we can really teach these guys, but we're going to find out. So, let's get right to it.
Let's go.
All right, Syriax, so what deck do you have here? What are you planning to bring into this match?
I was cooking something up here, so I got a little some. So first we got DD Crow, just in case there's any graveyard shenanigans that Dino tries to play. It banishes a card from the graveyard, and I can just activate it from my hand, so it's a really convenient card to have, just in case he tries to do anything slick with me.
Yeah, now it seems like your main strategy is Bujin. I know it's a very sort of protect the tower control style deck.
Yamato, I remember that kind of being like a very important card for them to kind of get the deck going, like a starter.
Once he's managed to stay in the field for a turn or two, then it's really easy to just do an Xyz summon with him and another Bujin monster afterwards. And that is where things get really fun, because the extra deck is pretty much just a toolbox. The safety pick is always just going into Bujinte Susanoo. It lets you attack like all your opponent's monsters, so it's really good for clearing the field.
I believe in the heart of the cards. I'll send all the perfect cards away.
I mean, you're the king of games. I feel like you kind of have to.
Thank you.
All right, guys, I'm here with Rhyme Style, and we're going to take a look at his hand, artifact, and trap tricks deck, fresh out of summer 2014.
I'm ready to win, I'm going to be honest with you. Something I love about this is the fact that you have the ice and the fire hand, which are not once per turn, which is insane to me.
Now, these cards are crazy, but if your opponent doesn't have a monster or they don't have a spell or trap card to destroy, you will not get to summon the next hand. So gotta watch out for that.
And then we also have the artifacts, which we can summon using Artifact Sanctum.
Mm-hmm.
And then these also do an effect based on when you summon.
Yes, Morale Tech can destroy a card on the field.
Yeah.
We have extra deck monsters too.
We have a lot of options to go through.
Silent Anarch was a huge card. You can just steal your opponent's monsters.
Yeah. I feel like Abyss Dweller is going to be our best friend in this situation.
Oh yeah, Bujins love playing out the graveyard. So if you could just shut that off for a turn or two,
yeah,
you can make this matchup really simple with this card.
It's like I have home field advantage because I duel Syriax all the time. He will not be ready for this.
I think if you're ready, then we can go ahead and hop into the practice round, get warmed up a little bit.
I was born ready.
We're about to get it started, guys. Our practice round.
All right, let's do this. This is about to be the easiest win for us. Not bad.
Okay. And we have Soul Charge, a huge meta-defining card.
Really good. This card is insane.
Not a bad starting hand.
Not a bad one at all. We have our key card right here.
I think I'm going to start with blessing our opponent with the gift of life points, but not before I play my Bujin Yamato.
Okay, you got Yamato out in the first turn?
They always do.
Fujin Yamato is a little different. It actually gets the cards in the end phase. So
Okay.
you're free to play Upstart Goblin whenever
All
you
right.
feel like it.
I feel like the free life points is going to cost him the duel.
All right, then I'm just gonna go ahead and set.
Ooh, not a fan of that. I was kind of hoping he would just have one set. I think my best bet would be to just go for the attack, but it could be risky.
It's very early to take a risk like that. I favor a defensive play here. It's a different style of Yu-Gi-Oh. We have to be very patient here.
Oh, duality.
Let's get some free cards.
So he just got Artifact Sanctum.
Okay, I think I'll just set Ice Hand because I know he's going to attack. And then we set both of these and we're good for the next turn. And he's going to head right into Ice Hand, frame one.
If he does that, that'll be amazing.
And he 100% will.
We could just go to the battle phase.
All right, let's go battle.
He's going right for the attack.
Swing for 1900.
This is great for us.
And let's see what he has face down. We have enough to get over Ice Hand.
Pop.
You gotta stop the hand kind of loop because Fire Hand getting Ice Hand and back and forth.
Yeah,
is just really
tough to deal with.
Breakthrough skill.
Fire.
Now he's playing our game.
Yep.
He gets Fire Hand. Now Fire Hand's a little scary, so if it gets destroyed, it's gonna be able to target any monster and destroy it.
Do we want to activate Sanctum or do you want to just save
So
it?
you can, if you want to trigger it now.
Okay.
He goes with Sanctum now. Interesting. Sanctum's gonna let him get any artifact monster straight from his deck.
All right, it's
he gets
morale
morale tag. So he gets to destroy a face-up card we control. So we're gonna go ahead and activate Torrential Tribute, and that way gets rid of everything.
And then we
See
just
if he has
chain hair to
anything in
protect
response.
ourselves.
Torrential Tribute. Interesting.
Yeah, it's still his turn.
That's fine.
He's
All right,
going
we're in good
for
shape.
a swarm play where he's going to try to build up as many monsters as possible.
Let's get that free damage.
Yeah.
I think we just grabbed Yamato again, right?
Yep, same deal.
All right, so let's grab
That's one of my favorite things about this deck. It's pretty rinse repeat.
Yamato. So yeah, once you get it down once, you got it down.
All right,
Grab.
Yamato number 2.
Yamato again. I think my best bet is to just bounce this right now because then he won't get the effect.
That's a play. That's a real play.
Ooh, compulsory.
Ooh.
We're gonna have to
so
just
he's gonna have
deal
to go
with
back
that.
to the hand.
Let's just go ahead and summon this, attack for a lot, and then just Xyz.
But who are we going to Xyz into?
Oh, there's another fire hand anyway. All right, but on the bright side, nothing in the back row. Never mind. So we just go Yamato again, right?
That's what I'm feeling.
What I'm thinking. Okay.
Yamato's back. There's no reason to do this.
I'm gonna go ahead and just
All right, so we get a
swing
free attack.
over this trap.
I'll soul charge and bring 3 cards back.
Ooh, soul
Right.
charge.
Ooh, power cards. Soul
Very
charge.
strong card here.
I know he's gonna be sticking to some Xyz and soul charge active right now too.
For all we know, all these cards were brought out just as a line of defense.
One card that sometimes gets used against Fujin is like Abyss Dweller.
Right.
Because it can stop
The graveyard effects.
effect.
Silent Honor Arc. Even though our life points are lower, the life points don't tell the full story here.
I would say that we go for Susanoo and just kind of like see what it is.
Okay. Watch the animation, and out comes
The overlay
Fujinti
network.
Susanoo. Forgive my enunciation. Fire Hand, do you think it's worth getting rid of? Because we can just negate it. Might as well, right? Just get rid of the loop.
Yeah, we can negate it.
So that's gonna activate. Probably target. What?
Wait, it didn't let us.
Damage
What?
step.
It's a damage step thing. Oh,
It is damage
Wow.
step. That's game.
Wow.
Damage
We
step.
totally
That's
messed
what
this
it is.
up.
At least we
Oh,
have Bujin
gosh.
Carnation.
I'm not worried.
that's what practice is for.
That is true.
Okay, and then I'm just gonna attack now then.
All right, and then this is just going to be a swing for game here.
Yeah,
unless he's nervous
presumably,
about a
unless-
Mirror Force, maybe.
I don't think he has anything.
Nope, he is not.
Oh no cold feet.
I don't think that's nothing. That's nothing.
Oh, it's so unfortunate.
We had it, man. We had it.
Okay, it's okay.
In the
though.
real
It's
duel,
okay that
in the
we
real
won.
duel, I'll make you proud and I'm gonna cook.
That's game.
Well, that's it. Okay, cool.
It's a fun deck.
I get the
Oh, no,
deck now.
I believe
This
it.
was actually very
You're the king of
educational.
games.
Just sit back and watch. I'm ready.
All right, guys, that was our first coached practice round. Now, Rhymestyle and Cyriax are going to take what they've learned from this game, and they're on their own. Let's go.
The duel is about to begin.
I feel like I get powered up when I can just like talk smack to you when we're dueling. So
Yeah,
that's
well, I feel like I get powered up. Oh, you lose. Honestly, surrender. Surrender.
You literally just lost. You lost.
Surrender.
You lost.
Surrender.
Power duality.
That's it. I'm petting your rescue rabbit. Thoughts?
Don't.
Pot of duality out the gate because we're not doing any special summoning on the first turn.
Riveting.
Ooh,
Riveting.
Lost. What's the like
Riveting
going?
turn.
You're a loser. A rescue rabbit on Dion's field. Do you think he's going to win?
Hey, don't touch him. Don't touch
He
him.
said no.
Don't touch him.
Why you say
Don't
no?
touch him. You know what? You had a pretty good move last time. I'm gonna play my pot of duality. Thoughts, response?
Oh, we get it. You're copying me.
Uh-huh.
Such patient decks. So, like, neither one of us are special summoning on the first turn, so.
Yeah.
Then I already know what I'm grabbing.
So he decides to go with Forbidden Lance. This can actually protect him from a spell or trap effect.
That's kind of a good card.
I'm gonna attack your face down card, and I know it's too weak to deal with my whopping 1800 Damage.
Fire Hand.
That is painful for Syriax.
I would like to reconsider.
You can always, as I like to say, Sharen.
He attacks into Fire Hand, and unfortunately, Fire Hand's effect is gonna activate and destroy Bujin Yamato.
You know the best part about Fire Hand?
What that?
Is I also get a free monster on board. What's that? It's getting cold in here? That was my bird.
Rhymestyle did not lose cards in this exchange.
So Syrax is just gonna have to finish his turn off by, it seems like, maybe just setting a single card, 2 cards, and ending his turn. Oh, at the end of the turn, double Cyclone hits.
No!
But wait, there's more!
So that destroys one of Rhymestyle's cards, one of Syrax's cards.
Card of Duality.
Bro, you in this card! Stop!
I would like to see what I have on top 3.
All right, go ahead, take a gander. Bro, just grab another pot of duality while you're at it.
Now here, I would get Myrmelio.
And that's what he goes with.
Right.
So Paduelli is going to grab Trap Tricks Myrmelio, and now things get a little bit tricky.
I will go into battle. Response.
None. I will allow this.
Of course you will, because you have another option.
We attacked for 1600 with Trap Tricks Myrmelio, and
I am speed running your deck.
1400 with Ice Hand.
That's 3,000.
I will set one more card.
Stop it.
I'm feeling kind of generous. I might give you an extra turn if you want.
Oh, you doing all that barking. I will play.
Nothing. You lose, bro.
My Bujinji hair.
The hair hits the field. It does need to get in the grave, but right now it's actually the strongest monster.
You know what? I like you not having monster feel. That's better. Oh, no.
That hurt. I'm not gonna lie, that one hurt. That one hurt.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, it's okay. So Solemn Warning is going to negate the summon of Bujin Hair. And that means that Syrax unfortunately has to end his turn.
Here's the thing. This is how I know you stand 0 chance. Like, it's just... What I'm going to do is I'm going to simply just attack you for a lot again.
Bro will never XE summon. He's scared.
I know I'm going to. I'm just going to do my damage first.
He's terrified.
And I know math.
So Rhymestyle gets in another 3,000 points of damage.
You're afraid to do the fun play. He's too scared.
No, I can't play.
Look at
I don't
him.
have the card.
Look at him scared.
To do it.
Scared to do the fun play. Could not be me.
All right, we're going for a classic here. IXCs!
He's going to overlay both of his monsters to make Abyss Dweller. Ooh, this one's dangerous.
That is all right with me.
So not only can Abyss Dweller negate graveyard effects from Syrax, it also gains 500 attack because Ice Hand is a water monster.
You're about to look very scared here in a second, brother.
Am I?
Yes. I'm next going to play, because it was a special summon, my Bujinji Turtle. You getting a little nervous now, aren't you?
This is a pretty good move. Now that he actually has 2 monsters on the field, he can finally make an Xyz monster.
Now to get over your weak Abyss Dweller, I'm gonna bring out my boss, who has an animation.
This is huge.
Alright, Susano hits the board.
Abyss Dweller doesn't mean anything now because Susano is naturally larger and will not need any protections.
And now I am going to attack you. Thoughts?
It's fine. It's just 200 damage. I can handle it.
But what can you top deck now? I know. I can sense the confidence is gone. It's gone.
No, it's there. It's there.
No, there's no confidence. You get a little nervous now, ain't
Hold
you?
on. No, we're good. We're good.
Dianea can actually target a Trap Tricks in the grave.
Because you lose, bro.
Oh no, if only I didn't have DD Crow in my hand!
No shot!
If only I didn't have DD Crow in my hand, I might have been a little scared.
The Trap Tricks from Melee on the graveyard, it gets banished, which means Dianea does not have a target to summon.
Syrax is firmly in control of this game now.
Yeah, he really turned this around. This is brutal.
You could Sharen at any moment in time.
Now Dianea is just kind of sitting there. It's vulnerable. It only has 1,700 attack points.
Okay, go right to battle. That's fine.
You could cry. It's okay.
This attacks Dianea. Let's see what he does this.
I'm not going to be summoning anything else. This guy is going to cook you by himself.
This is the safest Susano I've ever seen.
Honestly, you could Sharen.
All right, I'm still confident.
Are you?
Yeah.
Why? Stop. I'm just going to go into battle.
Okay, so Syrax is once again playing it safe, swinging directly for 2,400.
All right, now next turn.
Next turn decides it.
If you don't play something crazy.
There's one card I can draw right now, which means amazing, perfect, beautiful. This card right here.
No.
Wait, I can't fully play that.
You went full goofy for what?
This duel is actually coming down to the wire.
So So what? Now you want a homie drop? Oh,
No, I don't need a homie
you
drop.
can only
It's
bring
just
one card. You can only get one card.
That's why I'm
Yeah,
limited.
your
I
life
can bring
points
back
are
two.
low. Okay. What will it be? Pick a good one.
I get 2 cards. That's
No, it's one.
He has to get one monster because he takes 1,000 damage for every monster that he summons with Soul Charge.
I summon this, which activates the effect to bring back my other card.
His monster's in attack position, and he might have been thinking that Dynea can summon Mermelio from the
That's
graveyard.
a
but
normal
it's
summon.
Only when normal summon.
This is only when it's normal summon. Special summon.
I'm not playing a monster because I know what you have.
C-Reax went straight to it.
But what I will play is my Bujinji Crane, doubling my attack, sending you to the grave.
Game-ending blow.
I tried to warn you. All that barking. You was doing all that barking.
God, that DD Cross saved your life, bro. That's fine.
Let's have a word with our two competitors, see how they're feeling after this one. All right, so our champion, our master duelist for episode 3 of Master Duel Deck Flexing is Syrian.
Congratulations, you did it.
Go! Let go!
Great job to all parties involved.
Yes, I'm proud of everybody, just especially him, because I coached him, and if it wasn't for all my help, I just
Specifically
don't know.
him, not Rhymes. I want to thank my mother. She was always there for me. I want to thank Dino for not reading. And my coach, she was always there for
the
me.
most important person in the situation, the bird. The DD Cross that saved your life. Hey, you have to thank him. You gotta thank him in bird.
You mean the bird that I enlisted into my deck? All right, come on now.
You gotta thank it in bird.
That's it for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Deck Flexing Episode 3.
That's a wrap.
We hope you guys enjoyed it, and stay tuned for the next one.
And if you want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, play today. It's available on console, Steam, and mobile. Play for free now.
Welcome back to YCS Raleigh. We are just about to enter here into the 5th round of Swiss. Steven, so far today, walking around the tables between rounds, have there been any decks that have surprised you?
Oh, yeah. So we've only get to cast and show so many deck types. When you actually walk the tournament floor, you see things like Unchained, Ubel, Marincess, completely undefeated. And what it shows you is this format is not solved. A lot of people are trying to figure it out, and you see our duelists out there being assisted by our lovely judge staff. There's so much diversity in this format. And so because of that new Forbidden and Limited list, it shows you it's not just the old cards coming back, it's new cards that haven't been tested, and I'm really excited to see how this shakes out and what tomorrow looks like. Speaking about our stats, we are currently on round 5, so we're reaching that halfway point. We had 1,793 duelists, but we have dwindled down to 111 undefeated duelists.
Looking at the matchup this particular round, it's really going to piggyback on what you were saying a little bit earlier, the changes on that Forbidden and Limited list. We've seen a couple decks so far this weekend in the feature match area try to summon Thunder Dragon Colossus, but I don't think it's actually touched down. However, this round we're going to see one of the players really fully commit. It looks a lot more like one of the traditional Thunder Dragon decks that we saw a couple years ago, but this one's going to incorporate the Bestial package, which I think has always slotted in really well with the Thunder Dragon cards. So I'm really curious to see a deck that's devoted to summoning Colossus as a primary feature, as opposed to occasionally being able to summon it through Corridor, how often Colossus will hit the field in this upcoming round.
No, it's definitely true that you could use one of those fan favorite cards like Nemesis Corridor, which is super easy to get into. But speaking of getting into, we're going to go right into our round 5 featured match here at YCS Raleigh. Take a look at our first player here. It's going to be Joel. He is from Morgantown, and his favorite card, Gratha, Dragon Lord of the Dark World.
That's a classic. He'll be up against Howard from Chesapeake, Virginia. His favorite card is And the Band Played On.
Some classic stuff, and I'm really excited to see these two duelists clash because, again, even though we've seen all the Nemesis flags, all the Arc Nemesis you can eat, we haven't just seen Thunder Dragons, and people have been asking for Colossus to come off the list for so long. It'll be really neat to see duelists who have dedicated their entire deck to using those cards.
Yeah, Joel will be playing that Bestial Thunder Dragon deck that I commented on a little bit earlier. He's actually incorporated a pretty robust Runic package as well, so it's really a Bestial Runic Thunder Dragon deck. We've seen the combination of Bestial and Runic cards successful. Joshua Smith piloted a deck with the Bestials and Runics in combination with cards like Quem a couple formats ago. The Thunder Dragons definitely give the deck a different avenue. We see here that Joel's elected not to play any of those Quem, Blazing Cartasia, Incredible Ecclesia type cards, and has basically swapped all of those out for the Thunder Dragons. So we'll see to what extent the Bestials combine better with the Thunder Dragons.
On the flip side, Howard is going to be playing Dragon Link, and people at home might be just saying, wait a sec, Dragon Link without Borreload Savage Dragon, without Link Karibo? But all of those great Dragon Link cards had a number of different targets that they could get into from the extra deck, and we're going to find out if the rest of the package is able to hold their own, especially against a deck like that Thunder Dragon deck that just kind of keeps going and keeps vomiting bodies on the field.
Dragon Link has been one of the decks that's been able to evolve more than any other in the past handful of years. Just imagine all of the limitations that deck has faced, but it has still found a way to continue on. It lost Chaos Ruler, it lost versions of the Gar Dragons, LP for example. It's lost, as you just mentioned, Boardload Savage Dragon. So just bit by bit, it's lost cards from the extra deck, but it's found a way to adapt and continue to be a top tier deck.
Well, I think it just shows you that how powerful those sort of core dragons are, right? When you think about it, Striker Dragon is so important to getting everything started. And then you get a lot of freedom to be able to go in different directions with Boot Sector Launch and Quick Launch. So as long as there are dragons, as long as there are Link monsters, I don't think Dragon Link is going anywhere.
The Dragon cards have just always combined so well with each other, and we talk about the limitations. We should also comment on the release of the Bestials a couple years ago. Really gave the deck a whole new dimension. But it looks like we're ready to head into our round 5 feature match, game 1, between two strategies that are going to incorporate Bestials, but with very different supporting cards.
All right, it'll be interesting to see who goes first, because that'll really set the tone for the duel. Players are just patiently waiting to be given the go-ahead. Great show of respect there, and now, hey, it's time to duel.
So it looks like Howard has a combination of a handful of different Runic cards and a couple of the Bestials. We're going to start here, though, with Branded Regained from Howard's side of the field.
Joel going ahead and starting with that Star Liege Seyfert. Going to go ahead and discard believe that's
Baldrake.
Baldrake, yes. It's interesting because you used to only see it as the common, then they reprinted it as the ultra rare. Man, what an ultra rare it is.
Yeah, I really like the upgraded rarities on some of the Bystials. Cards like Serenair, for example, I love the Prismatic Secret.
And he's got it.
Same with Druis Worm.
They're just such powerful cards. To see them in that holography, they are well-deserved effects on that.
What's interesting here is, Howard doesn't necessarily know that Joel is also playing the Bystials. Any deck that incorporates the Bystials when it plays against the Bystials adds a layer of interaction that's really interesting to see. You only can activate the Bystials as quick effects if your opponent has monsters, and it adds this layer of counterplay against one another.
Speaking of layers, we went ahead and got into Striker Dragon to get that boot sector launch, then immediately combined Saronir and the Striker Dragon to make Dragoon Knight Romulus, using that to pull out the Dragon Ravine from the deck. Immediately seems to be using that effect to go ahead and get rid of Lubellion.
Beautiful synergy here between Seyfert and Lubellion. The fact that it's a level 8 allows you to banish that Seyfert from the graveyard. Traditionally when Seyfert and Dragon Link was becoming popular, this point probably 2 or 3 years ago, you would typically see it to bring back Levianair. Now, he's actually still playing a copy of Levianair, but the fact that you can also use it to banish to return back the Bystial Lubellion adds another layer to the deck's potential.
It's definitely some good stuff here. And yeah, Saronir is such a powerful card there. It's one of those things where before people started commonly using Saronir, Bestials were good, but Saronir just adds so much consistency, and so it's good to see that people have leaned more on it and less on Magnemut. But speaking of Magnemut, it's going to go to the graveyard here with Romulus in order to make the Heraldic Seal of Heavenly Spheres.
We see here previously that Magnemut is special summoned by banishing the Striker Dragon, which now gets put safely back into the extra deck. So if Howard does need to summon another copy of Striker Dragon, he's able to do so. The beauty of Branded Regain, and a lot of decks that have incorporated it have had this advantage, allow you to cycle through some of those extra deck monsters that you may only play one copy of. I know, for example, in those Runic-based strategies, being able to put back copies of Hugin, being able to put back other light or dark Runic fusion monsters can be very vital if the game goes long.
Well, what's also going to be interesting is once his opponent finds out that they're both playing Bystials, every time they are activating those Bystial effects, they're banishing light or dark monsters. That's actually going to make each other's Branded Regains activate.
So one thing I know he is not going to summon right now is Borreload Savage Dragon.
Yes, that Rocket Tracer would feel pretty good if it could turn to Borreload Savage Dragon, but no, we're going to go for IP Masquerena instead, and then use the effect of the White Dragon Wyver Buster to get the Collapse Serpent from the deck.
Too bad he doesn't have the Chaos space to be able to recycle and get even more of those searches.
It's true when you mentioned that Dragon Link players are just so adaptive. They've lost 3 Chaos spaces just a few lists ago, and now they've lost a few other cards, and yet Joel has made it this far in the tournament and is still proudly professing his Dragon cards.
I think we got to look at a main deck copy of Rivalry of Warlords, which is kind of an interesting card for Howard to main because you didn't traditionally see that card incorporated into Dragon-based strategies when you could play 3.
Interesting. Looks like we finally did the Thunder Dragon Dark, discarding it to go grab another Thunder Dragon Dark.
Yep, it is a quick effect, so you can activate it during Howard's turn. It's one of the beauties of the Thunder Dragon strategy is having at least one that you can activate on your opponent's turn, because it sets you up nicely. The Thunder Dragons, for those of you who are unfamiliar, because they've recently been a little bit better with the unbanning of Colossus, you only can activate one of their effects per turn. So the fact that you can at least activate Thunder Dragon Dark on the opponent's turn and then banish it on your turn is valuable.
Well, and speaking of a turn we're going to have here, going ahead and activating that Runic Fountain and starting off with the Runic Tip here. But this is where it gets dangerous. Imagine if you accidentally banish a light or dark monster.
Yeah, I was just about to comment. Branded Regain looking at a Runic Tip. Howard's just going to shrug and say, yeah, sure. Hopefully you don't banish a light or dark for me.
Well, especially with a monster-heavy deck like Dragon Link, it is wholly possible. Here we go. And there it was. So taking a look here at the graveyard. Haven't had him declare any activations of Branded Regain, but it just is nice that, oh, here we go. Yeah, there's the Banished Seyfert.
It looks like a copy of Runic Destruction, which is going to destroy the Branded Regain. It's going to put a second Runic Quick Play in the graveyard, cut him off from the draw. And he at least has the option of drawing 2 cards. It looks like he has at least one other copy of a Runic Spell or Trap in his hand, so he might actually elect to not draw just yet.
Looks like we are resolving here. Saying goodbye to another Seyfert, I believe Absoluter Dragon, and then finally Infinite Permanence as well as a Quick Launch.
And he's choosing not to draw, so he is going to utilize another runic quick play before going for that draw of presumably 3.
Certainly seeing how much advantage you can get off of that, whether it was Aaron Furman's performance earlier in the tournament, just recycling one card each turn. That Runic Fountain is a very powerful spell, so if Joel wants to survive this duel, he's going to need to deal with it rather quickly, because if he is not gaining resources, because he lost his Brand Regain, but his opponent is gaining plenty, it's going to feel like an uphill battle pretty fast.
So here we have Hugin coming down with that activation of Flashing Fire.
And I think we are going to discard for the effect there.
So a Thunder Dragon Roar, and then he's going to chain the effect of Runic Fountain. I guess you could probably use Effect Veiler there. There's no harm in doing so.
Certainly shows the strength of Effect Veiler, being able to activate even though the chain links were correctly organized. And then using the Heraldic Dragon of the Heavenly Seals to stop the blood flow, right? No longer being able to activate those quick plays from the hand. If you're not familiar with the Runic strategy, those at home, again, that Runic Field spell also, besides letting you draw, does let you activate those special Runic quick play spell cards from your hand without even setting them.
He'll be able to activate the Runic Fountain again here. It's hard to tell exactly what Runic he has in his hand. If that's a copy of Flashing Fire, he has already activated it this turn. It's tough. I think it actually is another copy of it, so that's unfortunate for Joel.
Doesn't let him do much there, unfortunately. We are seeing a Bestial Saronir go ahead and slam down on the field there.
Doesn't look like Howard is playing Nightmare Unicorn, so he'll probably go into SP Little Knight upon the activation of Runic Fountain, which will cut off the draws, even on his turn.
Well, he's thinking about it. I think he's aware of just what you mentioned, that it kind of locks himself out. So, just setting those 2 cards face down on the field might be past the turn here. But now we're going to IP Masquerena, combining Saronir and, well, IP Masquerena, to make the SP Little Knight. And it's going to get to banish.
This is beautiful. He's cut off all of those Runic Fountain draws.
Well, speaking of cut off, I think that's all she wrote.
Yeah. Through the combination of SP Little Knight and then the Heraldic Seal, we saw basically 2 potential activations cut off there. So it looks like heading now into the second game, I don't think it was very evident to Howard that Joel is playing as many of the Bestials as he is. So it'll be interesting to see heading here into the second game how Howard approaches what he might just think is a Thunder Dragon deck.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, if you're playing Thunder Dragons this weekend, and you're playing the one specifically that he's running, like Roar and Dark, which Howard did see, I think you have to assume there's going to be a pretty reasonable Bestial count. Other ways of getting into Colossus are those singleton ways like we commented on earlier with Nemesis Corridor, but those decks aren't necessarily committing fully to the actual Thunder Dragon cards. Joel is in fact committing to Dark, Hawk, even Matrix is in his deck, and of course Roar.
Well, hopefully it's not the commentator's curse. We have really wanted to see that Thunder Dragon Colossus. It had every chance that it could rear its multiple heads. It just hasn't appeared.
Howard is almost assuredly not going to do it because he's going second, but Howard is side decking 3 copies of Nemesis Corridor in a deck that just naturally banishes a lot. He doesn't have a way of searching it like some other strategies do. However, naturally drawing Nemesis Corridor would give him a way of special summoning Colossus, so you essentially have just a 1-card Colossus. You'd have to naturally draw it. But if we do go into a game 3 and Howard goes first, I presume he'll add that to his deck, and then all of a sudden we'll have 2 players having access to Thunder Dragon Colossus.
That'll be interesting. Certainly a lot of draws that still happen in the Runic Fountain effect, so you know, Thunder Dragon Colossus does stop so much in terms of being able to add these cards from the deck to the hand, but it doesn't prevent the draws. And so maybe the fact that the Runic strategy allows those draws, those manual, just whatever it is off the top of the deck, I'll take it. That might be the determining difference. Because think about it, Branded Regained lets you go ahead and draw. And, well, so does the Runic Fountain, so we'll see how that plays out. But Howard did take the first game here, so Joel's going to have to figure out what he wants to do in reply.
Joel would need to naturally draw the Runic Fountain because he wouldn't be able to search it through Hugin or Tip. So although, yes, Joel does have access to drawing through Runic Fountain, he would need a pretty ideal opening in order to do that. Now, obviously, he has cards like Freezing Curses in his deck that allow him to kind of play around Colossus, but depending on exactly how Joel opens, Colossus could be quite detrimental if Howard were to do that on the opening turn of the third game, but we'll see if we even get there.
Well, we are getting there right now, going into our Game 2 here of our Round 5 feature match at YCS Raleigh. And what a day it's been so far. Again, we haven't reached the halfway point just yet. But our duelists are picking up their cards, and, well, let's see what Joel has for his game 2 first turn.
I like this. I love Battery Man Solar.
I mean, it is a Thunder monster. But it ain't going to get anything out because Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring is going to be the immediate answer. So certainly not as many options, but it is nice to have the Runic Fountain and the Runic Tip and know that you are past Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. So it's not a bad turn per se. But, well, it just didn't start out the way you might want it to.
So it looks like here he's going to activate a copy of Runic Tip. He's going to be utilizing that to special summon. Usually you special summon Hugin. Yeah, that is what he's in fact going to do. I was curious if he was going to go into level 4 to potentially go into Exceed Monster.
Mm-hmm. He is going to discard the Thunder Dragon Dark Hair. And picking up the deck, it resolves, so grabbing the Runic Fountain with the effect of the Hugin the Runic Wings.
So he is going to probably use this now to put just the tip back because you have a Runic Fountain in your hand, so if you are able to draw into additional Runic cards, you do want to kind of maximize each individual activation because they're so easy to recycle.
Well, it looks like the cards are going to combine after all, but instead of something big, it's just going to be an SP Little Knight.
Oh, this is interesting. He actually can banish his own Dark from Graveyard.
Oh, that is a good play. Again, now he's going to get the Dark's ability. So reaching deep into the deck here and grabbing a Thunder Dragon Hawk.
Yeah, this is an interaction that it's obvious once you see it, but until you see it, you might not realize. SP Little Knight, it's one of the most powerful cards printed in the last handful of years, and all of the various ways that it enhances decks, the more you see, the more you learn. And this is a good illustration of, okay, I might not have a way to banish my Thunder Dragons via Bystials, but I'll always have an SP Little Knight in my extra deck. This is a deck that very easily puts a fusion monster on the field through the Runic cards. So this interaction, now that you actually see it, is really quite simple and very for the first time.
We finally get to see it. It's Thunder Dragon Colossus. You should see me behind the stage. I actually just kind of jumped up because it is cool that we finally get this card back.
Oh.
And just like that, it got Nibiru. However, you can get rid of that with the SP Little Knight, dodging it. So Thunder Dragon Colossus lives to fight another day and comes right back to where it was. Past turn.
Yeah, no harm, no foul. The interesting thing with Colossus is people this weekend have commented on how it's not quite as powerful as it was a couple years ago because it can be hit by SP Little Knight by the opponent so easily. However, SP Little Knight plus Colossus does give you that insurance against Nibiru.
Not too bad. Unfortunately, though, those extra draws that would have worked under Thunder Dragon Colossus are no more as the Cosmic Cyclone banishes Runic Fountain.
It does look like he has a Bestial Lobelion in his hand, so there's at least one card in his hand that's been shut off by the Colossus effect. That beautiful ultimate rare, might I add.
Mm-hmm. Definitely, this person wasn't just thinking about doing Thunder Dragon Colossus, but speaking of thinking, we are facing down the Superstar Slayer, Typhon. It's going to go ahead and crash into SP Little Knight, destroying it. And now, well, it also could get rid of the Thunder Dragon Colossus. So we were so excited, but the commentator's curse continues.
Superstar Slayer, Typhon is another really good out to our friend Colossus.
And it shows you why the cards can come off the list. They are very powerful, but they're still fair. There's a lot of different answers to it. So if you were worried that Thunder Dragon Colossus was the end of days, you just had some solid proof that no, it's fair. You just have to face it with what cards you have.
And the fact that there are two, I wouldn't quite say played in every single deck, but played in a large percentage of decks between SP Little Knight, and here we see Star Slayer, easily accessible to all players, makes it so that Colossal, although a powerful card, can be outed a little bit easier than it could a few years ago.
Definitely can, and a great answer to a lot of different decks. But speaking of answers, looks like we might get a few more with the Runic Fountain. Going to go ahead and activate the Runic Destruction there.
Unfortunately for Howard, although he has 3 hand interactions with Effect Veiler, Nibiru, and Magnum, none of them line up well against Runic Fountain.
Fortunately, no. You need, well, it might be time to bring out Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit again. Looks like we're going to use Runic Slumber to go ahead and protect that Runic Fangs and go ahead and banish 3 additional cards off the top. Count them out. Nibiru. Looks like we're going to say goodbye to Quick Launch and finally Lobelion. The Lobelion is good, but because there's a Lobelion in the graveyard, we might see a Branded Regain recycle that anyway.
There's also the possibility of summoning back off Dispatter. His deck is one that can go into Bystial Dispatter quite well, and having large Light and Dark monsters like Lobelion, for example, banished, can increase damage output.
Certainly can. Now, Joel just trying to figure out what he can do with this hand of Triple Tactics talent, but there's no monster effect that's been activated. You've got a Thunder Dragon Dark. And finally... Oh, looks like we are going to go ahead and discard the Thunder Dragon Dark and grab another one.
You might as well filter out of your deck.
Now, we did get to see some interesting side deck choices. I don't believe those skill drains would be main deck, but it would certainly help to have a skill drain here now. Just going to have to take it by the numbers, but with no runic spells in the hand, in a very fragile position here.
Yeah, Joel has not brought the deck out variation of Runic here this weekend. He has incorporated a strategy that doesn't tend to win through the primary way that most duels are finalized, which is through life points, as opposed to what we saw earlier at this tournament.
Deck out is pretty cool, but it's true also, though, that the Runic cards are just great in and of themselves. Not only do they do a number of basic utility effects, like destroying a spell or trap, negating something, protecting something, removing cards from the hand, but it's true that even if you're not trying to deck your opponent out, look at that banishment. You know, look at the fact that that card was able to get rid of Quick Launch, Nibiru, and Lubellion, that second copy. You are not going to see that. And it shows you why these Runic cards work so well in so many different decks.
I'm really glad that Howard activated that Magnamut. A lot of times you see players when a card like Colossus on the field not realize that Magnamut can add from the graveyard. So even if you're under draw at Lockbird, you can actually still resolve Magnamut's effect. So I'm really glad to see that he understood that interaction well enough, activated Bestial Magnamut when he special summoned it, and was able to add back that Rocket Recharger from the graveyard.
Well, you don't play Dragon Link in the year 2024 past April 15th without really knowing that deck, and it shows that Howard, he is a true duelist with Dragon Links. He didn't just show up, he clearly knows how to pilot this deck, and now he is piloting it right to that Branded Regain, that powerful card we've been talking about this entire set of games, just because of how important it is. Think about all these banished cards. Well, now you get to draw, and now those runic spells kind of have a downside.
So Colossus can protect itself as a destruction in battle, but I highly doubt we're going to get to the battle phase. It's probably going to be the case that SP Little Knight hits the table. I could see Herratic Seal maybe, but I think... Actually, you can't go into Herratic Seal. Little Knight makes a lot of sense, yep.
Definitely does, being able to banish it, and now you banished a light monster. Or dark, excuse me.
I actually don't know if you want to return that to the extra deck, though.
You probably don't, but man, a draw is so tempting. But with 4 cards in hand, maybe we're okay. I think we're going to play past that.
Yeah, he's just going to use Serenair. This way, he gets to control which light or dark monster gets returned to the extra deck.
And what a great use of recycled resources. If he returns that, that's a whole nother Typhon for a whole nother turn.
Yeah, we already commented on that this match, but the ability to put back those singleton one-of cards from your extra deck back into your extra deck that you only registered 1 copy of on your main deck because of Branded Regain has shown time and time again to be an enormous benefit to these type of strategies.
Joel just sort of clasping his hands together. Certainly does have a card in hand, but not too much they could do at this point.
Now, at least he knows that SP Little Knight's effect has activated this turn, so he's not going to be defeated this turn because he won't be able to attack directly.
Exactly. You don't have to jump the gun. You can just sort of watch your plays, or rather your opponent's plays, get set up on the board. Oh, but we're going to steal the SP Little Knight. Very cool with Dark the Dark Charmer Gloomy.
Here's Rocket Recharger. This will probably go into Striker Dragon. Or, actually, it could go into... I was just about to say that, realizing where SP Little Knight points, it can actually go into Pitsy. And Pitsy here will be able to special summon... I think he pointed to Lubellion.
Really cool, by the way, to use the SP Little Knight's arrow pointing there, and that's how you're making the 2 link arrows point in one spot.
Okay, it was actually to Magnamut. Now he can activate Magnamut's effect, which is huge, as we've commented on. When Bestial decks play against one another, you really want to get access to as many as possible. The fact that Magnamut's limited to 1 makes it so that you don't theoretically get to utilize its effect multiple times, but we actually see Howard here utilizing it on turns consecutively, which is huge. He always has that hand interaction in the back, just in case things go where he needs to activate a Bestial on his opponent's turn. That is not the right...
That is not the right field spell. I think we have been playing too many duels today. Dragoon Knight Romulus wouldn't ordinarily grab that. Ah, we caught it. Okay, good deal, good deal. Let's go ahead and grab that correct Dragon Ravine.
It is easy to miss with the deck that basically always searches through its library, through its main deck for whether it's Dragon Ravine or whether it's, in that case, Boot Sector Launch.
No, an easy mistake to make. Usually when you're thinking about field spells and you're touching a Dragon Link deck, you are grabbing out that Boot Sector Launch. But no, we're getting Dragon Ravine this time. We are going to go ahead and activate the Dragon Ravine, discard that Nibiru, and...
That is a show of strength.
I fear nothing. I need no Nibiru, the Primal Being.
Can be Absorauter, Seifert. Yeah, there's a few different options that he had there. Now he adds the Lubellion back. Uses Lubellion's effect. So basically, it seems like he's going to set up 2 Bestials in hand, plus Effect Veiler as his points of interaction, with the SP Little Knight on board, plus whatever else he chooses to do with that Dark and Romulus.
Well, it certainly helps that at other times in this duel, it may have been a problem to activate a Bestial because the only thing you could banish out of the graveyard might have been a Thunder Dragon monster, somebody eager to be banished who would punish you for doing that. But instead, now there's a couple of extra deck monsters, including Jerry the Runic Fang and SP Little Knight, so the sky's the limit. Banish whatever you want with that Saronir if you decide.
I think he's trying to go into Borland Dragon.
All right, so Druid's Worm coming down. So we don't need Borreload Savage Dragon anymore. But Borderland Dragon still is no joke.
We see him going after the Batteryman Solar.
And Howard doing just a great job of rocketing through his Rocket Dragons, but really knowing his deck, not pausing at any moment, really just great and consistent play there. And so now looks like we are going to make...
Try Dispatter. I didn't realize he had a quick launch in hand, so yeah, he's going to go into Dispatter. This is going to bring back a Seifert. I don't know if Seifert's effect is actually activated, so he's going to probably use this to search his deck for probably White or Black Dragon. Yeah.
Would be helpful to get set up. So we have got the White Dragon Wyverburster again. Wyverbuster, excuse me.
So he's probably going to have, in terms of interaction on the opponent's turn, the Dispatter effect, the Effect Veiler in hand, the Bestial that he searches during the end phase with Magnemite. And I presume this has all been designed to go into Boral and Dragon.
I would think so. We're piling all these cards on the field, but as we know, there's really not the same number of options, right? We all know that's why not as many people are playing Dragon Link. But obviously this duelist with their quarter-century Secret Rare Striker Dragon back on the field again definitely knows and loves this deck. So yeah, we might see Boral end.
And now we finally see Boot Sector launch appropriately searched from the main deck.
Does help to get the right card off the right effect.
11 players utilize Striker Dragon like this, because now he's going to be able to destroy itself, bring back the Rocket Recharger, and then activate a Rocket Recharger. This is a nifty way of putting another Dark Dragon onto the field.
There's been a lot of off-the-beaten-path plays, and it just shows you, once you get to know a deck, you get to just play it like freestyle jazz, you know? Sure, here's a Druid's Worm. Sure, why not? Here's a Black Dragon Collapse Serpent. Because you're comfortable. You're not playing the combo line. You are doing what you feel is right as a duelist. And in this case, it's going to be dropping down Chaos Angel and just banishing that Runic Fountain.
That's probably better than Borland Dragon. I will say Howard has a great understanding of this strategy, right? We saw him search the graveyard off of Magnemite. On the previous turn, we see him here understanding that Rocket Recharger interaction with Striker Dragon. You know, these are plays that if you're a well-versed, experienced Dragon Link player, they seem obvious, but they are sometimes the plays that take the opponent off guard, where they say, oh, wow, I didn't realize it also could do that. But in terms of interaction, we have Chaos Angel providing sort of that widespread protection. We have Heretic Seal, the Dispatter negate. We have Effect Veiler in hand, and we searched a copy actually of Levianeer during the end phase, as opposed to actually searching for a Bestial, which is presumably probably plenty.
No, Howard did just an excellent job. If you were curious at home why there wasn't a battle phase this turn, of course, with SP Little Knight's effect activating, you would not be able to attack directly. So instead, why not just make an incredible board of giant monsters with interactive effects and say, hey, it's your turn. What are you going to do?
So here it looks like Joel is activating a copy of Druid's Worm. He's probably going to target a dark monster that he would rather have in his deck. You don't want to necessarily target a lighter dark in Howard's graveyard, one of extra deck card, because it's just going to be shuffled back with Branded Regained.
Ooh, or looks like we may even be negating it with the Bestial Dispatter.
Wow, that's a magnificent use of Dispatter, shuffling it back into the deck.
Again, just incredible play here. Could practically just invent Dragon Link combo lines on the fly.
We've talked about it. really, I feel like this has been a conversation in multiple YCSs across multiple Forbidden and Limited lists, which is, wow, Dragon Link still at the top tables, but you look at that. The board that it made last format has been limited by, let's say, a restriction of a key card from the extra deck, but it just somehow reinvents itself and is back here utilizing cards like Chaos Angel and Dispatter.
Well, speaking about reinventing himself, this is Joel's opportunity to turn a losing duel into a winning one. So he activates Triple Tactics Talent. Don't know if it's going to go for the hand or try to grab something from the field.
It's probably going to be field, because the problem with giving the opponent Dispatter is it allows you to special summon a light or dark monster, so this way you just give them Chaos Angel. And I'm not sure he's really going to be able to navigate this, at least to a winning spot.
It is difficult, too, because Joel's done a great job of hanging in there, but hasn't necessarily advanced the game state towards the winning curve, right? The sort of moment in the duel where all of a sudden you're back in control, you're starting to make moves, your opponent is back to the rope, right? But again, with that branded regain and just really great Dragon Link play by Howard, who could get through it, right? We do see the Typhon back again, of course, with all the monsters coming out of the extra deck, pretty easy to bring out, but is it going to be enough? Well, flipping up a branded beast, tributing a monster, let's see what happens.
So he tributed the Druid's Worm because he activated the Branded Regain to summon Magnuma, which would have been for the third or fourth time this particular duel. Now the Branded Beast is going to destroy the Regained. See, the problem here, though, is that Howard has a copy of Chaos Legionnaire in his hand, so he has follow-up there. He has an Effect Veiler in case things go really poorly, and he has a Safert in the graveyard. Now, unfortunately, the Chaos Legionnaire has 3,000 attack and won't be able to activate its effect with Crisis on the field. However, you can still just attack over.
Chaos Dragon Legionnaire is quite a dragon, and it would spell a pretty quick sense of doom, again, because it's a monster not from the extra deck. Doesn't matter. But it is 3,000 attack, though, so the Typhon may have something to say about that. But this is definitely just good Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just two players who know their deck, who are just, taking swings at each other. There's no perfect tempo where, oh, I've clinched it out, GG, fam. Instead, it's this great back and forth that shows you that each of these duelists really knows what they're doing. And speaking of what you're doing, looks like we're going to go ahead and use Lubellion to grab another Saronir.
I always feel like Bestial-based decks tend to warrant really interactive gameplay just by virtue of how those cards are designed. So it is really great to see two Bestial-based strategies combat one another here. So, very valuable Dragon Ravine, a discard of Chaos Base, which is going to allow him to shuffle back and draw, a discard of Absurata, which is going to allow him to search his deck. So we have a discard that was valuable and a search off of that Dragon Ravine effect.
It's crazy to think that this is still only game 2, but Joel is here to win. Again, you might think at home, oh man, I just would have scooped by now, but when your back's to the wall, you don't have that choice. You really have to keep trekking on. Both players have done great jobs of consistent play. They haven't surrendered yet. So here we still are. The duel as Saronir comes down, having banished that Druid's Worm, and Rocket Tracer gets normal summoned. I think it's time for a sick row.
We saw the Boot Sector launch special summon from Graveyard effect also a little bit earlier on the Rocket Retracer, an effect that you don't necessarily always see. Obviously, going first, you're not going to be able to do that because your opponent's not likely to have monsters on the field. But one of the advantages of the Dragon Link strategy is the ability to special summon from the graveyard if your Boot Sector launch remains. Kind of always reminded me as a mini Soul Charge, a card that's been long forbidden.
Oh, Soul Charge was so good. It's been about 10 years, almost 10 years since Soul Charge has seen the light of day. And why? Because of another dragon deck.
We have here Chaos Legionnaire hitting the field. Obviously, it has too much attack to activate its effect due to the presence of Sky Crisis. But he is here just putting up a lot of large monsters, which inherently, at the end of the day, these dragon monsters are just that. And with an Effect Veiler and an Infinite Impermanence in hand, plus the ability to clear out that Sky Crisis and unlock the effect of Dispatter, he has at least 3 points of interaction heading into the next turn. He's also going to be able to special summon a light or dark monster in main phase 2 with that Dispatter. Looks like that's exactly what he's going to take a look at. Safert makes a lot of sense. This is just a way of recycling your Safert. I was curious if he was going to put back This makes a lot of sense, actually. Just putting this onto the field because it gives you an additional point of follow-up because you already have Chaos Legionnaire. So if Legionnaire leaves the field, as it's probably going to do, right? Oh, never mind. Looked like he was about to consider it. But if Legionnaire does leave the field and the game does continue on, you'll be able to banish it from the graveyard to add it back. But here we have 4 points of interaction. Dispatter, Seal, Impermanence, Effect Veiler. More than enough here for Joel to concede our second game.
Just some crazy amazing plays there, and showcases really why this deck isn't going anywhere anytime soon. Again, the only time that Dragon Link would be gone is if you got rid of every dragon and every Link monster. But again, just showcases why this deck still is a top contender even after losing all of those great cards, including Borreload Savage Dragon, Link Karibo, and Baron de Fleur.
This was really a masterclass for Dragon Link players at home. Howard piloted this deck flawlessly over the course of those 2 games. All of those small incremental pieces of advantage that he could amass, he was able to take advantage of. There are lots of games that come down to those interactions, like Magnamut being able to return a card from the graveyard to your hand as opposed to searching from your deck, where sometimes players, whether it's through Joel and Lockbird or of course now Colossus, they just don't realize that interaction. And that one single Bestial that you're able to search could be the make or break between winning and losing.
No, absolutely. And so the real deal after this is going to be, can he continue to keep piloting the deck so well, and how are his matchups going to be? Because again, it's one of those things where this duel went perfect, and that Brand of Regain was so good in this matchup. Will it be good in the next matchup when he fights Fire Duelists? And will it be good in the one thereafter, and so on?
The other big question is, how good are the Bestials going to be in his main deck? Whenever the Bestials line up well against the format, these Bestial-based strategies really can do a lot of work. So if he's been planning to play against a lot of branded strategies, Bestials are great. The Voiceless strategy, Bestials are great. It seems like, because the Snake Eye decks are still utilizing IP through the interaction with Flamebird, that it lines up pretty well in that matchup as well.
Makes absolute sense, and it's one of those things where I'm just so glad that we finally got to see the Thunder Dragon Colossus. For all you Thunder Dragon fans out there, I'm sorry that it didn't just sweep up, but we still had plenty of great duels, and we get to have an interview with our winning player to find out more about why Dragon Link still takes it. Don't go away. So we are back here with Howard, Mr. Clayton. And so, Clayton, I got to ask you, man, there were so many people that were saying Dragon Link is dead. They just put the tombstones out. What did it feel like to rock Dragon Link on this feature match stage?
Well, all I need is Spears and a Dream, you know? Anything else doesn't really matter. As long as I have Regain with Recursion, hope for the best.
Yeah, makes sense. Again, we just saw such a great masterclass using all the right combinations of cards. They're recycling everything with the Branded Regain. When the Forbidden and Limitless dropped, were you worried, or did you just know, nope, I'm always playing Dragon Link, I got this?
Yeah, I plan on playing Dragon Link regardless, so it didn't really matter. I saw Colossus come off the list, and I was like, there's no way that card's not going to be on my list. You didn't see it, but it's definitely there.
Okay, cool. Well, I gotta say, now that you've shown us that you can do 5-0 with the Dragon Link deck after April 15th of this year, is there any deck out there that Dragon Link players still need to be worried about? Obviously, you're the master, so you gotta tell us.
I got the luckiest win today versus Rescue Ace. I cannot deal with those trap cards. So, yeah, that's about it, really.
So your main worry is the fire department right now, is that it?
That and Shifter. I've been plagued by Shifter for a few years now.
Well, hopefully you have a good performance in the tournament. Again, just really rocking it out, though. But don't go away. We still have plenty of rounds left of Yu-Gi-Oh!, so we're going to send it back to the desk to talk to Joe.
Thanks, Steven. Hearing Howard talk about being plagued by Dimension Shifter for a couple years is definitely something that a lot of Dragon Link players have probably felt. But he is 5-0 tonight, this weekend with a really fantastic strategy. That masterclass, as Steven has said, that he showcased last round, utilizing all of those effects, the recursion of Dragon, Branded Regain, and the ability of searching with Magnamut under Colossus really showcases the max capacity of that strategy. With that being said, there's another fantastic mat for us to take a look at for some events that we'll be having in May of this year, and that is the Speed Duel Remote Duel Main Event Series game mat featuring the classic, all the way back from Pharaonic Guardian I remember as a child when Don Zalug was first released. You could show off your skills with Speed Duel at these monthly remote duel main events, and you could take home the mat that you see here pictured featuring Don Zalug. The first one takes place on May 11th at 10 a.m. Mountain Time. The second one takes place on June 15th, also at 10 a.m. Mountain Time. But Don Zalug was featured in a lot of classic strategies, utilizing the effect to discard cards out of your opponent's hand, and you can take home one of those mats in just the next couple of months. But with that being said, that's it here for round 5 at YCS Raleigh. Stay tuned for our upcoming feature match.
Duelists of the world, hear me. You are cordially invited to prove your dueling might with Speed Duel, Streets of Battle City. Can you master these 8 new decks and 20 new skill cards? I doubt it, but I look forward to seeing you try. 200 cards per box, each box sold separately.
It's time to
Get your game on. Let's rev it up!
'Cause I'm feeling the flow!
What do you say we swing into action? It's time to link into the brains! Yu-Gi-Oh! Age of Overlord! Swing into action! Seek the secrets of the Snake Eye! Discover the tomb of an ancient king! Your path to the top begins here! Age of Overlord, available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Yu-Gi-Oh! Phantom Nightmare. Have you ever met my pal Yubel? You will soon. And you'll meet all kinds of far-out new monsters, too. There are goblin bikers, heroes of a doomed city, and even a dragon queen. Score sweet new cards for your favorite deck in Phantom Nightmare. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Yuga! What is this place? It's Duel Links. It's a digital world. I see, it's a digital world. Like a smartphone? Are they related? Not quite. Never mind that. Let's rush duel in this world. Bring it! I won't lose no matter where I am! That's the spirit. Let's go! Rush duel! Here I go! I summon 3 monsters! What? 3 monsters? You're allowed to do that in Rush Duel. I set 2 cards and end my turn. Interesting. Then I will do this. I summon 2 monsters, and then I tribute them to Tribute Summon. Let's go! Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius! I summon another 2 monsters and activate Dragius's effect. Double Doom! I attack with 3 monsters! Concussive Electrostatic Shock Ball! And there's more! Dragius can attack twice! Dragius can attack twice! Inferno of Infinite Destruction! Ah! You're doing great, Luke! You know it, you so know it! That ends my turn. Now what are you gonna do, Yuga? Isn't it against school rules to be this powerful?
Come on! Do something!
I'm not giving up yet! It's my turn! I draw! What? You can draw 5 cards at once? You can draw cards until you have 5 in your hand in Rush Duel. You can always turn the tables! I summon Strange Cat and Mystic Dealer! I tribute 2 monsters to Tribute Summon! A wall, a mountain, not even a planet can block my way! Nothing will stop my road to victory! Seven's Road Magician! I send the top card of my deck to the graveyard to activate Seven's Road's effect, Elemental Road! Seven's Road gains 300 attack points for every different attribute in my graveyard! Seven's Road Magician attacks Dragius! I'm loading the road to freedom! This is Rush Duel! Rush Duel has been added to Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Duel in a new way!
This guy's using math mechs? Oh man, they're sweating.
If he's playing the coin flip deck or whatever, like, that's gonna be the best.
I would have never done this had I known I had a team to let down.
I'm no math mech myself, but I've run the calculations in my head, and from my understanding, a coin flip is 50-50.
I don't know about math anymore. I'm going back to Yu-Gi-Oh!
Dice jar? Oh my...
I'd once again like to apologize to my teammates. I didn't know this was...
Access code talker, there it is!
Mom, come pick me up. I'm scared.
Martha would be the best draw here, I think. Just built different, don't have to tell you.
And then we'll go for overkill.
Wait, he's gonna use it on his own monster?
He's BMing!
Did you read the brief?
Surely. Yeah, of course I read the brief. Yep.
Ogre 2! Bro, relax, he's a kid!
Wait, can't he negate it? Oh my...
Second Veiler.
But
he negated his negates negate. What on earth is...
I get to ask for a pity turn, and you have to give it to me. Agree now. I activate Raigeki!
Raigeki! Rainbow Neos is protected by Neos Fusion.
I hate it.
By sending one monster to the graveyard, I shuffle everything back into your deck.
You're actually sicko.
Oh my god, I can win.
Okay, Leslie, I'm gonna give you a mercy turn and make it look like an accident.
Really?
And then I'll finish you off by
supposed to-
attacking.
Oh!
Oh my god.
Did you misclick? I'm
No.
gonna facepalm.
It didn't even matter.
Rainbow Neos, attack directly.
I'm going in.
Wait, he's got so many cards in his hand. There's nothing he can play?
Oh my, it's over.
What?
Maybe I should have tried harder.
Huh?
This is a Zeus play.
So I'm not. What on earth is he? Are you watching what I'm watching? What is
I'm
this?
watching, but I got no clue.
I think he's now realizing I can't Zeus.
We did it, boys! We did it! Master Duel is insane. Download it right now on Steam. It's free to download.
Well, thank you again so much, everyone at home, for watching. We will see you all next time. Goodbye, everyone.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. I'm Billy Brake, and I'm joined here with Asala Watutanjige. We have had an exciting day so far here at YCS Raleigh, and it's going to keep on with that excitement. We're going to keep bringing you some of the best players in the room that are on their way to try and make it to day 2 here at the YCS.
Absolutely. We've seen so many upsets already, a lot of surprises, a lot of really odd choices going into this tournament. But I think we're starting to see a lot more of what we've come to expect, and that is just a lot of Snake Eye, right?
Definitely. We knew that there was a new Forbidden Limitless. It's going to adjust how that Snake Eye deck is played, but we knew that it was definitely going to still be a top contender, and a contender it indeed is. But we've seen a lot of other cool decks win. We saw Sword Soul win in round 1 with Arch Nemesis Protoss, also off the Forbidden Limitless. I think we even saw Colossus in that last feature match make an appearance too. So both of those cards have made their way into the meta pretty quickly as expected, but we're going to see if they're going to make it into day number 2, because that's when it counts. What strategies are going to emerge out on top?
Yep, absolutely. All these players are fighting for that day 2 slot and eventually going into that top cut. There are only 55 undefeated duelists left after the 1,800 people that entered going through 6 rounds. That's so few now of the percentage, and it's going to just only get lower. But, you know, we still see a lot of decks in that undefeated slot. There's been a lot of variety going into it, and we're going to have to see how those decks really combat each other, what really falls through the meta the most. And, I don't know, looking at what we've seen so far, how do you think things are fair? Do you think the Snake Eye is the best deck, or do you think one of the other decks we've seen will take over?
I do think Snake Eye is the deck to beat, but I do think there is a window that is open for strategies that can capitalize on how the Snake Eye deck plays out that might be able to circumvent its success here this weekend. I mean, as we saw with Ed with his really cool Adventure Horus Castir deck, and then like Aaron Furman earlier with his Runic deck really lines up well into the Snake Eye strategy. So while Snake Eye might be on top, there's definitely a lot of decks on the outside looking in, trying to take the throne from that strong deck. But let's go and find out who's going to be our feature match here for the 6th round of the YCS Raleigh.
Coming up first, it looks like we have Joey Bellafiore from Frederick, Maryland. Favorite card, Silverfang. That is as classic as it gets.
That is an OG starter deck card, and you might recognize him from being the winner of YCS Richmond. And his opponent, you might also recognize Cody. He is from, I'm not going to try because I know Cavella would be so mad at me. He's from Hawaii. I'm not going to try to pronounce the city name. And his favorite card, Sangan.
Yeah, a lot of OG cards here. We've seen Sangan serve Cody really well previously in a lot of his strategies, and I think he's really going to show why he's been so consistent lately. But Joey, YCS champion, definitely going to be one of the matches you want to see the most.
Definitely. And Cody also won a YCS too.
He got second and third back to back.
I know he was so close, right? Back to back. I didn't know if he ended up actually winning one or the other. But definitely no slouch in his own right. Has not only gotten close those couple times, but has made the top cut at multiple other events as well.
Right, one of the leaders in the World's Points race currently. He's been playing really well this entire season. He's been really consistent, and I think he's going to try to keep it up here. Now, this is a matchup that I've been looking forward to see all tournament. We've been talking multiple times throughout the day about how there's different ways to combat this new format, what strategy was going to be favored, and this is a matchup that we haven't seen yet, or at least I haven't seen yet, and that's the Fire King version versus the Pure version.
Definitely. I mean, I'm a huge fan of the Fire King Snake Eye strategy. That's the deck I choose to use. I'm a big fan of Arvata. I think having the Arvata access is pretty huge, especially going into this format where Nibiru is the card to beat for a lot of people. Being able to access Arvata, you can leave Flamebirds up on the field and use Princess to summon back an Arvata that maybe you destroyed with the Grunix from your deck. So you're essentially able to search out that monster negate from your deck. There's also some cool stuff you can do with Doolittle Chimera as well, since Arvata can summon back the Doolittle for, just that link rating link 2 to link climb a little bit faster. There's a lot of flexibility with the Fire King strategy, but the Fire King High Avatar Kieran providing that access to get Snake Eye Ash off the field if it's met by something like Infinite Permanence or Effect Veiler is also key. And also another thing I like about the Fire Kings is how it lines up into all those strategies, the anti-meta strategies that have started to become more popular. Kieran being able to destroy a card in the field with the Graveyard effect can help you play through stuff like Skill Drain or any other troublesome traps that might come in your way. But, we've seen the Kashtira Snake Eye and Pure Snake Eye decks really do well so far this weekend. So we're going to have to see if Joseph has figured out something that other players may not have figured out yet. Because, going this weekend, I thought this was going to be a deck we're going to see a lot of, but finally in round 6, we're able to see it here in the feature match.
Yeah, this is definitely the one I thought was going to be the default for most people. I think, generally speaking, Pure was the most popular version by the end of the format before the Forbidden and Limited list, and a lot of people wanted to try to maintain that strategy. They wanted to be able to play as many points of interaction from the hand as they could, and that's like the main thing you lose when you're playing the Fire King strategy. You have to play a lot more main deck engine, so when you have less room available and you have, let's say, less access to a lot of the more powerful extra deck monsters because you're choosing to focus on more of the Fire King main deck engine as part of your grind game, you're giving up some of those things, and players did not want to change that just yet. But I think Fire King is the safest route that I would have chosen for this event.
Definitely. I always feel safe when I have Garunix on my side. It really offers you more layers of interruption beyond just the Promethean Princess. You're going to have multiple times where you can summon Garunix during your opponent's turn to maybe destroy Kieran from the deck, to summon back in Arvata, pop a card on the field, pop, you know. That's one of my favorite things to do with the Fire King deck. But we're going to have to see if it's going to pay off. Both these duelists are 5-0 already, so their strategies have been working for them so far. We're going to have to see which one of them is going to be able to go 6-0, but 5-1, not a bad record. We are playing 9 rounds of Swiss today. The top 128 or people with X2 and 1, meaning they've lost twice and had a draw, will make it back for day 2. But let's go ahead and jump right into it. It's game 1 here at YCS Raleigh, round 6. All right, looks like the players have drawn their hands. Now we get to see the die roll. It's a 9.
Pretty high.
We'll get to see one of the dice rolls.
I didn't get to see the other one either.
We'll see who's going first.
It looks like it's going to be Joey. Joey's leading with the Snake Eye Ash. Definitely what you want to see. Does Cody have either an effect failure or an infinite permanence? No, this is going to be resolving. That's already way further ahead than you want to be, or want to let the Snake Eye opponent get. Usually the strongest stoppers are going to be the effect failure as well as the infinite permanence, because it stops the entire play, forces the opponent to have a way to play through via the Bellstar, but any point of interaction from here on out is going to only stymie the field, while there's still plenty of access to the extra because you have multiple bodies developed already.
Absolutely. Now it looks like the Poplar is going to summon, add the original, and then Joey's going to elect to use Snake Eye Ash effect right away to send both monsters to the graveyard to try and special summon Snake Eye's Flamebird's Dragon from the deck. Well, I've seen a lot of players adapting to doing it this way. Now that Link Karibo's gone, you don't have to really link away the Poplar. You can still summon Oak, put the Poplar in the spell and trap card zone, and then use that Poplar with the Oak that you summon to go into the Flamebird's Dragon.
Yeah, definitely one of the more popular lines in the pure Snake Eye version. You didn't see it as much in the Fire King variant because you had to use the additional bodies on the field early on to go into your extra deck. But we'll see how the combo has been adapted with the loss of Link Karibo.
I like this. This is what I like to do with the Flamebirds. If you're not planning on moving that IP Masquerade back with Flamebird's Dragon effect, you could use it just to put a card in your spell and trap card zone to use for the original to go to Ponix. I wonder if we're going to see the Doolittle Chimera combo here. It's looking like he's able to do it right here. The big thing is you go into Doolittle Chimera before you use Fire King Island, destroy it with the island so you can add back that Ponix. So then when you summon the Garunix and destroy the Arvata from your deck, you're able to summon the Ponix from your hand that you added back from that Doolittle Chimera.
I mean, you called it. It looks like that's what's going to happen.
Here we go. Fire King Island destroys. Doolittle Chimera, Chainlink 1 to add back Ponix. Garunix, Chainlink 2 to summon from the hand.
This is one of those combos that I've heard so many people talk about. I've never seen anyone actually do.
I've been doing it on my kitchen table for the past week, but we'll see. Yeah, he's just skipping a step. The Ponix goes to hand. Garunix effect activates to destroy Arvata. Summons back the Doolittle Chimera, which is a Link 2, so it's going to make it a little bit easier to go into Princess.
Yeah, that's one of the cool parts about Arvata, right? Being able to revive any of those 3 types, as long as it's fire.
It does negate the effects, but it's still really awesome if you're not going to be using the on-field effect, just to gain a little bit of attack. And, oh, did he not summon the Ponix?
No need, I guess. There's Arvata coming back.
Yeah, he definitely could have summoned the Ponix from... It looked like he tried to, but then forgot when he had to put it back, maybe. But it would definitely give him another monster on the field if he was able to do that. But now he's going to... There it is, the Amphibious Amblowell.
Definitely been more popular in the Fire King version of this deck, especially since it has like another target to be able to summon with Doolittle.
Definitely. He's going to bring back those 2 level 1 monsters, link them away into IP Masquerena. So he has Amblowell, Masquerena, Arvata, holding the Ponix in hand for follow-up on the following turn. Yeah, I think you're right that he chose not to summon the Ponix because he knew it would just be an extra body on the field. Which you really, like, running out of zones to summon monsters is a big problem with the Fire King deck, because you're summoning so many monsters during your opponent's turn. Because you're sometimes using Flamebirds on their turn. You have the Garunix, the Kieran summon back, sometimes Arvata summoning something back as well. He also has leaving the Sanctuary on the field, so there's a chance he's using the Sacred Garunix in the extra deck, the rank 8.
This is something that's interesting about the Fire King version, though. It's never really leaving the Flamebridge on the field, or at least it's rare for any of its combos to leave the Flamebridge on the field. So you're missing out on that additional value of whatever Flamebridge brings back. And that's the trade-off that usually any Fire King combo wants to make, but I'm not sure if it's as valuable anymore. But we do see the immediate Snake Eye Ash with the D-Bell Star in hand from Cody. So really strong hand as being able to try to play through. But there is a Droll Lockbird from Joseph. That is the strongest point of interaction from the hand to back up a field.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. Droll, a lot stronger when you already have an established board, as opposed to it not being able to really do too much, as we've seen in previous rounds when you're going first, trying to fight off your opponent from building a board. But Droll on top of an established field, insane.
Now Cody has to try to tackle through all the interruptions that Joseph has represented with just the 6 cards that he gets to start with.
Yeah, he has a monster effect negate with Arvata. He has the IP on the field to eventually go into an SP. But before he can do any of that, Cody is going to triple Tactics Talent and probably try and take Arvata.
Yeah, he's going to try to take something. I doubt Joseph would even want to activate the IP here.
Yeah, it'd be tough. Definitely not the card he wants to see.
I mean, when you didn't spend a single card in your hand trying to interrupt your opponent, Tactics is absolutely one of the cards you want in your hand. So this is by design here, hopefully. It's going to resolve. It's going to be able to take that Arvata. I mean, there are 2 spells and traps set from Joseph here. You have to assume one of them is an infinite impermanence, right?
Usually, yeah. That'd be a pretty safe assumption.
The hard check to that tactic. Oh, there was a bonfire as well, a potential point of extension. Not through the Droll Lockbird, of course.
Still able to find some use there by discarding it for the Diabell Star. And it looks like this might prompt the response from Joey to look at the Promethean Princess, the bestower of flames from the graveyard.
Yep, so he's activating the princess. In response, Arvata is going to attempt to negate the princess, and maybe we see... Oh, a Forbidden Droplet. That's perfect here. You get to actually go after both.
Pretty cool. Let's see if he does send 2. He can send 1 from his hand and that Sanctuary, and it looks like that is exactly what he is going to do. He's going to send that Ponix. So that's why he kept the Ponix, because he knew he was going to have to use that later on.
I mean, he could have sent it from the field as well, but yeah.
True.
Oh, it looks like the princess went after the Arvata. The Arvata is going to be able to trigger now to summon back the Doolittle Chimera if he wants, as well as triggering the Garunix in the graveyard.
Yeah, and the Garunix can destroy Kieran from the deck to destroy another card on the field.
Bring back that Arvata as well. Oh, the Arvata doesn't even need to bring back the Doolittle Chimera. The Amblowell can. Since there are several cards destroyed that belong to Joseph in this chain.
And it does look like the Doolittle Chimera is coming back. And then Garunix is going to summon himself back, and he's going to be able to destroy the Fire King High Avatar Kieran.
Kieran's going to be able to destroy the, most likely, Snake Eye Ash, if I imagine, and bring back the Arvata. Unfortunate zoning here. I would have probably put the Doolittle on where the Arvata is right now, just to protect the Arvata just a little bit more.
From Anima?
Mm-hmm.
It does make sense. Now, a little small thing that he's not going to be able to go into SP Little Knight as long as that Promethean Princess is on the field.
As soon as a monster effect is active. Oh, maybe this is exactly why he put it there. He's forcing Cody to go into Anima so that he can use the Arvata to put the princess in the graveyard.
Off. We'll have to see if that is, in fact, the plan. Looks like Cody's going to go for a Link summon.
Oh, that is a Nightmare Phoenix. Interesting. Maybe trying to go after that Fire King Island right now. Oh, and discarding a Flamebridge as well. That's going to be able to summon back those 2 monsters from the grave.
Yeah, and with that Sanctuary no longer on the field to protect Fire King Island, things could get a little scary here for Joseph.
I can't... I think he's going for Chainlink 2 Flamebridge. So he's going to allow the Arvata to interrupt that. in order to just clear the entire field, which I think is a fair trade, I guess.
All right, so Fire King Island has been destroyed, so it's going to destroy all of Joey's monsters.
Arvada gets to revive something, and then I guess Chimera triggers as well.
We could use also the Ambler Well from the graveyard since the Link 3 or lower was destroyed. He's going to be able to destroy a card on the field to take out that Nightmare Phoenix. He really wants that Doolittle Chimera. He's going to use the Chimera's effect to add back. Since it was destroyed, he can add back a fire monster from his graveyard to his hand.
Might as well give himself the follow-up here, because I don't think Cody has the tools necessary to really make a board from this point on. He's already given up the Diabell Star, he's given up his normal summon, he's used the effect of Flame Bridge.
So it looks like he is going to destroy the Nightmare Phoenix with the Ambler Whale.
Going to be able to add back the Kieran.
That's always good.
You can special summon back another monster with Arvada because they don't think he's actually resolved that effect yet, right? Because you summoned back the Doolittle Chimera from the Ambler Whale?
I'm not sure if he did. We weren't able to really tell. We don't have much of the audio. But if he did do it that way, he would still have that effect available.
Oh, it looks like turn has been passed to Joey, and he's using the effect of
Original.
And yeah, that is enough for Cody. He knows there's plenty for Joseph to do, and we're going to go straight into game 2.
Awesome to see there. I mean, you really see a lot of times you can go after that Fire King Island, but even if you destroy all those monsters, they're still having so much follow-up and really showing the Ambler Well, that extra just layer. I mean, the Snake Eye Pier deck or Kestira Snake Eye can really build a pretty significant board. But the Fire King deck, it's a layered board of interruptions where it's just thing after thing. He didn't even use like the IP Masquerena that was on his field because he ended up using the Princess beforehand. It's just a really strong deck, and it's cool to see it operate so well by such an excellent duelist. I think the deck he won with was Unchained, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Another high value deck with a lot of layered interruptions, like really similar style, so I guess it makes sense.
Your cards do stuff when they're destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Pretty cool to see that he's moved on to Fire King Snake Eye, my favorite deck for this format.
I think like one of the main benefits of the Fire King strategy is what you mentioned earlier in the amount of value that it produces. There's definitely more value than the Snake Eye cards can provide by themselves. If you allow the Fire King strategy to do as much as it wants, like we saw in this game, it's able to just generate so much advantage that they ever see another turn, it's for sure going to be over. And they have just more interruptions that they could do from just the one card. The 2-card combos are stronger in the pure Snake Eye version, but there's kind of a big trade-off there.
It definitely is. Like, and it's all like they're just different kind of things that they're attempting to do. I mean, we mentioned before the game, like my favorite thing about the Fire King is you have that Arvata access. As you can see, it makes things like triple Tactics Talent, which would otherwise be devastating, taking something like Appaloosa, Boa the Goddess, but taking the Arvata not as destructive. We talked about you want to summon an Appaloosa with only a couple negates, so they're only taking one monster negate. So yeah, when they're taking that Arvata, like which they have to take, because if they take anything else, you're going to be able to Arvata negate it. It's pretty cool. Like that is really the one card that keeps me on the Fire King strategy. I mean, obviously the Sacred Fire King Garunix, really powerful card. The Kieran is awesome, giving you that dodging protection, but that Arvata is the one that keeps me coming back to the Fire King strategy.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention being able to force them to take the Arvada, but because you didn't use the Arvada in that chain, you get to destroy it and bring it back. Like, you will still have that response later in the turn because Arvada is just so flexible and so reusable, right?
Really, it is.
When you take the Appaloosa, you're not getting that back.
It's really cool to see the different strategies the players tried to go with going into this weekend. As you mentioned, yeah, Fire Kings was the one we had our eyes on, but Kustira Snake Eye and Pure Snake Eye are all over the place. Voiceless Voice, Runic has been a rise to the top. I think you mentioned, is it Santoli's on a different strategy as well? I won't reveal his deck, but he's playing something that's not Snake Eye as well, and he's doing pretty well in this tournament also. I mean, he had a phenomenal year last year. I mean, both of these players were also had incredible breakout years this previous year as well, and they're trying to keep that momentum running into 2024 with the NAWCQ coming up and the World Championship. As you mentioned, Cody is one of the players in the running for the World's Points playoff. If you're not familiar with that, by playing in tournaments, YCS and regionals throughout the year, if you do well, you get a certain number of points from each event. At the end of the season, they'll take the top 16 players who have those points, right? Mm-hmm. And then they get to play in like a small mini tournament the Friday of the NAWCQ where the top 2 get to go to the World Championship. So a lot more on the line than just the YCS trophy for these players. But let's go ahead and jump into it. It's game 2. Round 6.
To start this game here. And honestly, his hand was very powerful. He had the triple tactics talents. He had the Diabell Star. He had the Snake Eye Ash. The only thing really holding him back from destroying Joseph's full field, I'd say, was the Droll Lockbird.
Really?
So,
I almost forgot about that, yeah.
I think he had the tools to be able to combat the board if it wasn't for that card. But this is, the power of Droll Lockbird into the Fire King matchup, or just into any of the matchups. But is there going to be a Droll Lockbird here on the bonfire? Doesn't seem like it. But there is an infinite impermanence.
Does Cody have something to do about this infinite impermanence? Or is it going to be infinite sadness?
Diabell Star will do.
All right, not infinite sadness, just a little bit of sadness. And he's going to discard an Effect Veiler to summon the Black Witch.
Going to get the original Simple Spell of Snake Eye. No, we talked about this, especially since the lines have somewhat deviated from the normal Link Rebo Jet Synchron plays. You could have led with Diabell Star first to not give the information that you had Snake Eye Ash. But I suppose... you led with Bonfire, which, again, you don't really know...
It's a little telling, right?
Yeah. It depends on how much information you're trying to give at the start of your turn. If you led with the Diabell Star, what are the chances they're actually going to use Infinite Impermanence on it? Especially if they know you're playing Pure, they might just wait for you to use the original and then try to imperm the Ash anyway.
It's very true. That's what I like about the Snake Eye strategy is there's a lot of mind games that you can play in the order of the way you play your cards, trying to bait out your opponent's interactions. Very interactive. So he does place the Snake Eyes Oak with the Divine Temple, and he's going to send that to the graveyard with the Snake Eye Ash to try and special summon from the deck, I believe.
Did he attempted to do that? Because it was still under the effect of Infinite Impermanence.
Oh, and that's also like, why is he not summoning anything?
Oh, wow, that's a huge slip-up.
That happens to the best of us sometimes. I know on Master Duel I'll do it all the time because I'm just clicking buttons. So it looks like he is going to link the Poplar away into Relinquished Anima.
Poplar's going to be able to put something back into the Spell Trap Zone. Looks like it's going to be the Oak. Wow, that is potentially costly. He had to give up the Effect Veiler in hand as well to use this play, so hopefully there's more defense in his hand.
It's all right, that happens to the best of us. It's all about moving on, moving forward, and focusing on what you can control from here on out. The past is the past. The future holds all the greatness. And now the future is in Joey's hands, and he's going to start with the same card that Cody started with. That's right, it's Bonfire.
Bonfire can do the entire combo by itself. Will there be a Droll Lockbird to shut it down early?
I feel like I saw one in Cody's hand, but maybe not.
Doesn't seem like it. We're going to be able to summon the Oak, but it looks like that Ash is going to resolve. Oh, no, there is another copy of Effect Veiler. Okay. That could shut down Joseph's play.
Doesn't have Kieran to use from the hand.
But he still could have Diabell Star.
You're right, he could. But now the Divine Temple, since Joey summoned a monster, he's going to be able to summon that Snake Eye Oak from the Spell and Trap card zone. The Snake Eye Oak is going to special summon back the Snake Eye Ash. And now he's going to be able to add a level 1 fire monster. They're getting 1100 attack from that field spell while they're on the field. So that's probably why he's putting them in attack mode. Since they are bigger than the Snake Eye Ash on the other side.
All Joey really needs to do is put up another monster, because this is one of the big parts of this mirror match is once you have the 2 monsters on the field, you get to play with your opponent's graveyard using the Charmers.
Charmers are incredible cards, but he does have triple tactics, talents. He's going to take a peek. Going to probably put that Ash right back where it came from into the deck. Nope.
The Ash isn't going to interact with you. You
Right.
have any board you make will deal with the Ash. The Tactics is a card that could actually deal with whatever you do, assuming that there will be another turn. But if you are looking at your opponent's hand with Tactics, that means you can play.
Yeah, or it means you probably have game or something like that. We'll see if he's going to be able to amass the cards he needs.
Already having original, we're going to summon most likely Oak from the deck.
Or Ponix. It is going to be Ponix. Legendary Fire King Ponix. It's funny because I make the joke about summoning Ponix when they're always playing Pure, but this time he can actually summon the Ponix. He's just going to destroy the Ponix. Oh, no, he's going to link away the Ponix, and now he's going to use Fire King Line. Does he have Kieran in his hand? Oh, no,
Poplar.
Another fire monster. You can't destroy any fire with Fire King. Oh, you destroy any monster, but you want to destroy a fire monster, so you're going to enable the Sacred Fire King Garunix.
And we're going to be using the effect of Poplar to put itself back into the spell and trap zone.
Yep, and Garunix, since a fire monster was destroyed, can special summon itself from the hand, and then when it's special summoned to the field, it can destroy one of those tri-type fire monsters from the deck. He's going to destroy Kieran. Yep.
I mean, the writing is on the wall here. Because Joseph saw Cody's hand, he knows that he's going to be able to bring back that Snake Eye Ash to send the Poplar to go for the Flamebridge Dragon, and then be able to close out the game with the Zelantis combo. You can see Joseph just grinning already. He just has to go through the motions.
Yep, he's going to be able to link away that Anima and the Ponix for You Called It, Hida.
Oh, he still has access to the Oak in the graveyard, as well. Oh, we're just going to bring back the Ponix, no need.
Going to send the Oak away with the Poplar, special summon Flamebird. I mean, he's already sitting at enough damage on the board, I'm pretty sure. If he just pushes back the Snake Eye Ash, he can just go to battle phase and attack per game.
He can do however he wants to do it, yeah.
He also can go into the Princess. He can add a little bit more damage. He knows the cards in Cody's hand. He knows what's going on. He knows he's moments away from moving on 6-0.
Yeah, Cody doesn't need to wait. He's just going to let him go through the motions here.
Yeah, Cody going to definitely probably take some notes from that game. Look forward to trying not. But, one loss isn't the end of the tournament. Both these players still have great chances to make it into the top cut for day 2. That's my favorite part about Swiss, is that there is day 2 that you can still achieve a chance. Just with one loss, not a big deal, especially when you're losing in round number 6 to someone who could potentially go on undefeated through the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, those kind of misplays happen, right? You sometimes get ahead of yourself, you lose track of what's happened in the turn, and you just want to recover from it. You don't want to let it take over for the rest of your tournament experience. You just want to grow, move on, and, give yourself the best chance you have of making it into that top cut finish.
Definitely. The mentality of a winner is exactly what you described. Just being able to control the things that you can. Once the thing as bad has happened, the longer you dwell on it, it just does no good for anybody. You got to move on, focus on the future, and try to do your best from here on out. Learning from your mistakes is huge, and then not letting them get to you is the next step. Because, I've seen so many players just crumble, like starting off 5-0, 6-0. They make like one mistake, and then it's just like a snowball mountain where they just start getting in their own heads, playing themselves out of the tournament. But, if you can keep calm, keep the pressure off, and realize, mistakes are going to happen. That's a part of the game. You can set yourself up to maybe still bounce back for the rest of the tournament and make the top cut.
Yeah, you have to play every round as its own individual round. You can't let these kind of things take over your entire tournament experience. And you just have to have that mentality, right? If you're going to win an entire tournament, you're going to take some losses. It's unfortunate when some of the losses are your own fault, but they come as you can, and you just have to play the best as you can for the remainder of the tournament.
That's right, but we'll be right back with an interview with our winner, Joey Bellafiore, and we will talk to him very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
And we are back with the winner of our round 6 feature match. Joey, congratulations. You were able to take it down once again. How does it feel to win on the feature match stage?
Feels good. It's been a little bit since I've been here, since November, so it's good to be back on stage, and it's good to win on stage again, too.
Absolutely. You're definitely no stranger to this table. You were able to take it down at a previous YCS, and you're going to try to do it again. You're playing the Fire King Snake Eye deck. There's been a lot of people choosing to continue playing the pure Snake Eye strategy. Why choose to play the Fire King version versus the pure Snake Eye version?
I've always liked the Fire King cards, even before these new support we had, just Island and some of the older ones like Barong and stuff. I always liked playing the deck, so I wanted to try it out. It's also a lot like Unchained, so it's cool to pop your own cards and do stuff, so I like doing that.
Yeah, we mentioned that it was very similar to the Unchained strategy. You have a lot of resources in grave. All your abilities are really layered and destroying your own cards. So it makes sense that you're sticking with a strategy you somewhat know, and you'll be able to show why it's strong even in a stage like this. So how do you think your matchup is into the field? Is there anything you're trying to avoid playing against in this tournament?
Nothing specifically I'm afraid of. I did play against one branded earlier in Swiss, which I'm slightly afraid of, just because Giving Puppet is a scary card. So if I can avoid getting Puppet locked, I'll be okay.
That makes a lot of sense. I think that's like a common concern for a lot of people. They're usually trying to use their spells to like really mitigate what their opponent's trying to do rather than using the effects from the hand. So a deck like Gimmick Lock Puppet, or it's just going to really take away every ability that you have. You can't ever let them go first. So a lot of people are just trying to dodge that strategy. But you're already here. You're 6-0. You only have to win a few more to lock in that day 2. And then from there on, lock in that top cut finish. How confident are you that you're going to be able to make it to the top 32 and then eventually win the whole event?
Based on how I'm playing today, relatively confident. I didn't expect to do great. I wasn't doing a lot of testing, but it's working out, and I'm going to continue to try to win.
Absolutely. I love to see the confidence. You're here already. I mean, you're done more than halfway through the tournament. You're 6-0. You're feeling good. That's what we want to see, and we're looking forward to seeing you make it all the way through, hopefully seeing you in that top 32 finish. And, before we move on into round 7, we're going to be bringing you back to Billy. He'll tell you some more stuff, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Asala. Awesome that we have 6 rounds in the book. We have round 7, 8, and 9 still to go today. So 3 more rounds of some awesome Yu-Gi-Oh! Action. And we're getting closer to going to day 2. So we're going to have to see which of these players is going to be able to come back tomorrow before we cut to a top 32. But at the beginning of the day, we picked 10 duelists. Duelists that happen to have last names that were related to characters from that original Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. They have Gardner as the last name and all sorts of other things. Solomon, you see Yugi's grandpa's name as well. But these are some of their records after round 6. They get 2 packs every round that they win, and they get to bank 2 packs, but if they lose, their opponents get to take their whole stack. It looks like out of them, the best one is Sydney, going 4-1 through 5 rounds, which is pretty good. But these players have no reason to give up out of the tournament. They might as well keep on going, even though it does look like Megan did drop after round number 1. Jacob has a 3-2 record still in it. Michael with a 3-2 record still in it. Michael with a 3-2 record still in it. Michael with a 3-2 record still in it.
Doing that.
Yeah, we mentioned that it was very similar to the Unchained strategy. You have a lot of resources in grave. All your abilities are really layered and destroying your own cards. So it makes sense that you're sticking with a strategy you somewhat know, and you'll be able to show why it's strong even in a stage like this. So how do you think your matchup is into the field? Is there anything you're trying to avoid playing against in this tournament?
Nothing specifically I'm afraid of. I did play against one branded earlier in Swiss, which I'm slightly afraid of, just because Giving Puppet is a scary card. So if I can avoid getting Puppet locked, I'll be okay.
That makes a lot of sense. I think that's like a common concern for a lot of people. They're usually trying to use their spells to like really mitigate what their opponent's trying to do rather than using the effects from the hand. So a deck like Gimmick Lock Puppet, or it's just going to really take away every ability that you have. You can't ever let them go first. So a lot of people are just trying to dodge that strategy. But you're already here. You're 6-0. You only have to win a few more to lock in that day 2. And then from there on, lock in that top cut finish. How confident are you that you're going to be able to make it to the top 32 and then eventually win the whole event?
Based on how I'm playing today, relatively confident. I didn't expect to do great. I wasn't doing a lot of testing, but it's working out, and I'm going to continue to try to win.
Absolutely. I love to see the confidence. You're here already. I mean, you're done more than halfway through the tournament. You're 6-0. You're feeling good. That's what we want to see, and we're looking forward to seeing you make it all the way through, hopefully seeing you in that top 32 finish. And, before we move on into round 7, we're going to be bringing you back to Billy. He'll tell you some more stuff, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Asala. Awesome that we have 6 rounds in the book. We have round 7, 8, and 9 still to go today. So 3 more rounds of some awesome Yu-Gi-Oh! Action. And we're getting closer to going to day 2. So we're going to have to see which of these players is going to be able to come back tomorrow before we cut to a top 32. But at the beginning of the day, we picked 10 duelists. Duelists that happen to have last names that were related to characters from that original Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. They have Gardner as the last name and all sorts of other things. Solomon, you see Yugi's grandpa's name as well. But these are some of their records after round 6. They get 2 packs every round that they win, and they get to bank 2 packs. But if they lose, their opponents get to take their whole stack. It looks like out of them, the best one is Sydney, going 4-1 through 5 rounds, which is pretty good. But these players have no reason to give up out of the tournament. They might as well keep on going, even though it does look like Megan did drop after round number 1. Jacob has a 3-2 record still in it. Michael with a 3-2 record still in it.